Standing in complete hopelessness, the boy heard voices in his head that literally begged him to do everything to save them. They called him a hero. Only he could save them from the end of the world. But all the little boy wanted at that moment was to talk a little with his mother, who always helped him find a solution to any problem. He literally didn't understand why he had to be a hero at all. The guy wanted to stop all this torment, but he couldn't even imagine how he could do it. It was very difficult. In response to this, his mother decided to remind him that he was the only hope of this world, after which she pushed him, and she made the guy freeze, because she asked him not to be weak and to die like a real hero. The next thing the guy felt was raindrops falling on him, which forced him to open his eyes. This guy's name was Kim Seong-in, and he was one of the awakened ones who appeared after the world was plunged into darkness. He just wanted to rest a little, but besides the rain, there were other problems that prevented him from sleeping. After some time, Kim got used to this life, and it brought a small smile to his face, which was reinforced by fatigue. His day started out unusually. Quite a few monsters came running in the few hours while he was unconscious. At the moment, the guy's magic coefficient was about 97, and his rank was 9th, which was quite enough to deal with all these monsters. Although even with so many different abilities, it was still very difficult for Kim to defeat so many monsters. But it wasn't even the monsters that were the guy's main problem, but something even more terrible. A huge monster with 2 horns, who was known for never losing. This monster's name was Fafnir, and he was going to literally destroy the only true hero of this planet. He repeated to Kim several times that the guy was a worthy opponent with a lot of power inside, which after defeating Kim would become his strength. Given Kim's condition, these words sounded quite true and most likely will be so. Kim's level of fatigue and powerlessness at this moment reached almost 100%, so he himself began to think that this was really the end. He had no fear of death. The only thing he thought about at that moment was that he was never able to become the hero that he was asked to be. His life will end with him never being able to achieve anything, which will mean that he was nobody. After Fafnir's blow, Kim opened his eyes and felt that he was still alive. It was really strange for him to see some guys in front of him yelling at him and telling him to never faint like that again, because the first thing they thought was that he was dead. He didn't fully understand what was happening, but first he decided to at least get up and did it quite terribly. Kim looked at the sky and realized that most likely he was in a completely different world. The guy was 100% sure that Fafnir had destroyed him, and now he was in a different place. Could this really be some kind of dream? But he discarded this option when one of the guys who was standing next to him grabbed him by the clothes and started talking about how since Kim woke up, it was a great time to beat him up. At that moment, Kim's whole life flashed before his eyes, and he realized that this was definitely not a dream. This was life. Then his thoughts were interrupted when he noticed a fist flying towards him. Thanks to the fact that his strength from his past life was preserved, he was able to block this blow. But the striker did not stop there and continued to attack, but all his blows were unsuccessful, because it was not difficult for Kim to block all his blows, after which he decided it was time to finish and struck back at the guy's face. Because of this, he flew further away from them, and he landed not as softly as he would have liked. It was obvious from the faces of this hooligan's friends that they clearly did not expect such a turn of events. Kim decided to ask for forgiveness for what he did. According to him, he did not mean to hit him so hard. But apparently this hooligan was not going to leave things to chance. But when he decided to attack Kim again, his friend suddenly shouted that the police had arrived, so they had to run away. Kim didn't know what to do next, because in fact he didn't even understand whose body he was in, because he listened to those guys and heard them calling him by a completely different name. Next, he tried to stand up carefully and then understand where he would go next. Almost immediately he noticed a mobile phone not far from him. When he picked up the phone, he saw his image there, which shocked him no less, because in it he saw a person he didn't know at all. In the year 2042, the world came to an end after dungeons began to appear in different parts of the world. Monsters began to emerge from the dungeons that were not cleared and began to invade the real world. This event was known as the Outbreak, and it mercilessly destroyed peace throughout the world. But on the other hand, there were people born with a strength that was aimed at fighting this catastrophe. People all over the world began to call such people awakened, and one of such people was Kim. Even after all the people died, he was the last one who stood and continued to fight the monsters. Roughly speaking, Kim became the last representative of humanity, and accordingly, the most powerful awakened one. Kim, after he had recovered a little from what had happened, decided to first go to the police so that they could help him find at least some clue about who he really was. He introduced himself as Kim Soo-hyun. He remembered the name of the owner of this body, so he decided to use him. Then the patrolman decided to ask the guy how old he was, and there were obvious problems with answering this question. Kim had to think for a while to be sure he gave the correct answer. Suddenly, he noticed a calendar hanging near the policeman's desk, on which the year 2022 was indicated. The guy thought that if his memory served him right, time had rolled back 20 years. These thoughts made him say that he was 19 years old, but the man who took his application was surprised for another reason, namely because the guy didn't know anything about himself except his name and age. The guy couldn't answer him, because at that moment he was literally sure that he had died from Fafnir, and it still seemed to him that it was just a dream that had begun because of the effect of Fafnir's magic on him. But on the other hand, he was sure that those feelings were real, and apparently he really did return to the past. In that case, he was quite interested to know what happened to the real Kim Sang-jin and what he needed to do in order to return to his body. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a policeman who said that there was no point in talking to the guy, so he called his mother, who said that she would be there soon, so they just had to wait. He also decided to tell Kim that after he left this place, it would be better for him not to wander around, but just sit quietly at home. He especially asked him to avoid construction sites, as these are some of the most dangerous places where this could happen, although Kim did not quite understand what he was talking about. But he didn't have time to clarify, because the boy's mother arrived too quickly and immediately grabbed Kim by the head and started asking him what happened and why he was at the police station. It was obvious from the woman that she was very worried about her son, so she wanted to know if he was okay. Kim, at that moment, thought that he was seeing this woman for the first time, but he quickly guessed that she was probably the mother of the owner of the body in which he was located. After the guy was released from the department, they decided to take a little walk and talk about how it happened that Kim suddenly forgot his home address. According to the guy, he was nervous, and besides, they had just recently moved, so there was no need to be so surprised. She also found it strange to watch Kim use formal speech, although the guy usually doesn't use it at all. At that moment, Kim didn't really understand what he should do at all, and whether he should apologize for the situation that had happened. His thoughts were interrupted at one point by his mother, who asked him to start wiping away his tears, after which she added that she had heard that the kids who were constantly bullying him at school had done so today as well, and so she wanted to know when they would stop doing it. But without waiting for an answer from the guy, she added that if they did this to him again, she asked him not to be afraid and to tell her everything. Kim was slightly surprised by such words, so it was difficult for him to answer anything, and he simply agreed with the woman. They continued their walk until at one point they both discovered that the park was too quiet. Kim looked around and realized that there was literally not a single living soul here, and this silence made him think. But it was not just like that, and in fact there was a reason why this park was so quiet. The boy's mother asked him not to stand there and to leave immediately, because she didn't like the situation. Kim absolutely agreed with her, and he was not against leaving, but suddenly he heard someone running very quickly towards him from behind. When he turned around, he saw a wolf in front of him who was ready to eat them alive. At one point it seemed that this would happen, but Kim was still able to pull himself together and fight off the attack of this monster, after which he took a closer look and realized that this was clearly not a simple wolf. And after a few more seconds of looking into the eyes of this monster, Kim realized that most likely it was a werewolf. And thinking about this, Kim realized that apparently the policeman had warned him about exactly this, and that's how the outbreak began. If his memory serves him right, then already in 2022 outbreaks were happening much more frequently, and therefore it is quite possible that monsters could appear in the city center. But now this is not the main problem, but that Kim urgently needs to find a way to deal with this monster, and for this, he will need a weapon. He decided to use an umbrella that no one had needed for a long time. The boy's mother was shocked at that moment that they saw these monsters in front of them, because the news definitely said that they had already been taken care of. But now, it was not so important, and Kim asked her not to move and wait until he dealt with them. The guy understood that he was not attached to this body, but it seemed to him that given the skills he possessed, he could try to deal with them. The first attack was in Kim's favor. He was able to dodge the attack and deliver his own rather strong counterattack. But this was only the beginning, because the monsters continued to attack him, and it was noticeable how difficult it was for him to resist them. At one point, the wolf's strength significantly exceeded the guy's strength, and in his head at that moment, there were thoughts that he could not do anything to a monster of this level, and that is why he was so offended. If he were in his body, then most likely he would have coped with such an attack easily. Given the strength of these monsters, he came to the realization that in order to defeat these monsters, he needed to be awakened. It seemed that the second werewolf would finish off the guy right now, but quite unexpectedly his mother came to his aid, pushing away one of the werewolves. Although after such a blow she herself flew back, and her landing left much to be desired. In any case, thanks to this, Kim managed to free himself from the monster that had attacked him, after which he immediately ran to his mother to find out why she did this at all, because it was too dangerous. In response to these words, she told him that everything was fine with her, and she also wanted him to understand that what she wanted most now was for the guy to get out of here alive. These words made Kim collect his thoughts and do everything possible to protect the woman. After he was finally ready for this fight, Kim turned to these monsters to ask if they had one last wish. The werewolves suddenly decided to retreat and began to run away, but apparently this was one of those mistakes that could not be allowed. Kim immediately started shouting that he would do everything possible to prevent them from leaving, but apparently he overestimated his body, which immediately after these words literally lost all its remaining strength, and he fell to the ground from exhaustion. After a little wishing, Kim finally decided that it was time for them to return home, so he carefully lifted his mother to her feet. And as soon as he decided to lift his mother, he realized how weak his body was, which clearly needed to be trained. But the main problem at the moment was that he didn't even know where his home was. After some time he was home, and all this thanks to the fact that the woman's wallet had an address, otherwise they would have had to wander around the street. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by his mother, who began talking in her sleep about how she would save him and that he shouldn't worry about it. It was difficult for Kim to understand the fact that the woman was willing to put herself in such danger because she could actually die. Is all this just to protect him? In any case, first of all, he decided that he needed to find the reason why this body was so weak. It was very strange for him to understand the fact that this body was so weak that it could not fight back even against a couple of monsters. So he was understandably worried about being reborn into something so weak. At that very moment, he realized that he needed to calm down immediately, because at such moments he clearly had to keep his cool. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he heard a robotic voice informing him that Kim had been confirmed as a user. Now it was time to begin the test, and after that the gates immediately opened. Although Kim didn't fully understand what was going on, he decided that an abyss had opened up before him at that moment. This meant that most likely this body also had some kind of awakened talent, and if so, then in other words, it could start its life from the very beginning. And if you think about it, then in 2022 he was an ordinary person, and if he remembers correctly, then he enters the abyss much earlier than in his past life. So he decided that there was no reason to hesitate, so he entered this gate, where the system congratulated him on entering the testing tower. The Tower of Trials in this world meant the same thing as the abyss. It is a void where demons live and are doomed to eternal suffering. Once the awakened one can clear the first floor, only then will he earn the right to become awakened, and with each subsequent floor cleared, the power will gradually increase. That's why most people try to go higher. But even in that case, there is a system in the head that is much more important than the floors. But Kim should think about this later, because at the moment, he will be tested on the first floor. To begin with, the system asked him to choose a difficulty level, and he could choose from the minimum first level to the maximum level, that is, the 10th, which Kim chose without thinking. Levels are a system that exists in parallel with floors. Despite the fact that it is the same first floor, the higher the level, the stronger the enemies, but the reward for passing is also much greater. When the level that Kim had chosen finally loaded, the guy realized that he might have made a mistake, because in his past life he could only go through the 8th level at most, and considering how weak this body was, he was far from sure that he could pass this level. Although on the other hand, he simply has no other choice, because he must increase his strength as quickly as possible. After all, if he follows the same path as in the past, he will most likely meet the same sad end. The next step was for Kim to choose a weapon with which to pass this test. After several hours of going through this test, Kim finally found those he wanted to destroy the most. These were the same wolves that attacked him and his mother, who at that time were threatening to kill another person, but Kim intervened in time. By this time, he was already strong enough to destroy one monster after another. By his actions, he actually proved to them and himself that he would never just let them go. After some time, the news began to report that recently the number of dungeons that had opened had increased. Compared to how many dungeons appeared for the first time in 2019, now there were about 3 times as many. The sudden appearance of dungeons had a huge impact, causing a lot of discussion. The Tower of Trials and dungeons are similar, but have different forms. As people found more and more ways to use the energy from the resources they found, their price quite logically skyrocketed. The rewards found in the dungeons not only affected daily life, they also had a huge effect on the world economy. The Awakened, of course, received material rewards from capturing the dungeon. Quite a lot of time has passed since Kim was in the testing tower. The Tower of Trials, a place often referred to as the Abyss, was a vast world in his past life, where countless Awakened could gather to explore the floors, each floor being a separate world with its own habitat, climate, and even its own culture. However, they all have one thing in common. Before ascending to the next floor, the Awakened one must pass a trial test. Right now, all the Awakened are on the second floor. Compared to other floors, it is easy to find all kinds of resources here, but in order to use these facilities, people must collect the required amount of achievement points on the first floor. Kim was still able to pass the trial test of the first floor, although he understood that without the memories from his past life, he would not have been able to cope with it. Luckily for him, the more he fought, the more feelings from the past came back to him, so he was almost sure that at this rate he could reach the end. After passing the first floor of the 10th level, the system decided to reward Kim quite generously, so his characteristics grew much faster than in the past. With this amount of points, he can move on to the next floor with peace of mind. Also, given such a large number of points, he could easily go to the store and buy something for himself. And as soon as he thought about it, he realized that he actually needed something. So he went to the first store that had this thing. As soon as he entered inside, he was immediately met by a girl who was glad to see him. It was the owner of the store that Kim entered, and she immediately realized that the guy was there for the first time. And so she was ready to help him, and for this she asked Kim to tell her about everything he needed here. Her name was Vali, and she was essentially a dark elf. Kim knew that this was the same trader of various goods, and as was evident, her method of tempting clients into thoughtless purchases had not changed. But he immediately decided for himself that it would not work with him this time, because he had already decided what he wanted to buy. According to him, he needs the jumping skill, and he would also not mind acquiring the transformation skill, which confused the girl a little, because of which she thought that someone gave him some advice. But the worst thing is that it costs quite a lot. He will have to give 150 points for the jumping skill, and a whole 1,000 points for the transformation skill. Kim didn't think long and simply paid the amount that Vali asked for these two skills. She was so surprised that at one point she just started screaming in his direction and saying that it was simply impossible, because he looked like a person who had clearly just begun his path as an awakened person. According to her, no one has yet scored more than 1,000 points on the first floor, and so she would like to ask again? Or did he definitely arrive on the second floor from the first? Kim, without thinking twice, made it clear to her that there was no need to doubt it, and according to him, he was just an ordinary customer. After saying these words, he left Vali's shop and began to think about looking around. And for this, he took out his spatial bag, which people often call an inventory, in which were all the guy's purchases. He bought a sword, a spear, bandages and medicine, and he also bought food. After which he decided to analyze each skill that has a required level of mana needed to master it. The skills that a person masters will become stronger, but some of them have levels that require mastery alone to achieve. Such skills are called with a growth level, and it is very difficult to obtain, and there is only one skill with a growth level that an awakened can purchase in the store, and this is transformation. And in order to use the skills, you need to have a mana catalyst. It will increase the mana level and regulate it accordingly. Kim could purchase it from the regular reward shop once his trials were over, as an item that would increase his magic power to the required level without ascending the tower or conquering dungeons. The guy thought that it was quite easy not to notice, because almost everyone was focused on getting to the next floor. But if you look carefully, you can find many hidden treasures. Among them, one could easily find this low-level mana catalyst. It could be a useful item, since it could easily increase one's magic abilities at an early stage. The only downside was the taste, which was actually just disgusting. Kim didn't know how useful it was to have memories of his past life. The transformation and magic catalyst was a pretty good item, and it was actually pretty good that he had such information in the early stages. At one point, Kim's thoughts were interrupted by some guy who wanted to ask him for some attention. First of all, Kim was surprised that he could not feel his presence for 3 whole seconds, which clearly confused him. This guy immediately noticed that he had surprised Kim quite a lot, so he asked him for forgiveness for approaching so unexpectedly. As soon as Kim saw the guy's face in front of him, he immediately remembered some scenes from his past life. He couldn't believe his eyes because it was Han Hakjun. Han Hakjun. He was a genius among all those awakened in the abyss, but he became the main culprit in the death of a large guild in the near future. And now he is standing right in front of Kim. But in this form, it is difficult to say that he is such a dangerous person. At one point, Kim's thoughts were interrupted by Han, who felt awkward that his interlocutor was looking at him so intently, so he decided to ask him the reason for such attention. Kim immediately told him that he was actually just a little surprised, although he was mentally thinking that in the past he had a much more bloodthirsty aura. However, now he was quite interested in finding out what Choi wanted to talk to him about. Han told him that he had been following him since he was still in the store, and all because it seemed to him that Kim was buying a lot of different items, and so he thought that he had a keen eye for buying equipment. After these words, Kim became even more upset, and all because he was surprised that Choi was watching him, and he didn't even notice it. But the guy didn't stop surprising him, because the next thing he suggested to Kim was to join his team, which is why he had to ask the guy several times if he understood him correctly. The second floor with the test was that Kim would have to act out a story in which he, as the main character, stole the treasure of the Charles clan, and the evil members of this clan would soon come for him to take back their own. Kim had to use all his strength to escape with these treasures in this forest. He knew that Charles's clan were monsters and hunters who were very good at tracking their prey, so Kim knew perfectly well that it would be extremely difficult to do this. The guy began to think about why the mission was so difficult. What would be the reward in that case? After examining this treasure, he realized that it was absolutely useless to him, except that at the moment he had to protect it. There were a lot of different thoughts in his head, but he had to pull himself together and come up with a plan in which he could protect this treasure and not get caught by this clan. But suddenly it dawned on him that one of the conditions of this task was that he had to survive in this forest. Therefore, without thinking for long, he jumped down where one of the clan members was, which slightly surprised him. And this was his main mistake, because before he had time to come to his senses, Kim struck him with his sword. The thing was that Kim realized one important thing, which was that to survive in the forest meant that he needed to destroy all the monsters around. Therefore, when other monsters began to attack him, Kim did not run away, but on the contrary, was only glad that they were coming to him. His skills were more than enough to destroy one monster after another. He understood that since they were now moving in groups, there was a fairly high probability that the battle would be long, so it would be much more profitable to come here with a team. But he remembered that because the difficulty would increase after the 5th level, it would be quite difficult to recruit people to the team. In that conversation, Choi asked Kim to go with him to go through the 8th level, and according to him, he had reasons to go through such a high level, but he felt that he could not cope alone. And Kim actually had his reasons for this, but unfortunately, the 8th level is too low for his purpose. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted after he saw in front of him a simply huge monster, on top of which stood some kind of creature. Kim didn't run away because he understood perfectly well what it was. It was the boss who had finally appeared, and now he had a chance to complete this test much earlier. He was confident that he could defeat such a ferocious monster with just one blow, and after a few minutes, he actually confirmed his words. After he finished off this monster, the system notified him that he had received a unique item, and this was the treasure of the Charles clan, which was able to heal all damage and restore characteristics that affect the player, although it could only be used 5 times. Kim actually didn't expect that there would be such a useful reward, so he was glad that his thought was that it would be best to destroy the monsters rather than hide from them. Because of this, his abilities grow much faster than in the past. With the help of the transformation, Kim was able to understand that the unique ability of the clan leader is that he has a skill that can enhance physical abilities for some time in proportion to fatigue and vitality. In the end, although it was incredibly tiring, Kim still gained a lot from this battle, and if he can continue to grow at this rate, then maybe this time he can rewrite history. When he finally returned home, he noticed that there was a lot of delicious food on the table, which his mother had prepared to please the guy a little. She added that this was all she could do as a sign of her gratitude for saving her, but Kim felt ashamed that she was most likely very tired, because she even went to work with such wounds yesterday. But she assured him that it was not difficult for her to prepare food for her son. Kim finally sat down at the table and began to try everything that his mother had prepared for him. And after a few minutes, he literally destroyed everything that was on the table, which is why his mother assumed that he was really hungry. After Kim ate, he went to his room where he had a computer, and when he opened the news forum, he noticed that his name and his score were flashing in all the news. Many could not believe that after the first floor he was able to earn as many as 2,000 points. Others thought that this was some new kind of deception. This was actually quite problematic for him, because in that case, the guilds would definitely start looking for him. Meanwhile, at the headquarters in Seoul, Han heard people talking about Kim, who is currently ranked first. Guildmaster Aries told the guy Han that apparently this Kim woke up at the same time as him, so the man would like to know if the guy knows something about him. Without thinking twice, Khan decided to say that he actually had no idea who this guy was, and he had definitely never met him. At this point, the chief decided to put the question about Kim aside and suggested talking to him about the fall to the 3rd floor. The leader understood that he was level 8, but if he left everything for later, then most likely, a lot of problems would arise, and now this Kim Soo-hyun had appeared. According to Choi, he is currently looking for people who will go there with him, and because of the level of the floor, it is quite difficult to find volunteers. He also added that if things continue like this, he will most likely go there on his own. The leader was glad that his student was so responsible, so he told him that he would try to help with this. Since he had a shortage of people, he would try to find them for him, and he asked Choi not to think about anything except climbing the tower. After which, their dialogue ended, and before leaving the office, Choi heard a request from the head in which the man would like the guy to try to win against this Kim. Be that as it may, Choi underestimated this Kim because he understood that he clearly didn't get such a number of points for nothing. Besides, he believed that even if this was true, there was nothing wrong with it. He decided that the best thing he could do at the moment was to simply focus on his own path. Meanwhile, Kim heard a notification from the system that he had successfully cleared the 3rd floor, after which he heard the same thing for the 4th floor, and then the 5th and 6th, after which his mother suggested that he take a little rest, because she understood perfectly well that he had been working hard all this time, so he needed to rest. By this time, Kim had managed to successfully clear the 9th floor of the test tower. A whole year passed, and after such a productive year, Kim decided that he needed to go on a short vacation, so before leaving, the guy told his mother that he would be back soon. The first thing he did was go to the train station, where he thought about how a whole year had already passed, but it always seemed to him that he could do it much faster. Kim was nervous after taking his final exams, but even so, he was glad that he managed to clear the 9th floor. He understood that the 10th was coming next, which would take much more time, and since he didn't know how long it would take him to clean it up, he decided that an excellent option would be to go on vacation far away from home. For the awakened ones who challenge the tower, the 10th floor is a barrier that must be overcome. The difficulty of the tests increases incredibly every 10 floors, so much so that it is more difficult than the 11th and 12th floors. Therefore, most awakened ones usually choose a level lower than they usually go through. However, if you lower the level in this way, other floors will become more difficult. And in this story, it was quite obvious that in order to overcome this difficulty, it was enough for him to simply become stronger. The green dungeon that will appear in Anyang in a year will be called a large-scale outbreak. This will be the first time that humanity will be under threat. And sometime after that, the incident in Kagido on New Year's, all this is a very terrible history of humanity, which Kim incredibly strongly wanted to change. The guy was more than confident that he would eventually be able to do it, because he was given another try for a reason. After some time, he finally came to that very entrance to the 10th floor of the testing tower. On the way, he met a man who immediately assumed that the guy was heading to the 10th floor of the tower, after which he added that he of course wasn't trying to stop him. He was just there to ask Kim for a coin before the guy went in there, and that man was the 10th floor doorman. Kim was thinking at that moment that most people, seeing this beggar, simply pass by, but the role of this man is actually incredibly important. And so the guy, without thinking twice, gave this man a whole 5,000 achievement points. The man was incredibly surprised by this, because almost everyone ignores him and just leaves, and Kim is quite generous with an ordinary beggar like him. In response to this, Kim immediately said that there is nothing surprising in this, because the man is a valuable person. He was very pleased to hear such words, so he was happy to tell everything that Kim wanted to know. Kim didn't think for long, because he knew that what he wanted most was information about the 10th floor, which surprised the man a little. After all, according to him, she is quite valuable, but he cannot refuse having received so many points from Kim, so he finally made up his mind and said that the guy first of all needed to be careful with the head of the village, after which he fell silent. Kim clearly expected to hear something else, but apparently the man finished there. He knew that this was rather ambiguous, but on the other hand, Kim knew that the gatekeeper's information was always correct, so he had no doubt that this would be more than enough, and with these thoughts, he entered this gate. And as soon as Kim chose the difficulty level he wanted to complete, he was immediately transported to the forest. The girl sitting on a tree branch thought that she would never be able to collect a full basket, and today she was quite lucky to collect a whole basket of berries. Therefore, she believed that since she had so many berries, it would not be a big deal if she ate one. But her desire was suddenly interrupted by a monster who did not allow her to do what the girl wanted so much. She immediately started running away from this huge lizard with all her might, but apparently she should choose a different tactic, because at this rate the monster will quickly catch up with her. At one point, it became clear to her that this would be the end of her escape, because the monster was already too close. She began to say goodbye to her life, when suddenly at the last moment someone picked her up and helped her dodge the lizard's blow. It was Kim who managed to save the girl at the last moment and also launch a counterattack on this huge lizard. After a few more seconds, Kim was able to deal enough damage to finally defeat the huge salamander. After that, he was finally able to ask the little girl how she was feeling and if everything was okay with her, to which he only heard a scream in response. The girl was very scared and ran away, and Kim could only prove that he was not a kidnapper and that he actually wanted to help. But apparently these words didn't work, even when he said that he was an ordinary stranger who was lucky enough to save a child. The child's mother joined in the conversation and started shouting that she was sure that even if the boy was telling the truth, she still saw hidden motives in his words, after which she assured him that there was simply no point in trying to hold the child hostage, because there was simply nothing to steal in this village, so they had better get out of there right now. No matter how Kim tried to explain that they had misunderstood him, they still didn't even want to listen to him. It was quite awkward for Kim to realize that he was considered a kidnapper. In fact, he did nothing bad. Moreover, he helped this little girl, and instead of gratitude, he received this answer. In addition to this gloomy atmosphere, the locals were also hostile towards him, so Kim already at that moment understood that this floor was clearly different from the previous one. But on the other hand, he was haunted by the thought that he needed to do more than just save the village and survive. He was sure that there was something else behind this, and he essentially had no information as such. But finding out something from people seemed quite difficult to him, because they looked at him as an enemy. The people inside the test, also known as game entities, are similar in nature to the real player. The way they look and think is eerily similar to real people. At one point, Kim even felt like they weren't part of the program. On this floor, the game entities avoid humans like the plague, and the village seems anxious and desperate, very similar to the time Kim once lived in. And then it was called the end of the world that was approaching its end. For people who had not experienced it, it would clearly be new. So Kim wanted to know what all these people were planning. He decided that first he had to meet a person who had the information so that there would be at least some progress, but he couldn't even see ants, let alone people. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a young child's voice, which made Kim immediately turn on. It was the little girl he had saved just recently, and Kim immediately remembered her. Instead of words, she rather unexpectedly ran up to the guy and put some berries that she managed to collect in the forest into his hands, after which she returned again behind the very tree behind which she was hiding. And a few seconds later, in her quiet voice, she carefully thanked Kim for saving her. Kim was very pleased that she decided to thank him in this way, so he suddenly asked her to come to him for a while. Kim opened his inventory and took out a very large amount of food from there. He understood that such a gift would definitely please the girl. She ate with joy, and it was clear from her face that she was doing it with incredible pleasure. Kim immediately realized that there was a shortage of food in this village, and the girl herself confirmed this assumption, adding that all this was because everyone was indifferent to each other. They were afraid that the remains of their food would be stolen. The guy noted that now is not an easy time for ordinary residents. The girl answered him that they are actually holding on until now only thanks to the head of the village. Moreover, the girl assured Kim that the head of their village was literally a hero who did not allow them to die of hunger, which confused the guy a little, considering what he heard before he entered these gates. According to the girl, her father thinks so, who says that the head works hard to protect the village and that they should trust and help him. After that, Kim understood who really keeps all the information, and at the moment, he is just talking to himself. The girl suddenly decided to ask Kim why he came here at all, and in response to this question, the guy said that he was actually just interested in how the leader was doing, and besides, it seemed to him that he could help them deal with the monsters near this village. His interlocutor assured the guy that monsters simply cannot get into the village, and all this is thanks to the head who protects them. And as soon as Kim decided to ask the girl to tell him more about it, their dialogue was suddenly interrupted by two men, one of whom wanted to know whether Kim was the same stranger who came to their village. Before the guy could say a word, this man introduced himself as the head of this village. At that moment, Kim immediately remembered the words of the henchman who asked him to be careful with the boss. The leader interrupted his thoughts by starting to talk about the fact that at the moment there was an obvious shortage of food in their village, and he was very sorry that he was starting his dialogue like that. But he saw how Kim gave food to the girl, and in this way he believed that he could cause unrest among the other residents. And that's why he hoped that Kim would stop handing out food to anyone he wanted, especially when he does it without the permission of the head. Kim wasn't too happy to hear that, but first he decided to check again whether it was really the boss standing in front of him, because he really wanted to meet him. The guy started telling them that he was actually just a passerby who accidentally stumbled upon this village, and now he would like to ask to stay in this village for a couple of days. The chief immediately answered him that in fact this was a bad idea, because the townspeople were afraid of strangers. Kim, talking with this leader, immediately noticed that the man did not let down his vigilance for a second, and while the guy was thinking about this, the chief began to scold the poor girl, who was guilty of taking food without permission. She immediately lowered her head down and began to cry, and also asked him for forgiveness at the same time. But she was suddenly interrupted by Kim, who put his hand on the girl's head and asked her to calm down, because in fact nothing terrible had happened, and there was no point in crying. After which she began to stand up and talk to the leader about how he shared his food with her of his own free will, and also that he was not going to cause any harm to the village. And to prove this, he is ready to provide his help in the form of food, which, according to Kim, is enough for absolutely every person, and his words were clearly true. Even the head's assistant confirmed this when he looked directly into Kim's inventory. All Kim asks in return is that they provide him with housing, after which he will share food while he is here. And if that still wasn't enough, the guy was ready to offer something else, but he was interrupted by the leader, who assured the guy that in fact, that was more than enough. He then asked Kim to follow him so that he could show Kim some housing options in the village. They walked together with him past the center of the village, where most of the people whom Kim had not seen before had gathered. All these people continued to pray, and this made Kim think that a religious ceremony was quite normal, and it was only natural that they would rely on the god. Besides, this is not surprising for Kim. He has already seen this more than once. But unfortunately, this happens most often on the brink of the destruction of the world. People literally begin to go crazy. Some in such situations hide behind the face of faith, others deny reality and begin to do terrible things. But the worst thing is that, in the end, there is literally nothing left. Looking at these people, he understood that this is how it all begins. But for now, at least they are not attacking each other. But apparently Kim will have to take his words back, because he heard how one of them suddenly began to shout that today they were sacrificing this unbelieving and corrupted soul. And a few seconds later, he cut the cord completely, and one of the residents of this village began to fall into the pit with terrible screams. Seeing this, Kim thought very hard about what he had just seen. He decided that this place was the same, and all people were the same, and no one changed, no matter where he went. People even in such a world said that they were doing all this only for the sake of their village. They believed that all this was only thanks to the head, because he borrowed power from the god of the earth to protect their village, and they most likely would have been gone long ago if not for him, so they needed to sacrifice someone else in 3 days. And each of them believed that at the moment each of them was safe, because they had one candidate who would be perfect for this role. The chief's assistant came to the chief after some time to report that the ceremony had been successful, but they had not yet found a victim for the next one. After this phrase, the man decided to check with the assistant how their new wanderer was doing, and according to the man, so far he had not done anything for which they could punish him. The assistant decided to clarify once again through fear whether the boss really wanted to use him as a victim. The man answered without hesitation that in fact God had sent him here for this, and he also added that they would give him this hypnotic drug and then throw him into this thing underground. He believed that this village was becoming more and more dangerous, so a small sacrifice was necessary to save the entire village. A snake monster appeared under the village, and it eats only people. Fortunately, this snake stops the other monsters from invading the village, so the village remains safe. At the moment, the whole village is in a panic because they don't know when the monsters will attack them. And there is only one thing the head can do. It is the price of the villagers, so he does not regret anything. 4 days later, Kim's body was carefully placed in the place where the hatch would open. The leader was at the center of this madness, and it was he who turned to the wanderer to ask for his forgiveness for what they wanted to do to him, after which he cut the rope and Kim fell down rapidly. It was not a simple pit. In this place sat a huge snake that devoured all the people who were thrown here under the pretext of sacrifice. Exactly 1 day had passed since Kim was thrown into this pit, so the chief decided to go there and check if everything was okay. The man believed that the snake was currently digesting the guy, so it would soon have to spit him out. But when he came closer, he saw something he clearly did not expect to see. In the center stood Kim, who literally chopped this huge snake into small pieces, and when he noticed the leader, he simply greeted him. The head immediately began to shake with fear, because he simply did not understand what was happening here and how was this even possible. The man in this state only wanted to know how he destroyed this monster and how something so impossible could happen. Kim replied with a smile that he had a feeling that the boss thought that this monster shouldn't have died. The man immediately understood what the guy meant, so he immediately started yelling at him and saying that all this was only for the sake of the village, and if this snake had not marked this territory, then other monsters in the area would have started attacking them. All these words made Kim clarify, or is the head sure that it was not for his own benefit? After which the guy added that he knows something about this monster. According to him, it is called a predatory snake, and it spends most of its time eating and sleeping, like a lazy bastard. It also nests and marks its territory until it leaves it, because of which weaker monsters do not dare to touch it. And finally, he added another very important feature. The person who feeds this monster will not become its prey. This is just a guess, but it seems that knowing about these nuances, Kim could confidently say that the leader pretended to be a hero, feeding the locals to this monster. But his hypocrisy had clearly come to an end. As soon as Kim got out of the nest of this snake, along with its head, he immediately went to the villagers to tell them what had really been happening all this time, but most did not want to believe it, even looking at the head of this monster. They thought they were holding a religious ceremony in honor of the god of the land, but some of them still began to think about it, because if Kim was right, then they did not understand why some people from this village were given as a sacrifice at all. After some time, after they thought about it for a while, they began to think that most likely the leader was really deceiving them and was simply trying to feed this monster. But now they thought that it was not entirely important because now they most of all wanted to know what Kim was going to do next. Kim, after a short silence, finally answered them that he was going to help them, but first he was going to show them something, and that something was the snake eggs that were laid by this monster. He understood perfectly well how it all looked, but first he asked them to listen to him, and only then make their decision. Kim reminded them that this predatory snake has a feature that allows its feeder to remain unharmed, and with the help of this feature, they can raise these snakelets. After which he immediately said that they should not worry because they would not have to sacrifice people anymore, because he believed that they would feed them to monsters in the future. According to him, at first Kim will catch the monsters, and he will also help them feed them to the snakes, but he asked them to remember that he is only a wanderer who will soon leave this village. After that, they will have to take care of themselves. One of them immediately started yelling at Kim and asking him not to talk nonsense. He wanted to remind the guy that all they had were farming tools, and therefore he couldn't even imagine how they would be able to catch monsters. And Kim, in response to these words, reminded this man that this is only their village, and if they themselves cannot protect it, then no one else will be able to do it for them. But even in this case, they tried to argue with him and say that they could not do it. Then Kim could not stand it and interrupted their whining, asked them to give up, because they always have the option to give up everything and continue to sacrifice people in order to survive. Kim was convinced that the unwillingness to defend oneself and constant dependence on others, all these things give rise to so-called heroes. But he still hoped that his hope for people who had lost their will was false. He realized that perhaps he had spoken too harshly to people and that he should find another way to persuade them. But suddenly he heard the voice of a little girl who shouted that they would cope with this together, after which she hid behind her mother again. Kim noticed that this was the same girl he had saved back then, and he was glad to see that she supported him. After which she added that she of course does not know how useful she can be, but she also wants to become as strong as Kim in order to protect her loved one. The guy was very pleased to hear this, so he simply could not help but praise the girl for such words. In any case, he decided to demonstratively tell her that if everyone joined forces, then he was literally sure that they would succeed, and then they would be able to protect their village on their own. And as soon as she answered him that she would do everything to protect her village, Kim again turned to the other villagers and said that even a small child is ready to protect his home, but they do not want to do this. These words still had an effect, and one of the crowd began to shout that he was also in favor of trying to do this, because he also believed that it was better than being destroyed due to inaction. And as soon as he said this, the other villagers also decided to support him and started shouting that they would do it too. One of the residents even dared to say that the residents here were weak and very cowardly, and they were only taking advantage of what he had done for them. And he told him all this in order to finally ask him to teach them how to fight while he was still here. At this moment, the system sent Kim a notification that the villagers had gained willpower, and thus the progress of the task had reached about 60%. Meanwhile, the leader went down to his secret room, thinking on the way about how Kim dared to humiliate him so much without knowing the situation. In any case, he believed that this was not all, and that he still had a trump card that he would use to take revenge. The man was going to use his pet to destroy the entire village and show them who they were without him. The villagers will place the monster babies under the village in the meantime, and if the villagers start feeding them, then they will not eat them. And along the way, they looked at the wanderer, who in their opinion was amazing in everything. He destroyed the monsters one after another and did it with just one or at most 2 blows. At one point, the villagers interrupted him to suggest that he finish here, because soon the sun would set and then it would be better not to be in the forest, with which Kim agreed. So he said that he would return as soon as he finished with this monster. At this point, Kim had completed 90% of his task, but what bothered him most was the fact that no matter how hard he tried, that progress bar still remained in place, and so he began to suspect that it was all because of the missing village chief. At that moment, he wanted more than anything to finish 100% and finish this mission, but he at least did not understand what he needed to do for this, when suddenly at one moment his thoughts were interrupted when he felt a small earthquake under his feet. But as it turned out later, this was not the biggest problem, because a few seconds later, right in front of him, someone dealt a fairly strong blow. And as soon as Kim raised his head up, he noticed a huge blue bird, which apparently tried to hit him. The guy, unfortunately, knew what kind of bird it was. It was the only predator that could attack a snake. In other words, it was a divine bird of blue fire. Kim immediately realized that all this was only because of that guy who couldn't just retreat and came back again, taking such a strong monster with him. The former village chief was confident that with something like this, the villagers would once again accept him as a hero, and then he would once again become the chief who could control the monster. The man was so glad that he was the owner of such a strong bird that was capable of destroying everything at his command. At least that's what it seemed like to him until this divine bird struck him. She literally burned him to ashes, and he didn't even have time to understand why she did it. Kim wasn't really surprised by this decision, because this bird is free and it won't listen to absolutely anyone, but the worst thing is that it's flying to the village right now. So he immediately decided to follow her and use all his strength to stop her. He used all his strength and even used a jump, but even in this case he was unable to reach this bird. But she in turn easily got Kim and dealt him a counterattack, because of which Kim received serious injuries, while he was thinking only about the fact that he was finally able to convince the townspeople of his rightness, and now they are threatened with destruction by another monster. The 2 men with whom Kim was on the hike were already halfway to the village when they suddenly heard rather strange sound, which made them think that perhaps the wanderer had continued his hunt instead of returning home with them. It was so incredible for them, because it is worth noting that Kim has already been in such conditions for a whole day, and even for such a young body, not sleeping for a whole day is quite a lot. One of them was sure that if he were his age, he would also fight with him, because once he could also destroy all the simple monsters. Suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by a huge bird that flew straight at the men, because of which, as expected, they became scared and started screaming like crazy. A little more and this divine creature would have simply destroyed them, but at the last moment his mouth was tied with a rope. It was Kim who decided that since he couldn't reach the bird, all he had to do was lower it, and to do this he used a rope and his sword. He then used the transformation skill, with which he was able to take away the bird's skill, and later use it against it. Meanwhile, Kim's mother was convinced that her son wanted to take a vacation after the final exam, so now he went out of town, so she didn't even worry about him. Moreover, she believed that she should give her son more freedom, because it seemed to her that he had matured quite a lot. And at that moment the guy continued to fight with the crazy bird, which gradually began to give up its position. At one point in the fight, Kim remembered that there was a limit to the skills he could use through transformation, and this could only mean one thing, that he would have to use all his power in order to defeat this monster. And it was too hard to do this because all this time, they were both under the influence of flame. At some point fear filled Kim, and he clearly began to worry that he might die. This stressful situation made him realize that the talisman he was supposed to protect was not so useless and could clearly be used. He tried to convince himself that he could still fight, and he just needed to gather all his remaining strength into a fist. And in this he was helped by Charles's treasure, which the guy used for the first time, and thus he was able to restore all the damage to his body. After such good news, all that was left for Kim was to destroy this huge bird. So, without thinking twice, he struck the bird with his sword. And it actually bore fruit, because this blow was so strong that it was enough to destroy the divine bird. Although Kim himself did not feel his best after this fight. The first to run to the boy's body was Kimu's friend. The little girl was the most worried. After some time, Kim came to his senses again, although looking at him it was obvious that his condition left much to be desired. In any case, everyone who was with him at that moment was incredibly happy that he came to his senses, because at one point they had already begun to worry about him. The first thing Kim wanted to know was what happened to him, because he remembers practically nothing, and according to the two men who were with him, he was attacked by a huge bird, which he was able to defeat, and they, in turn, by this time had already managed to cut it up. They also immediately added to him that he had several bruises from the fall, but other than that, they did not see any other more serious wounds, which was a little surprising to them. They thought that this was more than enough to call him a hero, although he considered himself simply a lucky guy who was incredibly lucky. At this moment, the system notified Kim that he had completed the task 100%, and now he had nothing more to worry about. Now these villagers would be able to live in peace. The system also reminded him that the achievement rating would be calculated today, and no matter how it sounds, it is quite obvious that Kim will take first place in this rating. In the meantime, he listened as the villagers told him that they were immensely grateful to him for saving them. They promised him that they would never forget it, and that every villager would remember his kindness to them. Kim still found it strange to hear the word hero, but he didn't deny that it was a pretty nice feeling. After some time, Kim recovered and was about to return to his world, when suddenly he was stopped by a child's voice, who wanted to know if Kim was really leaving. It was that same little girl who even scared the guy a little, and she wanted to know why Kim was leaving without telling anyone. She suggested that he was leaving to save another village, and Kim had no choice but to confirm this theory, because he was actually at a loss, because he wanted to leave quietly. In any case, the girl came to him not to cry, but to give him a parting gift in the form of a small bag, inside of which were some fruits that she had collected. And she also wanted to say that her name was Mally, and she wanted to thank him again for saving her village. Kim was very pleased to hear this, so he said goodbye to Mally with a smile. Choi, meanwhile, was driving in the car to reassess his achievements, and it was clear from his face that the guy was a little worried about his success. And the head of the guild, who was with him at that moment, noticed this, so he asked the guy about it. Choi immediately began to deny it, and the man was glad that the guy was behaving exactly like that, because how could Choi Hakjun, the best among the newcomers, be worried? Besides, if the boss remembers correctly, the guy had already reached the 15th floor, and now he was at least a B rank, and considering this, the boss wanted the guy to try to become an A rank. And since they were talking about newcomers, the man wanted to say that Kim Soo-hyun's rank would also be assessed soon, and upon hearing this, Choi immediately wanted to ask him how he even knew about this. The boss, without thinking twice, said that this was actually just a simple intuition, since Kim had recently cleared the 10th floor, and now it seemed like it was time for an assessment. The man also wanted to say one more thing just in case. He believed that no matter whether it was a tower or an examination hall, if he met Kim Soo-hyun, he believed that Choi was literally obliged to bring him to their guild. After all, if this suddenly happens, then perhaps in this way, he will be able to let Choi go, which clearly interested the guy. Finally, it was time for the Awakened Certification Committee, to which Choi arrived on time. At that moment, he had a conversation with the boss in his head, who was telling him that as soon as Choi finished his work, he would prepare everything for him to climb to the top of the abyss. Therefore, the man asked him to do everything to finish the exam as quickly as possible. Choi wasn't too happy about this, and the thought flashed through his mind that he was an incredible fool for agreeing to something like this. Immediately after Choi, Kim arrived for a consultation, who also arrived on time. The guy was in a great mood, because in fact, he hadn't confirmed his rank for quite a long time. The Awakened Certification Commission is a government-run commission where awakened people can find out their rank. Whether it is newcomers or overseas awakened ones, they have to deal with everyone. One might think that this is a place that is frequented by a certain group of people. Many awakened often visit this place to enter the dungeon. You need to get a rank, and you need to get into them, because this is the only way to earn money. Although Kim actually came here only to visit the dungeon, and not to earn money. Those who have confirmed their rank become active awakened, and if a person has both a good physique and unique skills, then in this case, he is recognized as awakened. That's why guilds often come here to recruit promising awakened ones. One of these people also approached Kim to tell the guy that when everything was ready, they would call his name and tell him everything. But their dialogue was interrupted at one point by a cry from one of the workers or subjects. Kim still didn't understand. Anyway, the man was shouting quite loudly that they should take another look at his results because he was sure that he was already at level 3 mana and should have gotten at least C rank. But for some reason, they were saying that he was at D rank, even though the worker was trying to tell him that the requirements had changed. But he clearly didn't care about this, because he kept saying that it was their problem, that the requirements had changed, because it seemed to him that they had done this on purpose to lower his rank. Kim was not surprised by the man's reaction, since the income received from the dungeons depends on the rank, but he still believed that he couldn't behave like that, even if he wasn't satisfied with the rank he received, since there were plenty of scouts here. This magician was going to continue attacking the employees, and that's what happened, but he was stopped in time by Choi, who was tired of watching this. While this magician was trying to escape from Choi's grip, Kim was watching this carefully, so he immediately noticed the artifact that was on the magician's hand. This thing, if he is not mistaken, temporarily increases magical power. And this thing was noticed not only by Kim, but also by Choi, who immediately noted that this was a rather rare item that was not available in ordinary shops. He could not even guess where the magician got it from, because it obviously costs a lot of money. The magician was not going to tell where he got this thing. On the contrary, he continued to call Choi names, so the guy had to remind him that people here are not fools, and they do not just look at abilities. He said this in order to at one point offer the magician to take the test again, only this time to do it without the bracelet. In response, he heard silence, and it was obvious, because Choi understood that in this case, he would not even receive a D rank. At this point, the scene ended, and the next thing that awaited this guy was the exit, to which the guards were going to lead him. Choi thought after this situation that he was not really in the best mood because he was worried, and yet he thought that he should calm down as soon as possible. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a rather familiar voice, which made Choi freeze. It was Kim who greeted him, and then added that he saw him for the first time on the second floor. Kim hoped that Choi would remember him, and apparently that was the case. Then they started talking about how these were their first tests, but it was still clear that Kim wasn't that nervous. Choi decided to say that the test for obtaining an A rank is generally taken a month after waking up, although Kim assured his new friend that he was a special case. Although Kim would like to avoid situations where everyone is looking at him, he cannot allow his mother to suffer even more. Choi, in response to Kim's words, assured him that he had personal circumstances due to which he had not yet received a rank. Kim immediately noticed this rather strange look, which literally radiated anger. Choi interrupted his thoughts by saying that if you think about it, they don't even know each other's names, but they didn't have time to get to know each other because Choi was called for a test. He immediately jumped up and started running, telling Kim along the way that he would like to meet him again. Kim also heard that this guy was from the Ares Guild, and he remembered such a guild, because it was the one that Choi would destroy in the near future, and now it seemed like the time when he had just gotten involved with it. Now it was even more interesting to find out why Choi did this. What was the main reason for such an act? After a few minutes of testing, the result of Choi Hakjun from Ares was announced, who reached the 4th level and was able to reach B rank, which surprised many because the guy was still so young. As soon as Choi returned to his place, Kim immediately congratulated him on this achievement. But looking at Choi, the guy noticed that his new friend was not particularly happy, although he received such a high rank. Before Choi could answer Kim's questions, Kim Soo-hyun was asked to go into the testing room. And what was Choi's surprise when he realized that the very guy who scored the most points in the table was his new friend. At that moment, he immediately remembered what the leader had told him about how if he met Kim Soo-hyun in the tower or in the testing room, he would need to bring him to the guild. After some time, Kim left the testing room thinking that he had screwed up big time. A moment earlier, one of the employees asked the guy to direct his mana into the meter. And as soon as Kim did this, the entire hall was literally filled with a purple glow. Not only was it quite a huge amount of energy, but it was also unclear what was going on with this guy's mana. But the most interesting thing happened next, which obviously surprised Choi very much, because according to one of the main employees of the testing hall, Kim received only a C rank, which Choi clearly had little faith in, because he was sure that energy of this scale should be at least A rank or even higher. Han understood that it was unlikely that anyone else in the room felt this energy, but even in this case, Kim received only a C rank, and the person who took the test from him said that he would soon receive a recording of the awakening and his results, but for now, he was free. Everyone in the hall was sure that Kim simply had the same name as the guy who took first place in the ranking, but Choi, seeing that burst of energy, was sure that this was the same Kim Soo-hyun. Although, on the other hand, he was still tormented by doubts, because the meter clearly showed that he was a C rank, so he could easily be wrong, although it was known that no one could carefully control their rank and the level of strength gained. He understood that even if Kim was a genius, only those awakened at the national level could do such thing. Kim at this moment walked with the hope that everyone in the hall, including Choi, believed him that he was really that weak. Even if it was only for a moment, it seemed to him that he was losing control over his mana. But fortunately, he was able to take control of it. Otherwise, everything could have ended very badly, and it seemed to him that all this was due to the sudden increase in his ability. Although on the one hand, one could say that this was absolutely normal, since his characteristics had increased significantly after clearing the 10th floor, and the rewards were quite good. And the skill obtained after defeating the sacred bird is a pretty strong growth skill, and it is especially effective against demon monsters, so it is very useful. He also noticed that his stats had increased slightly, and besides that, he liked the store the most. The items in the store were impressive, because he had cleared the 10th floor on the 10th difficulty level. But he still thought that the main problem was that out of all these wonderful items, he bought this egg of an unidentified sacred creature, and the problem was that no one knew what might hatch from it. He ended up buying it because it was the only item out of all of them that he didn't know how to get, but he was confused by the fact that he didn't know what would hatch out of it. However, there was one case where some lucky awakened picked up an egg and became a ranker with the help of the power of the divine being from that egg. This egg has actually been with the guy for a long time, but it seems to him that nothing is happening, so he began to admit the fact that it could be an empty egg. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Choi, who asked Kim to give him a few minutes so that they could talk. The first thing Choi wanted to know from Kim was how everything went, and Kim, without thinking twice, told him that everything went pretty well and he received a C rank. After which Choi wanted to ask Kim one question and immediately warned him that it was of a rather personal nature, but he did not have time to do this because he was interrupted at one point by the cry of another person. It was the same magician who was still angry about the situation that happened between them, and apparently he had been waiting here all this time in order to take revenge on Choi. This guy was screaming about how he worked incredibly long hours to get to C rank and they just took him and destroyed him. These words made Kim think that most likely this guy was one of those people. Choi immediately stood in front of Kim, and apparently he wanted to teach this guy a lesson. Kim was glad that Choi did exactly that because he was always interested in knowing how strong Choi was, and now apparently was a great chance to test it. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted by another person who came up from behind this magician and put his hand on his back, which caused him to literally immediately start shaking. It was the leader who came here to find out why Choi was suddenly late. Kim immediately wanted to ask Choi who he was, and the guy immediately told him that he was the head of the guild. But the strangest thing happened next, when the head of the guild let go of his hand from the magician's body, and he literally immediately lost consciousness and began to fall. Kim actually knew this man very well from his past life, the head of the Aries Guild, Jen Dongyang, who had inspired fear in more than one awakened person. But looking at the way he treats Choi, one could say that he is not that scary. Suddenly, Kim's thoughts were interrupted when he heard the guild leader telling Choi that he apparently made a new friend. Choi immediately began to justify himself, saying that he simply met him at the training center and wanted to offer him to join their guild if his rank was high enough. The guild leader immediately started talking about how, since Choi was interested in him, there was definitely something about him, so he decided to check this guy out himself. While the man was introducing himself to Kim, Choi was trying to show something and desperately trying to convey something to his new friend. After a few seconds, it became clear that Choi did not want Kim to reveal his identity. And at first, it actually seemed that he understood him, but then Kim with great pleasure told him that his name was Kim Soo-hyun. This was clearly not what Khan expected, and it was written on his face that this should not have been said. But the boss, on the contrary, was very happy that the guy confessed everything himself because it actually made his job much easier. Choi immediately started telling his boss that this is not the same Kim Soo-hyun because this guy is only C rank and he is sure of it because he himself evaluated him. But the man immediately made it clear to him that he would not listen to him and asked Choi to shut his mouth, after which he once again reminded him that he was the one who decided everything here. Choi was not pleased to hear such phrases, but apparently he really would have to remain silent while Kim showed his awakened card to prove that he really was a C rank. Looking at his card, The man actually saw a C rank there, which confused him a little, because he saw the achievement board, where the guy had scored an indecently large number of points, after which he returned the ID to the guy and asked him to forgive him for disturbing him. But apparently, he was not the one the man was looking for, and this made him very sad, because if only he had turned out to be the one needed, the man would have immediately invited him to his guild. Then he simply turned around and said that it was not appropriate for a guild leader like him to invite an ordinary C rank, so all he could say was to apologize for disturbing him, although on the other hand, if the guy was interested, the man would not be against him coming to their guild for a test. And Kim's answer didn't take long to come, and the guy responded quite harshly, saying that such a guild would never interest him. After which he confidently said that even if he were Kim Soo-hyun from the rumors, even in that case, he would not have joined him. He believed that if he joined a guild whose leader did not know the value of people's lives, then he simply would not know what would happen to him in the future. These words made the leader laugh, which is why he began to talk about how there was once such a person who challenged the members of their guild. They all deservedly received their punishments, so he asked Kim to stop in time before he got his. Kim didn't stop. Moreover, he knew who they were talking about, so he decided to point out that that guy was only a D rank, so it definitely didn't look like an accident. But strangely enough, this made the man laugh even harder, after which he said that apparently they both thought differently. He then decided to remind the boy that there was one unspoken rule, that no one could engage in combat between the awakened, even if one of them died in the process. The leader believed that the more awakened he was, the higher the chance that he would get away with everything. A guild that has such a strong leader, a guild that won't be affected even if they organize a massacre. And considering this, the head Aries believed that everyone just wanted to get into such a guild. Kim did not fall for these provocations and simply told the man that they really thought differently. At this point, the leader decided that it was time to end their dialogue, so he said that they had nothing more to talk about and began to leave, calling Choi to follow him. Before leaving, Choi quietly asked Kim for forgiveness, although Kim did not want to answer him. Instead, he extended his hand towards him and handed him a small piece of paper with a message for the boy inside. Kim also told him with a smile that if Choi ever needed help, he could call him at any time. Jun Dong-yang, the leader of the Middle Guild Aries and an A-rank, awakened. He used to be a common criminal and was known for using his fists in battle before he was awakened, but after he awakened he quit crime and founded his own guild. But services, loans with interest, human and drug trafficking, all this remained from his past life. Aries is a dirty guild, at least that's what people say. And in fact, Kim was convinced of this once again today, because today the head of this guild simply destroyed a person without batting an eye. Kim could describe this whole situation in a few words, that the leopard will never change its spot, so the guy was sure that the head of Aries was clearly hiding something. And given his knowledge from his past life, Choi Hakjun also has something against him. But no matter how much Kim thought about it, nothing came to mind yet. He was trying to find at least some information that would allow him to understand what happened to Choi Hakjun and the Aries Guild. And considering that he can't find the reason for this, he will have to figure it out on his own in the near future. Suddenly, Kim noticed that it was snowing outside, and at that moment he remembered the proverb, "When the end comes, the world will be at peace. There will be neither snow nor rain." The situation was getting worse and worse every day. At that time, Kim didn't know that peace and quiet were also a luxury. But in any case, at this point, there was still some time, and for now, he wanted to relax a little. But apparently, it will definitely not be today, because at that moment the guy suddenly remembered something important. Because of the meeting with Hakjun and the test, he has another reason to go to the tower. The reason Kim stopped climbing higher was not because of rank, but because he needed to obtain an awakened certificate from the Awakened Commission in order to participate in raid. That's why he had to go to the test, and he himself would not have been in such a hurry. But unfortunately, he simply couldn't wait any longer. After all, he knows perfectly well that the incident will happen very soon, and he needs to be there earlier to prevent the tragedy. But he was very worried that he wouldn't succeed, even if he did fit. Although after Kim looked through the application of the Awakened, he realized that he was not the only C rank there. But there was another problem, that according to the database, Kim had no experience in dungeons, so he doubted that he could be chosen. These thoughts made him come up with an idea in which he thought about deceiving everyone and making Aries work for him. A man and a woman were sitting in a restaurant, reviewing applications from various awakened people for a raid, and among them there were quite a lot of C-rank people, although most of them already had experience clearing a dungeon. The woman chose several candidates, among whom was not Kim, and assured her colleague that these guys would work well together and give them a good result. The man, without thinking twice, assured her that in reality all these people were just mediocre loners. These words angered the girl, because she was one of those participants in the raid. This anger made her notice the fact that they really shouldn't care at all who was in the squad when a man was going on a raid with them. Sitting at the table with her was the B-rank awakened Lee Juho, whom the woman tried to calm down, but he clearly didn't like something about this list. That's why at one point he finally said that even in this case he wouldn't go, and in his opinion they needed at least one more participant, but then they would get less money, and apparently this was the main problem for the girl. Besides, she simply didn't understand what the man was afraid of, since he was already a B-rank awakened, but Lee didn't explain anything to her, but only said that in their case, safety was above all else, and besides, the death rate in the dungeons had now increased. He also added that he stopped climbing the tower because he didn't want to waste his life, and he didn't understand what the point was if he could die in one of the dungeons, although the girl assured him several times that it was just an orange dungeon and there was clearly nothing to worry about. But on the other hand, she agreed with him because he is the leader of the group and therefore can do whatever he wants, and if he wants another member so much, then she is ready to help him with this. And while Lee was looking through the applications of various awakened people, he did not notice anyone sensible, and just at that moment the woman interrupted him and said that one guy had just applied and his name was Kim Soo-hyun. The easiest way to show the difference in difficulty of dungeons is with colors. The closer the color to purple, the more difficult the dungeon becomes. The orange dungeon is the second easiest dungeon in the ranking, and there is an opinion that if there is an awakened B rank in the party, then such a dungeon will be quite easy to clear. But this orange dungeon was a little different from the others, and only Kim Soo-hyun, who had already experienced it in his past life, knew about it. It was with these thoughts that he came to this dungeon, where a detachment with which he would enter the dungeon, including Lee, was already waiting for him. Kim noted that he was apparently the last one to arrive, but Lee assured him that it was nothing to worry about and that they had just arrived themselves. The man decided to introduce himself officially once again. His name was Lee Juho, and he would be the leader of this squad in this raid. One of the squad, when he heard that Kim Soo-hyun would be in the same squad with them, literally exploded with happiness, because he thought that Kim was the same guy who was currently in first place on the list of achievements. Lee immediately denied this information, saying that in fact they just have the same names, and this Kim Soo-hyun has a C rank, and this is his first time searching in the dungeon. To be honest, at first I also thought that this was the same guy who is now in first place. Kim was very glad that he had faked his rank. Now he would be happy that everyone believed in it. The guy thought that it was better for him not to show his level of skills now, because it could cause quite a lot of new problems for him. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by a female voice, who burst into the dialogue with a phrase about how she wanted to see Kim Soo-hyun, but apparently her wish would not come true. After which the girl immediately came right up to Kim to find out if he was too young for this. Kim didn't mince words with her and immediately replied that he didn't think he should hear this from a fellow C-rank hunter. This caused an immediate reaction, and the girl immediately started yelling at him and saying that they were not alike at all, and she believed that her abilities were much better than his. Another girl intervened in this dialogue and suggested that they calm down because they would soon be moving forward, and she believed that it was not worth wasting energy on such trifle. But apparently the girl couldn't just leave it like that, so before entering, she decided to say that she would be very interested to see what Kim would be like inside this dungeon, and the guy thought that this was a typical answer for such a third-rate bitch like her. The girl who assembled this squad thought that this woman, Kim Byron, Lee Juho's friend and the leader's assistant, although even with such merits, she still behaved so badly. Meanwhile, another participant approached Kim, who first introduced herself as Kim Yun, and if her words were to be believed, she would be a healer in this raid. Yun approached him to tell him that he shouldn't worry about what just happened, because some of them like to brag to other awakened ones, which Kim had no doubt about. But now Kim was interested in something else, namely, he wanted to know who this person was who was standing to the side. Yun said that she doesn't really know this guy. All she knows is that Lee and Barun don't know him either. Then Kim just didn't understand what the point was. Why take a stranger with you into the dungeon? The girl said that this guy told them that he would not show his face or name for personal reasons. But the most important thing is that they confirmed his rank, so she is more than sure that everything will be okay. Kim thought that this was clearly not as good as they all thought, and that most likely this guy was hiding something. There is actually a reason why he stopped climbing up the tower and came to the orange dungeon. It's because Kim knew that soon everyone here would die. On January 1st, 2024, all members of the squad were destroyed in the dungeon, A strange incident that occurred in a dungeon with a not very high level of difficulty. The reason why it attracted so much attention was that out of 6 people in the squad, 5 people died. And this could only mean one thing, that the real culprit of the deaths of people was among them. But this time, everything will be different, because due to Kim's participation, there are now 7 of them. But this only means that now the culprit of the crime will have one more victim, if suddenly Kim fails to change fate and find the real criminal. While he was thinking about all this, he missed all the rules that Lee told him and the others about. After he convinced them that he understood everything, Lee decided to finally open the dungeon and enter it first. And when they started to enter it, he immediately decided to convince himself that in fact, it really was just an orange dungeon, and that it was unlikely that anything would happen to them here. He also wanted to assure them that there probably wouldn't be many monsters here, and even if there were, they would most likely be in the form of small wolves that they could easily deal with. But apparently, he was very wrong. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge cyclops immediately attacked them. Even Kim, who had seen a lot in his past life, didn't understand what the cyclops were doing here. They managed to dodge the big guy's blow and thus remained unharmed. Kim kept thinking that since the cyclops were in an orange dungeon, something was clearly wrong. After all, he knew perfectly well that they only appear in dungeons of the yellow level and above. And given this knowledge, he quickly came to the conclusion that this was most likely a dungeon with an increasing level. Just like transformation is a growing skill, there are also dungeons that gradually increase in level. This means that the reason for conquering this dungeon is an unexpected level increase. But on the other hand, he understood that in reality this reason was clearly not enough to commit such thoughtless acts. And besides, it was clear from Lee's face that he was also surprised. Besides, even if they are criminals, they still can't change the level of the dungeon. Although on the other hand, if they just wanted to kill everyone, then such a situation would be just right. Kim tried to figure out who this person was, who among the surprised faces actually felt fine. Barun couldn't stand it and just started screaming that they were all crazy here, and she thought they needed to run away from here immediately because this was a yellow-level dungeon. She simply did not understand how they were going to destroy such a monster, so she immediately decided that she was leaving. But Kim immediately tried to stop her by asking her a question in which he wanted to know what would happen to the others if she decided to leave. Before she could answer, the Cyclops suddenly began to attack them again, and a little more, and Kim would have had a hard time, but he was still able to dodge the attack at the last moment. The guy understood that he was lucky, and as for his team, they were currently busy with something completely different and needed help, because they would quickly die. And if it weren't for Lee, who blocked the Cyclops' blow at the last moment, then several people would most likely have died right on the spot. Looking at how he took the blow, one could conclude that Lee was definitely not lying about being B rank. However, even at this rank, he still cannot stand up to the Cyclops. After the Cyclops successfully attacked Lee, the others immediately began to panic, because if the B rank awakened cannot defeat this monster, then they will definitely die here. Lee himself thought so, and had already begun to say goodbye to life, until at the last moment Kim blocked the Cyclops' blow. Other members of the squad immediately started running up to them to help. Kim, looking at Lee, thought about the fact that it seemed like he wasn't hurt, and that was already pretty good news. But now he was clearly thinking about the wrong things, because the Cyclops was not going to just let the guy go and decided to counterattack him. Kim reacted in time and was able to dodge this blow, using his purchased skills. The other members of the group were quite surprised that the guy was able to dodge the Cyclops' attack so easily. Their thoughts were interrupted by Kim, who, looking at them, rather rudely asked how much longer they were going to stand there. He asked them to immediately pull themselves together and understand that even if they wanted to run away, they still wouldn't be able to do it just like that. They didn't quite understand what the problem was and why they couldn't just get out of here. And at that moment, that same unknown guy entered the conversation and told them that the whole problem was that the path was blocked and they had no other way out. Kim added that starting from the yellow level, the entrance and exit work differently, and once you enter, you can't just leave until you find the way. Lee agreed with the guys, saying that he himself was surprised that the dungeon level had changed so suddenly. Their stories were interrupted by a sudden earthquake, which frightened the children even more. But unfortunately, it wasn't an earthquake. It was a bunch of monsters that came running to their smell, and at that moment, Kim realized that they would have to fight for their lives. Lee immediately assured them that they could leave the Cyclops to him, and they themselves could fight the rest of the monsters. But before he could finish speaking, Kim went into battle. Kim understood that there was no time to hesitate, because at the moment they were attacked by more than 30 monsters that could destroy them at any moment. But on the other hand, he understood that although the number of monsters was large, fortunately for them, only the Cyclops was so dangerous, so Kim decided to deal with him first. Although he was not used to relying on others, he used one of his skills that allowed him to defeat such a large number of monsters with just one blow. After which he focused on the Cyclops again, and entrusted the rest of the guys to fight the rest of the monsters. Kim knew that the Cyclops' weakness was usually his huge eye, but it wasn't the eye on his head. His real weakness was his hidden eye, which the guy was going to destroy first, and to do this, he needed to get as close to him as possible. And he managed to do it quite quickly, and as far as Kim remembered correctly, that same weak eye was in the Cyclops' left hand. The reason he grips the club so tightly is because the Cyclops is not only attacking at this point, but also defending himself. Therefore, when Kim carried out his plan, he immediately heard the incredibly loud cry of the Cyclops, which sounded throughout the entire dungeon. At this stage, the guy was confident that he had finally managed to destroy this monster. By this time, the rest of the guys were still fighting the rest of the monsters, and it seemed that at the moment, they were not in any danger. At least that was the case until one moment, when Kim heard the other guys yelling at him to be careful. But it was already too late, because when he came to his senses, the Cyclops had already grabbed him in his paw. Kim did not fully understand how this was possible, and why this Cyclops did not die, because he was sure that he had dealt him a strong enough blow, thanks to which it was possible to destroy him. At that moment, it dawned on him that apparently it was not the hand in which he held his weapon. And as soon as he realized this, the Cyclops immediately clenched his hands, and it seemed that in this way he literally crushed Kim. The guys stopped immediately, because they understood perfectly well what was happening, and what had just happened. Each of them did not want to believe it, but apparently it was so. Kim was no longer with them. These were the thoughts that visited each of them. At some point, they already started talking about the fact that it was absolutely hopeless to continue fighting, and the best thing they could do was run away. But they changed their minds as soon as they saw Kim escape from the Cyclops' hand, who showed with his whole appearance that he was clearly not a C rank, and his skills allowed him to do such things. The guy himself was glad that he managed to get out, because such an unexpected capture could have really ended badly. He was saved by the fact that he had borrowed this guy's abilities in advance using the transformation skill, and the monster's skill was regeneration, which came in quite handy. Now, considering the situation that had developed, Kim was glad that he had increased his skill level. Until now, he could only superficially copy his target's abilities, but now he can copy its entire power. Kim was glad that he had gotten a little stronger than he had even imagined, so he decided that he should see how far he could go with it. Lee ran up to the guy to talk to him, but didn't have time because Kim literally took off again and went into battle. He was absolutely not afraid, and he walked straight head-on towards the monsters that could clearly destroy him. But to their great regret, today only they will be destroyed, because in just a few seconds, Kim was able to deal thousands of blows at once, and thereby destroy dozens of monsters. He clearly shouldn't stop there because the Cyclops continued to attack him without slowing down. Kim dodged all the blows quite easily and did it so quickly that the Cyclops did not even have time to keep track of his enemy. Lee, looking at all this, could not help but think that his speed was incredible, and his technique was also simply wonderful. Looking at Kim's movements, the man began to think that the guy clearly had a rank much higher than he was trying to show to everyone else. But on the other hand, he remembered that at the moment it was not so important, because first they had to deal with all the monsters, and only then think about other things. He decided that at this point he literally had to fulfill his duties, so he asked his assistant to cover the guys while he took the front position. After these words, they clearly began to work together, and Kim noticed this, and it could not help but please him. But for now he shouldn't be distracted by such moments, because the Cyclops still continues to attack him, and this is definitely not good. At one point, Kim decided that it was time for him to finish with this monster once and for all, so he gathered his strength into a fist and began to deliver one blow after another, due to which, after a few minutes, absolutely nothing was left of the Cyclops. The guys also finished their fight with the monsters, and finally they could rest a little. Most of them thought that they would simply die during the battle, but they still managed to win, although now they simply did not know what to do next. After all, even though they had defeated these monsters, They still didn't know where the exit was, and the understanding that there would be even more of these monsters ahead did not give them peace. Some of them began to suggest immediately asking for support from the management, and according to Lee, this is also the first time he has been in such a situation, but it still seems to him that there are no recommendations for such situations. So, to begin with, he decided to suggest that they rest a little, since they were currently safe, to which the guys quickly agreed. After this, Lee approached Kim to find out how he was feeling and whether he was hurt, to which the guy immediately replied that everything was fine and there was no need to worry. Suddenly it dawned on him that he was a C rank awakened and he clearly shouldn't be that strong with that rank. Even though it was an emergency, he clearly went overboard, so he decided to say that he felt like his whole body was shaking. Hearing this, Lee immediately asked Yun-shi to patch up the guy, and while she was doing this, he decided to discuss with Barun what they should do next. Yun-shi first asked the guy what exactly hurt him, and then applied magic to a specific place in order to ease the pain a little. She also decided at one point to add that Kim actually fought very well. She couldn't even imagine that he would be able to destroy the Cyclops alone, because even B-rank awakened ones have a hard time dealing with them. In response to this, Kim said that he was just lucky. Yun-shi smiled at first, and then Kim noticed fear on her face and realized that she was just very worried, and the guy understood perfectly well that she was most likely worried about the difficulty of the dungeon. The girl confirmed his suspicions and added that she was worried about these people. According to her, Min-seok is afraid of dying and is unable to fight normally, while his girlfriend continues to complain about everything. But what scares her most is this man about whom they literally know nothing. She also added a few words about the two leaders of the group, about whom there are unpleasant rumors circulating on the Abyss network. Rumor has it that they don't distribute dungeon rewards properly and come up with low-level excuses for their party. Therefore, Yun-shi was worried that even if they somehow ended the raid, they still would not be able to receive the corresponding reward. Listening to the girl, Kim began to understand what was really going on here, and it actually made him smile. With the same smile, he asked the girl not to worry about this, because according to him, he has everything under control. And as soon as he told her about this, Lee immediately approached him, who wanted to talk a little with Kim, and asked him to move away with him a little. Kim immediately agreed to this proposal, which made Yun-shi a little wary. But suddenly he said that he actually wanted to ask something himself, which Lee clearly did not expect. After some time, they continued on their way again, and Yun-shi noted that fortunately, she no longer saw other monsters here, to which Kim replied that they had already dealt with all the monsters, so there was nothing to worry about. According to him, they will definitely be safe until the next zone. Baron came closer to Lee to quietly ask the man how their conversation with Kim went. Or rather, she wanted to know how their plan went. The man, without thinking twice, told her that the plan had been cancelled and that they would not do anything like that. And according to him, the main reason for this decision was that something much greater awaited them ahead. Kim walked all this time with a smile, because he alone understood that very soon the true color of this dungeon would become known. Quite smoothly, they moved on to the next stage, where all the most interesting things will begin. At one point, they reached the center of the dungeon, and from that moment, the most interesting things apparently began. The girl noticed strange doors inside this room and thought that she had finally found a way out. So without much worry, she went in that direction to finally get out, although Lee tried with all his might to stop her. But she didn't listen to him and continued walking until a sign from the system appeared in front of them, which said that the dungeon system was turned on. After which the system itself greeted those who had gone all this way, and also informed them that the dungeon test would soon begin. Kim knew very well that starting from the yellow level, the raid does not end after the destruction of monsters. Just like the tower challenges, the raid can only be completed once certain requirements have been met, by which time the system asked them to choose a method of awakening, the first of which was to kill monsters within 30 minutes. The second way was to open the door opposite them, and then just run away from the monsters for 30 minutes. They had to choose within 30 minutes, and if they did not open the door themselves, then the path would be chosen randomly. Baron and Lee simply could not believe what they had just heard. Yun-shi decided that they would not leave until they finished one of the options. Yun-mi immediately started shouting to everyone that they definitely needed to choose the second option, because in her opinion, the difficulty was too high, and they would not be able to fight them. The boy in the yellow sweater suddenly suggested that perhaps they should fight after all, because then the reward would be much greater, and besides, before that they seemed to be doing great. His girlfriend immediately started yelling at him and saying that he literally had no right to say such a thing because he was useless, and if it weren't for Baron, they would have clearly fought with each other. After which she turned to Lee to find out what they should do next, but he couldn't give an answer so easily, he needed to think a little. And after a while, he added that the reason they were able to defeat the Cyclops and get here was because of Kim Soo-hyun. So with that in mind, Lee decided that they first needed to ask the guy's opinion. Yun-mi clearly didn't like this idea, because then some C rank would be the leader of the raid, which clearly didn't suit her, and she simply didn't want to take into account the fact that he was the one fighting for everyone. Kim didn't think for long, and immediately stated that he thought it would be better if they fought. This obviously caused Yun-mi to scream and get angry, and she began to tell him that he had believed in himself too much after he destroyed the Cyclops, and now it was just his greed showing through. He didn't answer her, and simply added that he would like to receive better reward, and besides, they simply had no other option. They would either run or continue to fight. And at first glance, of course, it seems that running is much easier, but on the other hand, he asked them to think about it from another angle. It is possible that they will be pursued by those very monsters that they will not be able to defeat. And what's most unpleasant is that they don't know what's behind that door, and it might be more advantageous to take up positions and fight here. Lee, listening to all this, added that if you think about it all from this side, then most likely this really is the best option. And on this he made a decision, and if no one objects, then they will agree on exactly this. The next step they took was to form a formation that they believed would help them cover each other. The system understood that they had chosen the first option, and announced to them that the fight would begin in 30 seconds. And finally, the system itself wished them good luck. And after the promised 30 seconds, various types of monsters began to emerge through the gates, with whom the boys would have to fight. But none of them expected that these monsters would be so fast and strong. Lee was the first to suffer, and if Kim had not helped, he would have been caught off guard again. Kim began to actively destroy monsters one after another, sparing no one. Every time he cut off the head of another monster, he thought about how much time had passed. And although his friends fought well, even in this case, only 1 minute passed. But the most interesting thing was still ahead, and fortunately only Kim guessed about it. He was very interested to know what they would do next. Would they show their true colors, or would they wait and see how everything would go? And at some point in the fight, they all froze, looking at the door inside which something terrible was visible. That same stranger tried to go through these doors and came across spikes that came out right from under the ground. This shocked the boys, and added even more panic to each of them. Lee asked them to concentrate and not pay attention to all this for now because they could still die. He was right. The wave of monsters had not yet ended, but suddenly their fight was interrupted by another strange phenomenon, namely, that the monsters at some point began to literally disappear. After which the system notified them that the first route was forcibly closed, and also if the system was to be believed, they would start the second route again in 10 minutes, during which time the system advised them to pass by the gate and safely reach the exit. They didn't understand what was going on here at all and why the entrance suddenly opened. They only had 5 minutes left until the end of the test. Yun-shi at that moment sat and just cried, after which, through her tears, she was still able to say that this stranger simply opened the door and ran. Barun and Lee looked at each other with the understanding that they would hardly be able to defeat all these monsters, because it was clear that they were probably stronger than those with whom they were now fighting. And since they had already been in battle, they didn't have enough health and mana to deal with them. But Baron also wanted them to take into account the fact that if they ran, there would be traps. Although Kim at one point interrupted their dialogue and told them that in fact there was no need to worry about it and they could calmly move on. Yun-mi immediately started shouting at him that he was apparently blind since he couldn't see all these bodies, and she was very interested to know where he was going to go now. Kim had to explain that what the system said about the second route meant that the summoned monsters would chase them, and it didn't say anything about avoiding traps. But he doesn't tell them that they won't be able to see the traps. All he could say for sure was that the system doesn't lie, and perhaps they are only activated for people who refuse the chosen route. After which Kim noted that everyone here had already climbed into the tower and explored the dungeons, so he asked them to just think and not panic. Kim believed that they would all die in 3 minutes anyway, and so it seemed to him that it would be better to try to do at least something before that. These words made Lee come to his senses and tell the others that they must do everything to get out of here alive. He did not argue with anyone from the group, but only said that if anyone had objections, then they could stay here. But he, in turn, believed that it would be better to leave here. Yun-mi agreed with these words. She didn't understand what was happening at all, but she knew for sure that it would be better if they were together. After which they immediately began to leave this hall, when suddenly Yun-si noticed that Kim continued to stand in place, and she decided to check with him, or was he going with them? In response to her question, the guy told them that he would stay here and try to buy them some time. They didn't understand the guy's decision, everyone except Yun-mi, who simply thought that the guy was crazy if he wanted to fight these monsters alone. Kim confirmed this theory and also added that he would not actually be staying here alone and he should take someone with him. And he turned first to Yun-shi, whom he told to go with him, but she did not want to stay here and immediately told him about it. But before she could finish speaking, she suddenly noticed that Lee was closing the door. Barut didn't understand what was going on here at all, and why he suddenly started closing the doors. In response, he only said that he would tell her about everything a little later. Yun-shi tried to shout to him and say that she also wanted to leave here, but apparently no one heard her at that moment. At the end, Kim only asked Lee if he had forgotten about their agreement, and before completely closing the doors, the man made it clear to him that he remembered everything. Yun-shi didn't give up hope that they would take her with them, but the doors simply closed right before her eyes, and with them, she lost all her hope of salvation. She immediately fell to the floor and began asking Kim why he was doing this to her, because they would both die if they stayed here, and she really wanted to live. In response to her whining, Kim only said to close her mouth and say the same words after she threw the dagger out of her hands, after which he swung his sword and said that she was quite stupid if she thought that he would not guess who she really was. He cut her clothes and said that he immediately realized that she was from the Garbage Guild, and her signet ring on her shoulder proved it once again. This guild is just a horrible bunch of criminals. The scavengers are the hotbed of all kinds of crime, a crazy group of destroyers, and in the future, they will sow even more evil throughout the world. Now, the name of the garbage men is not particularly known in society, but in a couple of years, they will become a group that will threaten humanity at the level of the end of the world. They also became the perpetrators of a terrorist attack, and if Kim wants to save the world, then he must get rid of them as soon as possible, and he decided to start with this girl. After all, according to him, she was going to destroy the entire group in order to get an achievement corresponding to her guild, but she miscalculated a little because Yun-mi was less sociable and she was too worried about her life, so she constantly thought about how to escape from the battlefield. Min Seok wanted to clear the dungeon to get a bigger reward, but his skills were clearly not enough to wipe out the entire squad. And this mysterious man, because he hid his identity, looked the most suspicious. It was for this reason that the girl chose him as her first victim, and Kim also did not forget to mention how the girl deliberately told him the story about Lee and Baron, which made them suspect them after this incident. However, all this made it clear to Kim that the very culprit of all the deaths was precisely Yun-shi. In response to this whole story, the girl began to laugh and say that she noticed it when he destroyed the Cyclops, but now she is sure that he is the same Kim Soo-hyun from the ranking. But in that case, she simply did not understand what the point was in what he was doing, because he would die in a matter of seconds, and she, in turn, when he died, would open the door and run away. And she was so sure of this because she has the skill of invisibility, and the fact that she is a healer is actually a lie. All her skills are designed for destruction. According to her, she used her skill to hide from him and open the gate. As soon as they finished speaking, the system notified them that the second test route had opened, and as soon as this happened, all that Yun-shi could wish the guy was good luck. But Kim asked her in response, would her skill be able to hide the smell of blood that would come from her body? She couldn't believe what happened and when the guy even managed to cast this spell on her, after which Kim heard only the girl's screams as the monsters tore her into small pieces. But no matter how happy he was, Kim still had to deal with the huge number of monsters that had just come out of the gate. The guy didn't run away, as was the task. He just went into battle and quite successfully destroyed the monsters one after another. He immediately told them that they could not count on leaving here alive. Kim didn't stop for a second and continued to destroy all the monsters, even those that were in the air. As expected, there was still a huge number of monsters in front of Kim that he would have to destroy. There was no end in sight. But maybe this is good, because this is the very moment for that very technique. The guy slowly put one hand in front of him and said only one phrase, that he was going to finish everything with one shot. Meanwhile, the other members of the group continued to run away and talk about how they needed to get out of this tunnel as soon as possible. Otherwise, the monsters would definitely catch up with them. During this escape, Baruth listened attentively as Lee told her that Yun-shi had destroyed that guy with a trap and she couldn't quite believe it. According to Lee, this was information he received in advance when he spoke with Kim. Before the man knew this, he asked the guy if he was really C-rank. After all, they and Barut decided that the guy was clearly much stronger, since he was able to destroy the Cyclops single-handedly. So they both decided that he was Kim Soo-hyun from the rumors, and if that was really the case, then Lee immediately asked Kim to be the leader of this raid. After all, first of all, he wanted the other guys to survive and get out of this dungeon alive. And in connection with such a dangerous situation, he thinks that Kim would be more suitable for this role than he is. At this point, Kim had no other option but to tell Lee the truth. That's why he revealed that he is actually the same Kim Soo-hyun that was rumored. According to the man, he had guessed about it from the very beginning, and now he just wanted to find out whether the guy was deliberately hiding it, and, according to Kim, he had personal reasons for doing this, and he doesn't want to talk about them. But Kim decided that Lee seemed like someone he could trust, so he decided not to lie to him. After which Kim said that he refused his request, and he believed that Lee should be the leader of the squad. Kim said he became convinced of this after he tried to appoint him as leader. But then, he saw that when they were all in danger, he could control them, and he was also ready to sacrifice himself for the sake of others. Thus, he believes that Lee is the real leader, who is much better suited for this role than Kim, after which Kim asked the man to just listen to his request. The guy decided to tell everything briefly, and he started by saying that a criminal case would be opened against their group. Lee clearly didn't understand what was being discussed, but Kim simply didn't interrupt him, after which he added that he would explain everything now. But before that, he asked Lee to promise him that he would lead everyone out except him, because he wanted to stay behind because he came here to catch the criminal. And now, when Lee was running away with everyone, he thought that Kim was actually the strongest newcomer who had disappeared into the abyss. But even in that case, the man was not sure that thanks to his strength, he would be able to get out of such a stalemate. On the other hand, even if he manages to do this, what about the numerous monsters that came out of the dungeon? But at some point, he decided that it was time to stop thinking about it. Although he was worried, he couldn't do anything. In any case, he would just be in the way under his feet. But at some point, he just stopped and decided that he couldn't do that. No matter how much he thinks about it, he just can't stop him alone and leave. So he immediately started running back, thinking that he had not been able to fulfill his promise and lead all the people out. But what was his surprise when he returned back to that room and saw what had happened there? He caught the moment when Kim, using the skill of Mad Flame, was able to destroy all the monsters that came out of the dungeon. The problem was that there were still monsters left, and the fight was not over. Because Lee came back, Kim had to speed up and destroy all the monsters much faster so that they couldn't get Lee. After which the guy turned to the man to ask a question in which he wanted to know why he came back, because he immediately told them to leave here. The man lowered his head in front of him and said that he was very sorry, but he simply could not leave Kim alone with so many monsters. According to the man, he ran here like crazy to help with the monsters, but apparently he did it in vain, because when he came here, he found only the bodies of the monsters that Kim had destroyed. But as it turned out, this was not entirely true, and according to Kim, Lee can still help him. Because a yellow portal opened in front of them, which could only mean one thing, that everything was just beginning, and Kim was absolutely right. Because at one point some strange creature began to emerge from this portal, which did not look like the one who would show them the way home. Lee was shocked when he saw such a creature, which could not be said about Kim, because he understood that this was the very final boss. Lee immediately wanted to know what the hell this was, but Kim didn't understand why he was asking him again, since he had already told him that this was the final boss of this dungeon. The man was shocked, because he didn't even know that there were bosses who looked like skeletons, but he was immediately interrupted by the same boss, who asked the man not to call him a skeleton because he thought it was pretty rude. But this shocked the man even more, because he did not expect that this skeleton was capable of speaking at all. The boss added that he would prefer them to address him properly instead of calling him a derogatory name like skeleton. Kim then asked him to imagine what they should call him, and he finally waited for this question to proudly say that his name was the Lich of the Dark Priest. But he was immediately interrupted by a guy who asked him not to try to act cool because it was obvious that he was only half a lich, which amazed the boss. The guy explained that this thing is definitely not a lich, and in fact it has almost become a lich, because a real lich is completely different in terms of mana and concentration. The boss thought that everything the guy was saying was just nonsense, and he found it funny that the guy thought that such a trivial joke would work. But Kim didn't stop and continued calling this monster different names, like underdeveloped, mistake, carbon copy. It was clear that all these words actually made the monster very angry, and he was literally shaking with rage. After which his patience came to an end, and he began to scream that he would tear off all their limbs and feed them to the monsters. A few seconds later, monsters began to emerge from under the ground, which looked like ordinary ones, but Lee and Kim understood that these were zombies, which were much stronger. At that moment, the guy was thinking that he was still a lich, albeit half. But even in that case, he had the ability to necromancy, which made his life quite difficult. Now, Kim understood the real reason why the dungeon had turned yellow. Lee interrupted his thoughts with a question about why the guy was teasing him at all, because it definitely wouldn't lead to anything good, but according to Kim, he was doing it on purpose. The guy tried to convey to the man that this was the only way to provoke him to attack them. He then combined the power of his sword and the divine fire to create a weapon that could destroy any monster. And once the guy did that, he turned directly to Lee to tell him that he was not really strong enough at the moment to fight these monsters, and it would be hard for him to fight and protect him at the same time. Lee himself understood this perfectly well, so he did not argue with Kim. The guy came out of the magic circle he had just created and said that the monsters would not be able to cross this circle, so he simply asked the man to distract the monster's attention to himself without going beyond it. Meanwhile, Kim will make every effort to destroy the lich that appeared before them. But apparently, it won't be that easy, because as soon as Kim delivered his first blow, the lich was able to dodge it with great ease, which the guy certainly didn't expect. It seemed to him that his speed was much greater than that of this lich, although the lich himself certainly didn't think so, and he was finally able to mock the guy in response, telling him that he was a fairly fast person, although even in that case, he couldn't reach him. Considering how quickly the lich was able to change his position, Kim realized that he must have used teleportation, because usually liches do not have the skills for physical combat. They use the undead to avoid attacks, and they do all this only to hide their fatal weakness. Kim knew very well that their weak point was the life crystal on their forehead, the mana crystal that served as their source of life force, and the liches must keep a distance from the enemy to protect this crystal. Their teleportation skill was also developed because of this feature, and anyway, this also means that it is enough to catch it to destroy it, which is what Kim wanted to do, but to his great regret, his blow was again off target, and the lich was once again able to dodge the blow. But this time it wasn't all that useless, because Kim noticed one interesting fact, that the lich uses the cloak to create a blind spot, which the guy constantly gets caught in. In any case, he should have repelled the attacks of this monster first in order to use this information in the future. And as soon as he parried the lich's blow, he created a divine flame and directed it towards the lich. But even after such a big explosion, when Kim thought that he was able to destroy this lich, he heard the laughter of the monster and then saw him. The lich laughed and said that the guy was capable of surprising him. According to him, the divine flame was a pretty good skill and he could destroy him, but he also thought that it was useless, because Kim missed. The guy thought until the very end that he had managed to hit the target, but now he understands that it seems difficult to hit a moving enemy, and he urgently needs to change his tactics, otherwise he will definitely lose the fight. At this point, Leech continued to talk about how he actually found it quite funny to watch Kim hanging there and trying to reason about how he could win. But on the other hand, he still thought that it was good that the guy was at least thinking. But first, the lich advised him to look at his sword. According to the lich, his magic can destroy absolutely everything it touches, and it is slowly eating away at his sword. So Kim only has about 5 minutes left before he loses his weapon. In this case, Kim immediately told him that this would definitely not happen, because in 5 minutes, they would already finish their fight, and with these words, he flew to attack the lich. Meanwhile, Lee looked at all those monsters and thought that he didn't come to this dungeon to have someone protect him. But on the other hand, he understood perfectly well that if he tried to do something, then he would interfere with Kim Soo-hyun, and then they would have even more problems. He understood that if he just stepped out of this circle, he would most likely die instantly. But even these thoughts did not stop him from taking his sword and going beyond this circle to start the battle. He believed that sitting idly by was not his style. Kim immediately noticed that Lee had gone beyond the divine flame, and to be honest, the guy didn't like it. Although he then noticed that the man had significantly changed his fighting style, because now he was not just using his sword, he was using divine flames to destroy monsters, and thus he always remained safe. In addition, Kim noticed that his mana level had actually increased since entering the dungeon. Kim couldn't even believe that the man had become stronger in such a short time. But even if this is so, in any case, it is only to Kim's advantage. Now he can slightly change his plan and strategy for conducting the battle. And after he thought for a bit, Kim flew through the lich, ignoring him, and went into battle with the monsters. Lich clearly did not expect such a turn of events, that the guy would suddenly decide to run away from the battlefield. But apparently he didn't quite fully understand what Kim had planned and how he was going to act. Kim destroyed several dozen monsters, and when he was already standing next to Lee, he answered the Lich that he was not running away anywhere, because they had actually only just started the fight. Lee first wanted to know why Kim had approached him at all, since he was now supposed to be fighting the Lich. Kim, quite unexpectedly for the man, said that he would first of all like to apologize to him for saying that Lee was weak, because as it turned out, this was not true at all, after which he suggested that they first deal with all the monsters, and then the two of them could put this skeleton down. Lich, hearing this, obviously began to laugh and shout about how Kim was so self-confident when he thought that the two of them could handle him. Instead of answering this monster, Kim came closer to the man and began to whisper something in his ear. Lee was far from sure that Kim's plan could work, but he trusted him, and if the guy said that it was possible, then he was willing to try it without any problem. The Lich, meanwhile, had gathered his forces together and was going to show these two fools what he was really capable of. But the guys seemed to expect this, so they immediately went into battle with the monsters, which they managed to destroy one after another. After which, Lee emerged from the shadows and quite unexpectedly attacked the Lich, which surprised him, because he did not think that this time he would fight an opponent who was weaker than the previous one. But apparently, he himself did not take into account the fact that they could attack simultaneously, and while Lee was flying at the Lich with a physical blow, Kim created divine fire and directed it straight at the monster. Lich appreciated the guy's efforts, saying that the double attack was a pretty good plan, but he still thought that they would fail. At least that's what it seemed like to him until Lee launched his attack, which he called the Storm Dance. In this way, they combined two attacks, divine fire and storm dance, which simultaneously flew towards the Lich. The monster clearly didn't expect this, and it was evident from his facial expression. Thus, they were still able to get to him and dealt him a fairly strong blow. But even at this, they were not going to stop and decided to continue attacking this monster. This time, the Lich decided that he would not fall for this trick anymore, and no matter how hard they tried, he would now destroy them and thus put an end to this battle. Lich thought until the end that this would be their end, and he would be able to finish off the guys, but apparently he did not take into account one very important point, and when he realized that he was wrong, it was already too late, because Kim was finally able to deliver his blow to the Lich's head. But as it turned out later, this was too little to defeat the Lich. At least that's what the monster himself thought. He reminded Kim that he forgot that his sword was cursed and that's why it broke instead of delivering a really good blow. And now he just wanted to know how Kim would fight without a weapon, but the guy answered him with a smile that no one said that he only had a sword. Meanwhile, Lee appeared behind the Lich, who was also ready to strike at the Lich and destroy him once and for all. Which he actually did. He cut the monster into two halves. But what is most important is that he destroyed the stone that was in the center of his head, the very weak spot that Kim spoke about. After such a blow, Kim began to talk about the fact that when they started fighting, Lich thought that the guy was using Lee as a distraction. Perhaps he also thought that he had a chance to win because his sword was broken. However, when they discussed the plan with Lee, they decided that Lee would be the one to destroy the Lich because they believed that he would be able to catch him in a mistake. But even in this case, the Lich was not going to give up and continued to say that this is not the end, and when the sun goes into darkness, their king will be reborn again, and then he will punish them. Lee and Kim couldn't quite believe that it was all really over, and that they were able to finish off this final boss. Even though it was all over, Kim was still haunted by the words the Lich had said before he disappeared. They barely managed to get out of there, but they still couldn't just go out to the people. While Barun was giving the interview, she literally could not stop crying, because she was literally sure that her colleague and friend had died in that dungeon. Lee felt a little awkward watching this situation, and he also felt like she was the one who called the rescue team, and it could be bad for them. And he thought so, because he thought that his new friend clearly didn't want anyone to know who he really was. Although it seemed to Kim himself that sooner or later this would happen anyway, he agreed with Lee, because now he definitely did not want to face this. Then Lee decided that he would go there himself, which was a little strange to hear from him. The man thought that he was handling such situations quite well, because until now he had often dealt with situations like those that arose with Barun. But before he does this, he would like to tell Kim about one condition, because of which he will do this. He took a small bag out of his jacket pocket and said that his part of the reward that the guy had given him earlier, now Lee would like to give it to him. This was really unexpected because Kim knew perfectly well that such a quantity of stones would cost him hundreds of millions of won. In any case, the man assured him that no matter what, he still did not want to take it, because it seemed to him that he absolutely did not deserve it. Kim did not understand why the man suddenly decided so, to which he replied that they were able to destroy the Lich only thanks to his help. although the guy himself also believed that the man's help was no less important in destroying the Lich, and if you look at it from the other side, it was the man who destroyed him. But Lee was sure that if Kim really wanted this, he could easily deal with the Lich alone, but he allowed him to fight only because he wanted to help the man with his development. Kim listened to all this with a smile because he understood that in fact everything was like this. Lee asked Kim once again to take it, and he would also like to ask him to leave here while he deals with this problem. Lee suggested that the guy call a taxi to the nearest road where he would come out. Besides, he couldn't help but tell Kim that he knew a taxi driver who could come and pick up Kim. After some time, Kim was already riding in a taxi car, thinking that he would never have actually thought that a taxi driver would drive all the way to the mountains just to pick him up. This could only mean one thing, that Lee had a fairly wide circle of acquaintances. In any case, although they managed to catch the criminal, they were unable to save everyone, which upset Kim a little. The only reason they were able to save anyone was because of Lee's help. Kim knew perfectly well that it would have been incredibly difficult for him to cope with this alone. This means that he is still not strong enough, and he needs to do everything to become much stronger. The previous Kim thought he was strong because he was the only one who survived when everyone else fell, but apparently even that wouldn't be enough. Kim decided that he had to become strong enough to change the future, and then he would call upon reliable people to his side. But of course, first of all, he had to take care of himself, and for this he decided to first rest a little, because his level of fatigue was approaching 100%. The guy thought that after he had a little rest, he should start with something more. The department head's assistant suddenly entered his office, slightly agitated when he brought him some news. The man didn't understand why his assistant was making such a fuss over some guy who only had a C rank. But as it turned out, the thing was that this, as he put it, young man brought with him more than 500 grams of ether stone, and it was clear from the leader's face that he understood what was wrong with his assistant. After which he himself went out into the corridor and began to ask forgiveness from their dear guest, whom they had made wait. The man first approached the guy closer to say that he was glad to get to know him better. He introduced himself as Kenjin, and he is the head of the auction house of ethereal stone. Kim didn't wait long and immediately decided to show what he had brought with him, taking out a small bag, inside of which there were quite a lot of ethereal stones, which the leader immediately began to examine. And after some time, he came to the conclusion that they were definitely real, and he also knew that stones of such quality could only be found in yellow dungeons. Therefore, the man wanted to know whether the guy had definitely acquired them legally, which put Kim in a bit of a stupor, because he sincerely did not understand why he was asking him such a question. Kenjin immediately answered him that it wasn't that he suspected him of anything, it was just that as far as he was correctly informed, the guy was only a C rank, and it seemed strange to him that he possessed ethereal stones that could have been found in the yellow dungeon, or even higher. Kim, listening to all this, realized that in this way, the manager was trying to reduce their price, indicating suspicion about their quality. The guy decided to respond to this by saying that he simply considered himself lucky because he was still able to get something else as a reward from the dungeon. After which he carefully took a stone out of his pocket, which he placed on the pillow, and as soon as Kenjin saw this stone, he immediately lost the power of speech. And this was not surprising, because Kim had just placed a top-level ethereal stone on the pillow, which had the property of a life crystal. Lich's life crystal. Not many people know this, but this crystal is also an ethereal stone. It must be destroyed to destroy the Lich once and for all, but the chance of it dropping as a dungeon reward is very low. Even Kim didn't expect such luck, but still it fell to him, and now when he saw doubts in the men's faces, he decided that it was time for him to just leave, which is why Kenjin immediately got involved and began asking the guy to stay and discuss this deal again. The man didn't even have time to notice how this precious stone suddenly disappeared from his hands. But when they saw Kim at the exit while he was throwing this stone, everything became perfectly clear to them. The guy in turn told them that he would hear the price they could pay for this stone, and he was ready to accept it only once. They both realized how badly they had screwed up when they began to doubt the authenticity of these stones. After a while, Kim came out of the office and was very happy because the guys transferred 600 million won to his account, and this is actually a pretty good price for them. However, he also understood that soon all this would become nothing when a catastrophe occurred. But now, he had to take advantage of it, and he didn't think that he would have money problems in the near future. Besides, he is glad that he does not need financial help from his mother. But his thoughts were interrupted as soon as he entered the house and noticed that his mother had some kind of scratch on her face. The ground immediately fell under the guy's feet, and he stood there silently for a few seconds, thinking about what he could do about it. The woman didn't notice at first that there was anything wrong with the guy, and all she could tell him was that he clearly needed to be told in advance that he was coming because dinner wasn't ready yet. But Kim did not answer her words. He just wanted to know what kind of scar was on her face. She thought for a bit and immediately answered him that there was really nothing to worry about, because he probably remembered which restaurant she worked in, and such situations often happen. According to her, she just got a little bit when she separated the guests, but this caused incredible anger in the guy, and Kim immediately began to ask her not to go there anymore, because she could get hurt there. She came closer to him and said that he would soon go to college and she would have to pay for his education. And it was not cheap, so she asked him to understand. According to her, she cannot provide him with a good living, but she really wants to help as much as she can. She was always proud of her son and still wants to do everything to ensure that he has a bright future. At that moment, Kim remembered his mother from his past life, who constantly told him that he would never be able to become a normal, awakened person if he studied so poorly. She kept telling him that he should become so awakened that the whole family would be proud of him. In other words, the woman literally made him into a hero who simply had to save the world from a threat. His thoughts were interrupted when he heard his mother's scream in this life. After he had recovered a little from the minor shock, he decided to talk to his mother and tell her a few things. She listened to him attentively all this time, and in the end, she simply could not believe that he was truly awakened. This was unusual for the woman, because the awakened ones had just begun to appear at that time, but Kim still tried to convince her that he was respected in society, and he could earn the same as they did, so he planned to work as an awakened one and not go to any college. He also immediately wanted to ask her forgiveness for not telling her about it earlier, but he actually always wanted to tell her about it. He just hadn't had the opportunity. The woman didn't scold him. She just wanted to find out from him, or did he really want this? Did she ask him to think very carefully and tell her, or did he really want this? Not because of money and respect, but because of his own desire? At that moment, scenes from his past life flashed before Kim, where he could save the world, and so when he was given a second try, he was absolutely sure that he wanted it. And as soon as the woman heard this, she immediately sighed with relief and told him that everything was fine and he could be whoever his soul desired. It was strange to Kim that she wasn't angry with him, because he thought that she wouldn't like the fact that he wouldn't want to go to college and would hide the truth from her, and besides, it was a very dangerous job. She didn't hide that she would worry about him, but she also knew that he had been hiding this from her for a whole year. She understood that she wouldn't be able to convince him by simply shouting. Besides, she doesn't want to change his life by force. She just wants him to make decisions himself and be happy, but she asked him for only one thing. She wanted him to tell her about everything that worries him. Kim was incredibly happy that she responded that way, for which he was incredibly grateful to her. After which he decided to also tell her about what he had already managed to earn as an awakened person, and it seemed to him that this would be enough for her to immediately quit her job. She thought the guy was joking, but he immediately showed her his account balance, which left her in a bit of shock. The woman literally started screaming because there were 600 million won in the account, and she just couldn't understand how they could get rich so quickly. She immediately threw the phone back at him and said that she urgently needed to cook something for dinner because this doesn't happen every day. Kim was so happy that he was finally able to please his mother and give her hope that everything would be okay. He had dreamed about this for so long, this warming atmosphere that had never existed before. There were moments when it was so pleasant that he thought about giving up everything and living such a peaceful life. But on the other hand, he did not forget that he was not the real Kim Soo-hyun who should live here, and this warmth should be intended for him. Although in fact the guy didn't really care at that moment, because he was given a second chance to protect the world. That's why Kim wanted the owner of this body to be able to continue protecting everyone when he returned, so that he wouldn't have to lose such a loving mother. The guy wanted to turn him into a hero, but for that it was obvious that he needed to become much stronger, because he was still weak, because even the Lich caused so many problems. And in order to become stronger, the guy understood that he most likely needed to climb the tower, but first he wanted to acquire a normal weapon, and not the junk that he received from the authorities, but a legal weapon. Blacksmith Kim Dae-ho always did his job well, and that is why his weapons were always popular. One day he was distracted from work. Someone knocked on the door and asked if anyone was there. Kim Dae-ho didn't pay any attention and continued working, and his unwanted guest continued to knock on the door and ask if there was anyone in the forge. So at one point the man couldn't stand it any longer, and with incredible anger opened the door to find out who had come to see him. It was Kim, who first said that he was very pleased to meet the blacksmith. The man calmed down a little and immediately wanted to ask the guy who he was and what he needed here. The holy sword Balmung. Its name means the sacred sword that destroys dragons, and was borrowed from the sword used by Siegfried. This sword was also used by Kim in his past life, when he was called Kim Sungen. It was the greatest sword of all time, created from countless rare materials and the efforts of the awakened, and its creator was none other than the blacksmith Kim Dae-ho. Kim still remembers how in his past life he came to the blacksmith to take from the man what he asked him to do. And when the blacksmith showed him his work, it became clear that the man had surpassed himself, and this was evident from the expression on the guy's face. Then, it was one of the greatest masterpieces that Kim Dae-ho created in his entire life. But to his surprise, Kim was initially reluctant to accept such a powerful weapon, which clearly surprised Kim Dae-ho. According to the guy, it was all about the materials he used to create the greatest masterpiece of all time. And given this, Kim simply could not afford to accept such an expensive gift, since he did not even pay for this very valuable work. In response to these words, the blacksmith decided to tell him that he had heard that people had nicknamed him a hero. And he had also heard rumors about the boy's exploits, although he very rarely leaves the forge, which means that his achievements are truly known. However, it seems to him that the more famous a person becomes, the more tired and prone to mistakes he becomes. So the blacksmith thought it was a little unfair. People all over the world expect so much from him, although they have done nothing in return for this. Nevertheless, he still has to live up to their expectations, even if it is difficult for him to do so. Kim didn't know what to say in response to these words, but he didn't need to say anything, because the blacksmith just wanted the boy to understand that he was the only one who was capable of becoming a real hero. Therefore, Kim Dae-ho also decided to act dishonestly towards himself. He believed that people also expect something from him for free, and in the same way they should do free favors for him. Kim Dae-ho is a master craftsman and Kim's savior, and he was also one of those whom Kim was unable to protect in his past life. Now looking at his beloved blacksmith with a smile, Kim could only think that quite a lot of time had passed since they had spoken to each other. But this time he promised himself that everything would be different, and now he would definitely be able to protect the man. But first, he decided to get to know him as if it were the first time, so he introduced himself. Kim Dae-ho immediately responded that he was hearing such a name for the first time in his blacksmith shop, after which he thought that the guy was just a big shot who somehow managed to become a blacksmith. The guy didn't explain who he was, but simply said that he had heard that the man was making weapons for the awakened, which made the man start screaming, because he couldn't even imagine who could tell him that. After which, without thinking twice, he closed the doors right in front of the guy's face and told him that it was all a lie, and that he was not actually making any weapons. Hearing this, Kim could only smile, because he understood that his close friend had changed a lot, and he would have to find a different approach to him, which makes this process even more interesting. After thinking for a moment, Kim said in a loud voice to the man that he had already prepared the necessary materials to create the weapon, and not even a minute had passed before the doors opened again, and the man began to talk about how he had to look at the materials first. Kim had no doubt that it would work. Therefore, he did not think long before handing the man the very materials from which he wanted to obtain a weapon. From the expression on the blacksmith's face, it was immediately clear that he was very interested in the material that Kim brought him. The man literally could not believe that he was seeing an ethereal stone of the highest level in front of him. This ethereal stone is another reward that Kim received after destroying the Lich. It is believed that this item is now almost impossible to obtain. It was only after the breakthrough of the Gwangju dungeon that the world learned that the highest quality ethereal stone could be obtained as a reward for clearing the dungeon. So Kim also thought that he would have to clear the Gwangju dungeon to obtain this stone. There are endless uses for ethereal stones, though their greatest value is seen in the creation of weapons. Therefore, the man's surprise was understandable, and it was not strange that he immediately wanted to know where the guy got this stone from, but Kim was not eager to talk about it. And in fact, the man didn't care where he got it, because at that moment he was already thinking about how he would make a weapon from this material. So the next thing he did was ask the guy what he wanted the man to do for him, and Kim waited for an answer to this question, so he immediately answered that he would like a sword. The man decided to tell the guy that at first the man thought that the guy was nothing special, but now he sees for sure that the guy knows his business, and that is why he chose the right place, and that is why he will not take any payment from him. But he still offered to look at the contract, but Kim immediately stopped him and said that he did not need the contract. And this was already interesting for the man, so he immediately turned around and asked the guy again if he was sure about this. The man repeated to him once again that this material was actually incredibly valuable, and the guy apparently did not understand this, but Kim stopped him with a smile and said that he understood perfectly well what kind of material it was. The thing was that Kim completely trusts the man, and therefore does not see the point in signing a contract. Besides, he also knows that the forge is primarily attracted to the ether stone itself and the process of creating weapons, and not the sword itself. These words apparently hit the nail on the head, because the man started laughing at the guy's words, after which he added that Kim is quite an interesting guy, and he likes him, and he will gladly accept his order and make for him the greatest sword that will match its material. All Kim could say in response to these words was words of gratitude, and that he would rely on him. The blacksmith immediately told him that he would need a little time to finish it, but if the guy needed the weapon right now, he allowed him to take anything from here that he considered useful, for which Kim was grateful to him, and as soon as they talked, the guy finally left the workshop. Kim left the workshop thinking that it would actually take about 10 months, so he would have to be patient to wait for this sword to be made, even though he was actually expecting something like this. But on the other hand, the weapon he had taken as a replacement for now seemed to be good enough, as expected from a blacksmith of his class. Now that he had done all his work, Kim realized that all he had left to do at that moment was to continue moving forward and do everything possible to become stronger. He entered the abyss again, where he once again met the same old-timer who already knew Kim well. They exchanged a few words, and Kim entered the abyss, thus beginning the test on the 11th floor. In this way, he passed one floor after another, again rising in the ranking of achievements, although for most this was no longer something surprising. Days passed, and with them, Kim completed tests on more and more floors of the abyss. Thus, half a year has already passed, and Kim has completed tests on more than 16 floors, which has strengthened him quite a lot. Meanwhile, Lee received a fairly serious injury and was therefore taken to hospital. If you believe the doctors, his treatment will take 6 weeks, and, as Barrett has told him 1,000 times, this is all because he is constantly overexerting himself, and already in the hospital, Lee agreed with her that it turned out to be much more difficult for him than he thought. The girl reminded him that he said that he was challenging the tower again, and this time he raised the difficulty level to the 5th, and she reminded him of this in order to find out if it was too reckless on his part. Before he had time to answer, the girl noted that fortunately this time he had limited himself to cuts, but she was very interested to know what he would do if something more serious happened. But he immediately answered her with a smile that he could not give up just because of the difficulty. And all this was because he thought that he would never be able to catch up with him if he felt sorry for himself in some such thing. Suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by a phone call. The man received a call from Kim, which took the man by surprise. The first thing the guy said was that he was very glad to hear from the man, since it had been an incredibly long time since they had last heard from each other. After which Kim said that if everything was okay with Lee, then he would like to ask him for one favor. Lee, Kim asked 3 things. The first is to find a good apartment for the awakened one near Seoul. After he gave the store to his mother, he needs a good place to move. The second is to find out about the Scavenger Guild, because they could be the guys who heard about the Gwangju dungeon. Kim Yun should be the lowest in the guild, but her guildmates may wonder why she died without completing the guild's task. Lee was ready to fulfill all these requests, and at the same time he would try to do everything to avoid getting caught. And finally, the third request, before telling about it, Kim first decided to tell Lee that on December 24th there would be a huge outbreak. According to the guy, there will be at least 10,000 victims, after which it will be called the greatest tragedy in history. At one point in this story, Lee suddenly wondered how Kim knew about this at all, but the guy asked him not to ask unnecessary questions, and besides, he simply couldn't give details right now. But as he said, he knows that he may be asking for too much, so he immediately said that Lee can give up on this idea if he thinks that it is too much for him. Although according to Kim, he told all this to the man only because he hoped that Lee would believe him. These words made Lee repeat once again that he would do everything possible to fulfill the boy's request. Kim was glad to hear these words, so he told Lee that he would leave it to him. So the last request was a cry for help. Kim wanted Lee to help him in the coming tragedy, the outbreak in the green dungeon of Anyang. Kim knew that there were less than 6 months left until Christmas, and by that time he had to become as strong as possible. Then he would be able to get the ordered weapons from Mr. Daeho, and once he cleared all the floors of the dungeon, then he would be ready to face the outbreak. With these thoughts, a couple of days later, the guy entered the 19th floor of the testing tower, where small rats were already waiting for him, who managed to knock down the huge monster and then eat it, leaving only the bones. The system notified the guy that he had just been transferred to a rat lair, and his main task was to survive and escape. But the first thing that caught the guy's eye was that there were an incredible number of these small monsters there. Considering that they had been eating the meat of the destroyed monster for a long time, Kim understood that most likely he was like food for them. But this only added interest to this fight, so as soon as Kim landed on the ground, he immediately began to provoke them to attack. He didn't have to ask for long, and the monsters immediately began to run in his direction as soon as they smelled a new victim. But for them, everything was not as simple as it might seem at first glance, because Kim destroyed one small monster after another. However, due to the huge number of these creatures, the guy still managed to miss the attack, and one of the rats still managed to successfully attack him, although this was the last thing she did in her miserable life. After which Kim looked closely at his hand and realized that these rats were not just biting, most likely they were secreting some kind of poison or acid, and this only meant that if they bit him, then he would have big problems. And while he was thinking about this, these small monsters continued to attack him, and he needed to immediately pull himself together, otherwise he would lose. Therefore, without thinking twice, he decided to use his proven technique of divine flame, with the help of which he destroyed several dozen monsters at once. But it was too early to relax because Kim understood that individually they did not pose a threat, but there were too many of them. And the realization that if he continues to use flames, he will waste mana, and he doesn't know what will happen next. So he clearly needs to come up with another method by which he can win this fight. The best solution in this situation would be to get rid of them in one blow. But so far, Kim had no idea how he could do this. At some point in the fight, he realized that these monsters didn't even give him time to think, which made them quite strong opponents. When he came to his senses, he realized that they had driven him into a trap, and now it was critically important for him to come up with a method by which he would destroy these guys once and for all. At one point during the fight, Kim noticed a small crack in the ground, which made him think that there was space underground. And given this information, he seems to have come up with a pretty good option with which he can deal with the rat. He gathered power into his hand and launched his sword straight into one of the cracks, using divine fire to do so. His main idea in this regard was that he wanted to simply remove the ground on which these monsters walk. And as soon as he did this, he himself found himself in a place unknown to him. At first, Kim was a little surprised that there really was space here, after which he looked around and realized that most likely the real test would begin here. After such a blow, some rats still survived, but what is most interesting is that Kim noticed that they suddenly began to be afraid of something, which was a small discovery for him. He couldn't believe that this rat was running away and was afraid of him, although apparently that was the case. The guy didn't understand why, but he watched very carefully one of the rats, which during its escape suddenly stepped on the button that makes one of the traps work. After which, the rat fell into a small hole that opened after she pressed the mechanism. And then everything became very sad for her. A large number of sharp needles entered her body, and thus ended her existence. But apparently all this was a small warm-up, because at one point Kim began to hear a rather strange sound which made him turn around and be horrified. He knew from the very beginning that a bunch of rats was just the beginning, but even so, he was still very surprised when he saw such a huge snake in front of him. From her appearance, it was clear that it would definitely not be possible to defeat her so easily, and that it would be necessary to use much more energy than it was with the rat. While Kim was thinking about how he would conduct this fight, the snake began to actively attack him, so the guy had no choice but to start dodging its attacks. Of course, Kim did not just dodge her attacks, but also tried to deliver his own counterattacks, which were not always successful. The guy just couldn't believe that even Uncle Daeho's sword didn't work, even though it had quite high magic resistance. Then he decided that magic should help him defeat this monster, so he began to attack this snake with divine fire. But this monster didn't care at all about all of Kim's attempts to harm her. Thus, Kim realized that this monster had both magical and physical resistance, which meant that absolutely any of its attacks would not have much effect. But the snake continued to attack him, and the guy clearly needs to change something in his strategy if he wants to win this fight. It seemed to him that all the attacks of this snake up to this point were dangerous, but he took his words back when she decided to eat him alive, and for this, she used her simply huge mouth. This monster was much faster than the boy could have imagined, so at the last moment he had to block this monster's attack with his sword. As soon as he managed to break free, he immediately began to think that despite his enormous size, his opponent was very mobile, and it seemed that this snake had no weak spots at all. The guy could confidently say that if this battle had happened a month ago, he would have been an invincible opponent for Kim, but now the guy believes that he is not a problem for him. With these words, he looked at the huge snake that was flying towards him with another attack. The guy had half the mana he usually had after a battle before he used it all up, So he decided that first he needed to immobilize this monster, and only then he could decide what he would do next. At a rather important moment, he realized that he didn't really care how high his magic level was, because in any case, this monster will feel much more pain if he hits exactly in this place. After which he used a rope to immobilize the snake, and it seems he succeeded. But it only seemed that way at first glance, because as soon as Kim thought that he could relax a little, another snake strike immediately flew at him. He managed to dodge at the last moment. Such a blow could easily destroy the guy, leaving no trace of him. But on the other hand, it was a good moment to launch a counterattack, which is what Kim actually did. He used his sword and divine fire in tandem, allowing him to destroy the monster's defense and finally deal some serious damage to it. From the snake's cry, it became clear that Kim had finally gotten it, and now the initiative had definitely passed to him. It seemed that the fight would definitely end there, but apparently the snake was not going to give up just like that, so she wanted to get the guy more than anything. But the smile on Kim's face was not just like that. It meant only one thing, that he was ready for such a development of events. Eventually, he was able to catch the monster in its mistake and thus immobilize it. Physical and magical resistance, and also the ability to regenerate, such a monster had all three of these abilities, and he was the first with such skills that Kim met. But even with all these skills, the guy still believed that she would not be able to defeat him because he had more destructive power, which consisted in the fact that he not only possessed divine fire, he possessed the main source of this fire. Divine Phoenix Flame is a type of divine flame summoning, and he obtained this skill not long ago on the 18th floor when the level of this skill increased. It's not exactly a simple skill, but thanks to it, he can summon a beast that he can give orders to and control. However, the downside is that it consumes more mana than expected, but the results are actually worth it. And the whole point is that the destructive power of this phoenix is 10 times greater than the power of the divine flame itself, and only for this reason the guy was confident that he could easily defeat this monster. And so it happened. With just one flight, the phoenix was able to pierce this monster through and through, which allowed it to be finished off once and for all. After this, the guy received a notification that he was able to complete 100% of the achievements on this floor, and thus he finally completed the passage of the 19th floor. At this moment, he thought that the difficulty of the test tower increases sharply every 10 floors, and just like last time, on the 10th floor, he would most likely have a hard time. Over the past 6 months, Kim has done everything possible to prepare for this, and now he only has one thing left to complete. Lately, rumors have been circulating among people that Kim Soo-hyun was able to clear another floor, raising his achievement points even more, and so people have become more and more curious about who the guy really is. One of those days, closer to lunchtime, a covered car pulled up to the cafe where Lee was having lunch, and it attracted all the attention of those around him. Kim came out of it, not paying attention to people, and simply walking towards his old friend Lee. The man did not wait for the guy to enter the cafe and decided to run out himself to talk to the guy. Kim was glad to see his friend, and the first thing he decided to do was ask him for forgiveness for making him wait, but the man immediately said that he had actually come here earlier. As it turned out, this car was given to him by Lee, who first of all wanted to know whether Kim liked the car that he gave him. The guy thought she was too fancy for him, although Lee thought that was the only car he should drive. When the man found out what kind of transport Kim had used before, he was simply shocked, so he immediately decided to fix all of this. Besides, according to him, the awakened one needs to visit many places, and just for reference, this car has the newest engine, and it accelerates so quickly. But at this point, Kim decided to interrupt the man and asked him to go inside the cafe and continue their conversation there. After they discussed the car, Lee finally decided to ask the guy how his preparation for the 20th floor was going. According to Kim, everything is fine, although he keeps putting it off because he is waiting for one thing, but fortunately today he will finally pick it up. Kim also wanted to thank Lee for stopping by his house and then his mother's store, and the man was glad that he could at least help the guy in some way. Lee, in turn, decided to tell that he had finally managed to arrange a meeting with the director of one agency next month and that they would probably help the guy if he could tell them his story. Kim knew that next month there would be only 2 months left until the outbreak, and all this help didn't really sound promising to him. So for now, he decided to ignore this offer and ask what Lee had managed to find out about the Scavengers Guild. Lee said that he asked everyone, but was unable to get an answer, and this already looks like they are hiding very well. But he was still able to find out that the deaths and disappearances of the awakened had increased, and this was due to the recent increase in the difficulty of the dungeons. So nothing could be done with this information, however. He also found a couple of cases where the awakened died right in the middle of the street. At this moment, Kim remembered that in his past life, all these accidents were refuted, and later it turned out that all these awakened ones were actually poisoned. So Kim immediately focused his attention on these cases and asked Lee to do everything possible to find as much information on these cases as possible, because he honestly doesn't like what's going on. After this, Kim left the cafe and headed towards his car, while he was completely immersed in his thoughts. He thought about the fact that there were only about 3 months left until the outbreak in Anyang, and he was still not ready for the Kotsan. Although he was very pleased that Lee Ju-ho was trying his best to help him, he had not yet done anything positive that could actually help them in the investigation. So he thought that the best way to sort this all out would be to intervene personally. But first he decided to go to his blacksmith, and the next day he was already with the man, who was very happy to see Kim again. And the first thing he wanted to tell the guy was that it was quite difficult for him to handle the material because of its high quality, but he enjoyed working with it, so he could guarantee its power, and all that was left was to look at the new weapon. Kim's face at that moment spoke for itself, because he saw in front of him exactly the same sword as in his past life. But what surprised the guy most was that as soon as he took his new sword, he felt that it was alive. Now Kim felt that his sword was in his hands again. The sharpness and strength were simply ideal. He felt how this sword reacted to his mana and understood what it needed to cut, what not. Considering all these nuances, Kim could only say that it was simply a great sword, which was now with him again. Now when Kim enjoyed his new sword a little, the blacksmith immediately approached him to find out if the guy had already come up with a name for this sword. Kim had completely forgotten about this ritual, and the man reminded him that since this was now his sword, he simply had to name it. And the guy didn't have to think for long. He named this sword Graham, which confused the blacksmith a little, because for such a sword it was a rather strange name. The thing is that Graham is an alternative name for Balmung in Northern Europe, and Kim decided to call it that because he couldn't call it Balmung again. But on the other hand, he did not want to give up the name that meant destroyer of God. As soon as the guy took the sword, he decided to leave, which was too fast for the man, because he wanted the guy to stay with him for a long time and drink tea. Kim would be glad, but unfortunately he was in too much of a hurry, so he suggested that the man do it next time. One of the knights who was guarding the royal chambers suddenly turned around because he felt that someone was approaching him from behind. But then he quickly calmed down when he realized that it was Commander Maxman, who first of all asked the young knight for forgiveness for frightening him, after which the commander will find out how his service is going and whether anything unusual has happened. The knight replied that for now everything was quiet and calm. Then the commander began to say that he understood the knight perfectly well, that he was tired because of the series of shifts, but still he would like to ask him to hold out a little longer, because it was obvious to him that the castle would be in danger if the kingdom of Odrum invaded. The knight understood him, so he continued to do his job, and Maxman thought about the fact that half a month had already passed, and things inside and outside the castle continued to change, and if this continued, only the people would suffer. So Maxman was a little upset about all this, and besides, he didn't even have a rough idea of what to do next. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a painfully familiar voice that wanted to know if Commander Maxman had any problems. The man immediately turned around and was happy to greet his old friend Atake. After some time, the commander finally decided to find out why the pursuer was here. Maxman immediately wanted to know from his follower why he was here at all. After all, it seemed to him that he had gone to help His Majesty the King, but it turned out that he was here to make sure how well he guarded this place. According to the commander, they concentrated all the troops guarding the fortress, but nevertheless, the situation is not pleasant, since the army of the Kingdom of Odram is much superior to their army, so he believed that in an emergency, they would need to leave this fortress, and then. But he was suddenly interrupted by a follower who came closer, and quietly asked him, or did he understand him correctly? Was the commander really asking him to leave this fortress? Maxman immediately assured him that he meant that this would only need to be done in an emergency. If the confrontation dragged on, it would be quite difficult to supply the army with provisions, but the follower didn't care. He immediately said that they must do everything to prevent such a situation. It seemed to him that it would be better for everyone to die here together than to abandon this fortress. The commander, hearing this, began to think about how he could say such a thing, given that he himself was not participating in the battle and did not even know what the soldiers were giving their lives for. Soon after the declaration of war with the Odrum Kingdom, this man, who was a first-class follower of the king, became the commander-in-chief. Complete obedience to the orders of superiors is the duty of a soldier and the rule on the battlefield. But this man believes that the life of a soldier is equivalent to the life of an ant. Therefore, The commander did not understand how the king could appoint such a person as commander-in-chief, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a follower who said that in any case, all this talk was a waste of time, because there was only 1 month left to endure. But these words only made him even more angry, because he believed that even if they held out for another month, nothing would change. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by some kind of explosion, which caused a small earthquake. Commander Maxman was immediately informed that they were in big trouble because there had recently been a sudden external attack. According to the knight, the fortress gates were destroyed by just one person a few hours before, in front of the gates of the 20th floor of the testing tower. The doorman on the 20th floor was surprised to see a man here. He had not had guests for a long time. It was especially strange to see such a rich man as Kim here. At least that was what the man was thinking. The gatekeeper immediately guessed that the guy had come for advice, and Kim himself did not hide it. He wanted to get help, but the man made it clear to him that it would definitely not be free, and he would help him only if he was satisfied with the amount named. Kim knew perfectly well that everything would happen exactly this way, because the higher the floor, the more complex the gatekeeper. Therefore, without thinking twice, Kim promised the gatekeeper to give him 10,000 points. It seemed to him that this was more than enough for a small service. These words immediately caused laughter from the gatekeeper, who could not calm down for a long time. And when this happened, he finally said that paying at once with such a number of points that ordinary people would have to save up for more than 10 years could only mean that the gatekeeper's eyes had not let him down this time either, because the guy really was rich. After he accepted the payment, the man wanted to know where the guy was going, and Kim immediately told him that he was thinking of trying the 10th stage, and so he wanted to know what he needed to watch out for. All the gatekeeper could say for sure was that the guy would definitely not die, because he would be able to destroy anyone he wanted. But he still advised the guy not to destroy anyone, because that would only make things worse for himself. And most importantly, the man asked him to be sure of what he was doing. At this point, the advice and instructions ended and the gatekeeper immediately began to accompany the guy. Now Kim realized that 10,000 points was indeed too much. These gatekeepers always say something vague. Although he still understood that to some extent this could help, after all, this was his job. But suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted, when at one fine moment, he began to fall. At the last moment, he was able to react and landed quite well. After which, Kim raised his head and saw in front of him a huge castle, in which Kim would carry out his next mission. And so it was. The system notified the guy that the 20th floor, difficulty level 10, began from that moment. The fortress that Kim saw was called Grandulum, which is a fortress with iron walls, guarded by thousands of soldiers, and the guy's main task this time was that he needed to capture this fortress, but the system asked him to remember that he was not their enemy. The system also asked him to reveal the secrets of the castle and stay alive, and this time the explanation of the task was much longer, which could not but please the guy. But on the other hand, he understood that the longer it was, the more conclusions could be drawn from it. He realized that the system had ordered him to capture the fortress and reveal the secrets of this place, which meant that the goal of the test was not just to win the siege. As well as the fact that he is not an enemy for them, the gatekeeper said something similar, if it is possible to avoid useless battles as much as possible. But for now, Kim simply did not understand how he could capture the fortress without battles. To begin with, he decided to think through a plan and write it down. He understood that the wall was so thick that it would not be an exaggeration to call it a fortress with iron walls. The level of soldiers and mercenaries was also appropriate. Also, given the description, there were many people in this castle who use magic, and all of this clearly ranks C. The situation is when he is weaker in numbers and position, and the fortress needs to be captured, and at the same time no one can be destroyed, and also the secret must be revealed, and for all this he has only 1 month, although there is plenty of time for testing. But the problem was that he simply does not have freedom of action. After some thought, Kim finally decided what he would do with all this, so he went closer to the castle, where the knights immediately noticed him. At that moment, Kim was thinking that, as always, there was simply no point in thinking about his plan for a long time, because everything would not go according to plan anyway. And the best plan in this case was to come face to face with the knights and this fortress. So he carefully approached them and said that he did not want to harm them, because he was just a traveler. And his main request was that he wanted to stay in the fortress for a while. But in response, he immediately heard that he was simply crazy for deciding that he could just come to them, because now there was martial law throughout the kingdom. Kim understood that they would not let him in just like that, and also that there were 2 months left before the outbreak, and he had to overcome the test as soon as possible and return to be fully armed. So, without thinking twice, he made a decision that would require him to use his sword. Kim decided that he would have to enter this fortress by force, and for this he used his strength. A few seconds later, the gates of this fortress fell apart, and Kim finally entered this fortress. Having done this, the knights accused the guy of being an invader and that he had deliberately destroyed their gates, and now they had to stop him. But the guy at that moment didn't care at all about their scream, because he was glad that the more he used his new sword, the better he understood how wonderful it was. They were one with the guy, and through it, he could freely adjust the sharpness of the blade. With this ability, Kim was able to deal devastating blows to knights, but still leave them alive. Although on the other hand, he understood that in reality, there was nothing that this sword was not capable of cutting. And at that very moment, he was convinced that he could do everything cleanly without hurting anyone. But his battle did not end there, because archers immediately began to attack him. Although this was not a problem for Kim, he still lost a certain amount of time fighting these guys. So he decided to finish off these guys as soon as possible. And to do this, he needed to climb higher, which is what he did. He continued to do everything possible to avoid harming any of the knights who were in the tower at that moment. Suddenly, Kim heard a man shouting and saying that everyone should retreat because he was the one who was supposed to be his opponent, although he was being held back by all the knights who could do this, because they had no idea what they would do if something happened to him. Considering this whole scene, Kim realized that this was their boss. Apparently, this was a commander with whom they could come to an agreement. But the boy also saw another picture, that despite the fact that he commanded them, they would not obey his orders, putting his protection first. Thanks to this, Kim realized that in order to understand the situation, he had thought of making a little noise here, but now he was sure that their commander's attack would speed up the events. But the knights weren't going to let the guy get their commander that easily, so they used arrows and rope, although it didn't help them much, because Kim was much stronger than any of them. Thus, he quite easily pulled the knight towards himself and went with him to the commander. And as soon as he was as close as possible to the commander, he threw out his hostage and now aimed only at the man. And as soon as they came face to face with the commander, Kim finally realized that his opponent was strong enough. The fight with this commander would clearly not be a simple run, as it had been before, and Kim understood this perfectly well. Maxman himself wanted to be his opponent, so he ordered his men to focus on the situation outside the fortress walls. Because he was sure that this guy was not a spy of the Odrum kingdom, moreover, he believed that this foreigner was acting of his own free will. To Kim, it was unbelievable this commander really had excellent judgment skills that matched his position, an ability level equal to an A rank awakened. As Kim expected, this man was definitely worth something, especially when he was so eager to fight. 20 years ago, in the war with the kingdom of Odrum, at that time it was Maxman who led his army to victory. If this time Commander Maxman would be with them, then the knights believed that they would be able to stop the kingdom of Odrum. Kim actually had the feeling that the soldiers had a lot of faith in him, and perhaps it was because he was the hero of their kingdom. But unfortunately, no one knows that this faith is nothing more than shackles on the feet of this man. Kim was so sure of this because he had once experienced something similar when he was Songbin. So, to begin with, the guy decided to turn to the commander and tell him that the guy was very sorry that they had to open the gates without permission, but he immediately wanted to convey to them all that this was a very urgent matter. And in order to discuss all this, Kim suggested calming down and entering the fortress together to discuss all this. But in response, he immediately received words that all this was simply outrageous, because according to the commander, their kingdom was in martial law, and at such a time, the one who destroyed the gates and threatened the lives of soldiers had no place in the fortress. In that case, Kim would have to commit a crime again, and immediately after these words, he went on the attack on the commander. But he did not abandon the thought that the way to capture the fortress without shedding blood remained the main one, and he still needed to convince the person who had the greatest trust in this fortress. The commander fought with dignity, and at what point did he finally decide to ask the guy who he was and what he wanted? But instead of answering, Kim used this moment to his advantage in order to catch the man in an awkward position. The commander didn't even have time to notice how the guy used the same rope that he had been tied with earlier. But apparently he noticed this too late, because Kim used his transformation skill and created a huge magical hand with it. Kim was sure at that moment that through this man, he would learn the secrets of this place and would pass the test perfectly. And also, if it were possible, Kim was going to break the shackles from this commander, because everyone around here was clearly deceiving him. The knights who saw all this could not believe for a long time that their commander had just been left under the rubble. They immediately gathered in a group and listened to the order of the deputy commander, who ordered them all to immediately search for Maxman and do it with maximum efficiency. But no matter how much they wanted to, they could not understand where Maxman had gone, because they were sure that he had just been here. Kim used another skill of his, with the help of which he and the commander moved to a completely different place. The commander couldn't understand how this had happened, but Kim was glad that the waste of points on the 15th floor had not been in vain. He was referring to the Shadowtail skill, which allows one to move from one shadow to another. It is mainly a dark attribute skill that is used by awakened destroyers. It actually takes a long time to create and uses a lot of mana. It is a difficult skill with a limited number of uses per day and a limited range. However, this skill is perfect for sneaking around. Kim had prepared it in advance just in case he needed to hide or sneak somewhere during the test, and it was indeed the right choice. But when Kim finally entered the fortress, the first thing he felt was that there was a very strong smell of something here, something ominous. In any case, at the moment he has only one thing left to do, and that is to force this man to reveal the secret of this place. But first Kim decided to ask for forgiveness for the current situation. According to him, this was the only way to talk in private, so he was rude. The commander still felt like he was trying to attack their kingdom, although Kim assured him that this was not the case. Then the commander simply did not understand why he had to break down the gates and attack the knights. Kim tried to convey to him that he simply had no other choice. According to him, they did not allow him to enter the fortress. Besides, he is in a hurry and cannot waste time, and as soon as the commander heard this, he immediately decided to ask the guy why he is in a hurry. Instead of answering, Kim told the commander that there would soon be problems in this fortress. This clearly took the commander by surprise. It immediately scared him, because he only asked not to say that the kingdom of Odrum would soon invade them, although Kim himself did not know exactly what would happen next. That's why he came here. The only thing he was sure of was that it would be much more terrible than just a war between kingdoms, and in order to understand what would happen, Kim decided to ask the commander if there had been any strange incidents in this fortress recently. And as soon as the guy asked the commander this question, he immediately remembered the conversation with the successor. In any case, to begin with, the commander wanted to know from the guy how he could trust him, even if something had happened. The commander wanted to know how he could trust the guy and not think that he was from some other kingdom. Kim replied to him that as the commander had said, if he were a spy for another kingdom, he would not have used such a complicated method. Because in reality, Kim could have destroyed this fortress single-handedly. Maxman noted for himself that apparently this is true because he noticed it during the sword strike. At that moment, he realized that in this kingdom, there was no one who could resist this man. As a result, one could conclude that the commander simply cannot fold it only because he does not trust him. The commander was ready to tell the guy everything he knew, but in exchange, he wanted Kim to take him with him. In that case, the guy was glad to welcome the commander to his team, after which the man assured the guy that there was some strange basement for him. According to the commander, about 100 years ago this place was used as a prison, and many prisoners died because of the powerful spiritual force. In the end, the prison was built in another place, and this one was closed. Not many people know about the existence of this place, but still the commander did not understand what relation this had to the problem that Kim told him about. The guy could only say that he would find out about it later, but for now, Kim could only say that the fortress smelled very bad, and this smell was similar to the never-fading smell of the dead. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted when someone from the darkness asked them who was walking there. A few minutes later, they saw a follower in front of them, whom the commander clearly did not expect to see here. The same could actually be said for the follower, who also first had to ask the commander what he was doing here. Besides, he was angry with him because he, as a commander, left his post as a commander, and also that same violator was standing next to him, which made him even more angry. The commander did not have time to answer, when suddenly Kim intervened in this dialogue, who really wanted to know what the follower was doing here. After which the guy immediately noted the fact that this prison was closed until the commander opened it, and given this, Kim was very interested to know how he consistently found out about this place. The man answered quite calmly that he felt someone's presence when he passed by, and besides, he believed that in a situation like this, he should also keep an eye on what was happening in this fortress. Kim listened to him attentively, and as soon as he finished, the guy noticed that the follower seemed to have chosen an ideal moment to inspect this prison. And given all this, Kim decided to assume that he had actually been following them consistently. The man immediately began to say that this was outrageous, and asked the commander to come to his senses as soon as possible. But the commander clearly began to suspect something. While he was consistently talking about how the guy was a criminal and how he was manipulating the commander, Kim carefully took his sword out of its case. Before the commander could blink or the follower could finish speaking, Kim cut off his head with his sword. The commander moved away from what he had just seen and immediately began yelling at the guy, telling him that he had no right to do something like that. After such an act, the commander decided that Kim was a spy after all, since he had just destroyed the king's follower and commander-in-chief. But Kim doubted that he had destroyed him, because he had only removed his mask, which hid a small secret. Behind the mask was a lich. With his actions, Kim opened the eyes of the commander, who would never have thought that behind the follower's mask was not a man, but a monster. The man didn't understand what the hell was going on in this country, but Kim at that moment was thinking about the dark smell that filled the castle, where there had never been a war before. In any case, he understood that this smell was more than enough to understand that this lich was hiding behind all the troubles in this castle. Moreover, Kim had recently had experience confronting this monster, and probably thanks to this he managed to reveal its essence much faster. However, looking at this lich, Kim got the impression that this bastard was a real lich. This one is clearly different from the unfinished one he met in the Gwangju dungeon, and as soon as Kim thought about it, the lich turned to the guy in order to tell him that he is not as simple as it might seem, so he wanted to know where the guy is from? In response to this, Kim took out his sword and said that no one knew about this, and perhaps he even came from a world unknown to them. The lich didn't need that answer that much, so he told the guy that he didn't really have to answer. Anyway, his plans had long since changed. Kim guessed what lich would say now, and all his thoughts were more than justified, because this monster declared that now he was going to destroy them. The next moment, the lich used his magic, but Kim was not afraid and immediately rushed into battle, because he was confident that his strength and abilities would be enough to deal with this monster. And he was absolutely right, because he was able to stop the attack of this monster quite easily with just one movement. This obviously shocked both Lich and the commander, who clearly did not expect to see anything like this. Looking at the guy, the first thing Lich thought was that this kid's magic resistance was much higher than he could have imagined. He also quickly realized that this was all due to the fact that his sword was made from high-quality material. Kim, at this moment, also understood perfectly well that the sword would not break, as it had done last time, but the fact that the weapon would not solve all the problems at all, because the Lich is a monster with dark abilities, and the attack would not work properly unless it was a holy power. At least that's what Maxman said, and that could only mean one thing, that this commander is strong in his own way. But the problem was that it would be quite difficult for Kim to team up with someone who didn't have the skills of sacred attributes, so he decided that it would be best to use his sacred flame to suppress him. Unfortunately, his strike was unsuccessful and he never hit his opponent, and it was not really a big problem for the Lich to dodge this attack. But Kim was not going to stop there, and decided that he would continue to attack with the help of divine flame. However, no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't cope with the Lich's great power. Looking at his opponent, Kim understood that he clearly did not expect that his flames would not be able to suppress the spirit of the Lich, but now he began to understand perfectly well that his power cannot be compared with other Liches, since it surpasses them by more than half. The guy understood that if he continued to use the sacred flame, he would be able to hold out for some time in this rhythm, but on the other hand, he really did not want to spend all his mana on this skill. Besides, if he dragged out the fight, then nothing would change anyway. Based on these thoughts, he began to understand that he simply had no other options except to aim at the life stone with his sword, which is what he tried to do, but so far it was all unsuccessful. The Lich dodged all the physical blows too easily. Physical attacks were actually of no use, as Lich also dodged all of Kim's attempts to reach him. All this led to the fact that at some point Lich attacked Kim in response, and it seemed that this counterattack was successful. But Kim didn't think so. He dodged much faster than his opponent had time to notice it, and after a few seconds he was already behind the Lich and was ready to strike him, which he did, and finally Lich took a pretty strong hit from the guy, which led to a free flight. But Kim wasn't going to stop there, so he immediately descended to the ground to deliver another blow to the monster's body. Although Lich was not prepared for such a development of events, he still managed to enter a state that would allow him not to suffer from this attack. The guy didn't expect it, but he wasn't surprised that the Lich decided to use his spirit to prevent the fall. The battle continued, and now Kim had to fight back, which oddly enough he did not like. At one point, Kim noticed one peculiarity, that having such a quantity of spirit, it clearly did not look like he was seriously opposing him. The guy clearly felt that his opponent was supposedly not showing all his strength. This led Kim to believe that Lich had other plans that he was planning to fulfill. Suddenly, the guy's thoughts were interrupted at one moment when he heard from the Lich that everything was ready. Behind the commander, a black fog began to emerge from the cage, which, according to Lich, would finally put an end to all these games. And a few seconds later, something literally exploded behind him and there was even more smoke, which made it unclear how the commander was feeling. Kim was able to block the attack in time, and that's the only reason why everything was okay with Commander Maxman. Now that Kim saw this broken cage, he finally understood what was going on. Now he finally understood everything. At that moment, the commander was talking about how leashes are capable of controlling darkness, even at a great distance, but the guy stopped him in time to say that in fact, all this is not so, because this is first and foremost a lich's nest. A dark, gloomy space where no light reaches, and also a place where human grievances, hatred, and energy are tangled. All this was behind this cage. Lich saw from the faces of Kim and the commander that they both understood everything and realized what would happen next, because according to him, they understood everything correctly. This really was his refuge, where sometimes the cries of people could still be heard so sweetly. After which, 2 more leashes emerged from this dark place, who first of all declared that this was a shelter and no one had the right to enter there. Kim imagined that there could be anything in this cage, but he could not fully imagine that there could be several liches there. However, now he was sure that although the fortress was large, but thousands of soldiers were concentrated in a limited area, the liches still broke into the fortress under the false pretext of being the king's followers. Suddenly, the guy's thoughts were interrupted when he heard one of the leashes saying that they had been dragging their feet for too long and that they simply had no more time to feel sorry for these losers, while another was even saying that they should have been destroyed back when they came down the stairs. The commander still couldn't believe his eyes, and besides, he simply didn't understand what these monsters were carrying there. What kind of plan were they talking about? Suddenly, his monologue was interrupted when Kim decided to ask him a question in which he wanted to know if the commander knew that the liches actually have a king. He is called the Lich King only because he rules the world of the dead, and there are actually several ways to summon him. And one of them, as strange as it may seem, was a human sacrifice. Then it became clear to the commander that the leeches were going to sacrifice every soldier in the fortress. Kim completely agreed with him, moreover. In his opinion, they were clearly doing this for a reason, but only in order to summon the Lich King to this place. From the reaction of the monsters, it became clear that Kim was absolutely right, because they immediately told him that he was a pretty smart guy, but they still did not understand one thing. How could such a low creature like Kim find out about their king? In any case, they decided to tell him that while searching for a suitable victim to resurrect the king, they discovered this kingdom. After invading the kingdom and killing the king by manipulating his corpse, one of the liches was appointed as his follower. Listening to all this, the commander became more and more angry with each passing second, because he simply did not understand how these low-grade monsters could do this and do it so unnoticed. But Lich did not stop there and continued to talk about how the ceremony was originally supposed to take place in a month, but the altar was ready earlier than expected. However, now they understood that if they could deal with these guys, then they would be able to perform the ritual quite easily. Kim understood that he was surrounded by 3 leeches, and first of all, he should understand that these were actually very difficult opponents, but not so much that he could not deal with them alone if he adjusted his magical power correctly. But before he could take a step, he suddenly saw some strange energy coming out around his feet. After a few seconds, it became clear that this was some kind of cage in which the liches had placed them. In other words, it was called a barrier of darkness. It essentially compresses all the darkened space, and Kim also knew very well that only a high-level lich possessed such a skill. And this is what bothered him the most, because he understood perfectly well that an ordinary lich could not take advantage of this. Considering all this, Kim had only one option left. He assumed that this lich could be the apostle of the king lich. In any case, Kim now needed to think about something else, because in a little while this trap would close, and then it was far from certain that he would be able to get out. But as soon as he began to think that this was the end, and that even his sacred bird was not able to help him, at that very moment this barrier collapsed, and apparently all this was only thanks to the commander. The lich couldn't believe what he saw, because it seemed to him that the lich's guide skill couldn't be dispelled by any physical force, but still the commander somehow managed to destroy this barrier with his sword. All 3 leashes at that moment began to say that most likely the weapon of this lich was simply a holy sword, which he used to destroy their cage. But the man stopped them in time and asked them not to talk nonsense, because as it turned out, his weapon was not a holy sword, but an ordinary one, after all. It was worth remembering that he was just an ordinary paladin who, no matter what, would fight to the very end. especially when he learned that they had destroyed His Majesty the King, after which they tried to sacrifice the soldiers of the kingdom, after which he ran into battle, because he was sure that whatever their plan was, he was going to put an end to it right here and now. But there was no fear in the eyes of the monsters, and all this because they were sure that he was an ordinary person who clearly should not be feared. They were going to crush him so as not to waste a lot of their precious time on him. But before that, the main lich ordered his friend to leave the fortress and call upon the dead to begin to surround the castle so that people could not escape. The paladin used all his power to prevent the lich from escaping, but apparently he wouldn't be able to catch up with him just like that, because he had another lich on his tail, who was going to do everything to launch an arrow of dark magic at the commander, not just to stop him, but to finish him off once and for all. Kim wasn't just standing there at that moment, he was completely ready to block this psycho's attack. And for this, he used the divine flame, as well as the phoenix, which would be more than happy to destroy one of the dark forces. As a result, he succeeded, and this divine phoenix was able to bite through the particle of dark power that the lich launched into them. But Phoenix didn't stop there, and he immediately continued to attack the lich who controlled the others, who in turn was clearly not able to cope with her. Having finished with one, he immediately went after another, who abruptly changed his mind and began to say that he actually had nothing to do with it, and that he had not done anything like that. Kim was glad that he was finally able to defeat these monsters, but on the other hand, he suddenly heard the voice of Commander Maxman, who wanted to ask the guy who he was. Looking at his face, it was not surprising to Kim that he was so upset, because the death of the king and the fact that the soldiers of this fortress would soon die simply could not help but upset him. But even in this case, Kim tried to prove to him that now was not the situation when he needed to give in to anger. But in that case, the captain simply did not understand what to do, after which he heard Kim telling him that he was the commander of this battlefield, and that he was Captain Maxman. However, he asked the man not to forget that he actually had someone to trust in this situation, and by extending his hand, Kim meant himself. In any case, they had not yet won, and the battle with the lich was still ongoing, so Kim and the commander should continue fighting. At least that's what it seemed like until Kim saw his divine bird begin to actively beat the lich, which made him ask Maxman to prepare for battle. But the thing was that the man himself did not fully understand whether he was really doing the right thing. Maxman was not sure if he should leave and just leave Kim here alone with these monsters, because he was still in debt to the guy, and it seemed to him that he should repay him and stay to fight with the guy. But Kim could not help him in this case, so he asked him to decide as quickly as possible. He said this only because he understood that in the case of a commander, only he can choose what is more important to him, this fortress or the lives of his soldiers. And as soon as he thought about what could happen to his people, Captain Maxman immediately jumped up and ran to help. And as it seemed to Kim, this was the right decision. After they finally resolved this issue, Kim thought about what the gatekeeper had probably told him about this once. When I tried to convey to the guy that under any circumstances, he should be confident in what he is doing. Those words became the main motivation for the guy, because of which he decided that he had to do what he came here for, and Captain Maxman could only protect his soldiers. These thoughts made the guy deliver the strongest blow he could. It was quite strange for the lich that this blow was not directed in his direction. It seemed to him that the guy had missed and wanted to start laughing at him, until I noticed how Kim slowly puts his sword in its case and does it as if he had already won this fight. But as it turned out a few seconds later, Kim did it for a reason. He struck the wall, and since his sword is capable of cutting any object or creature, an ordinary stone wall was no exception for him. After a few minutes, the wall began to crumble, and it seemed that Kim had harmed himself in this way. But the panic on the leech's faces gave him a little more hope that he had done everything right. Outside the secret basement, there was also a powerful explosion, which undoubtedly frightened all the soldiers who had been waiting for so long for their commander to emerge from under these rubble. But instead, a lich appeared in this world, who the first thing he did after coming out into this world, told all the soldiers that they were only creating problems for him because of their stupidity. He further stated that he was not going to repeat to his subordinate lich that he must do everything in order to call the dead. And if he doesn't do it again, then he will destroy him himself along with all these people, or simply send him to fight Kim, who will quickly deal with him. His second subordinate was also not left without a task. The main lich ordered him to go and check the altar, because he understood perfectly well that the ceremony could only take place if the altar was intact, and as soon as he wanted to begin his task, he saw a divine phoenix flying straight at him, which was not going to forgive this lich and give him a second chance. He immediately tried to dodge this crazy creature, and at some point he was even sure that he managed to do it. But the thought that this was just a feint, and that Kim would appear behind him at that very moment didn't even cross his mind. The Lich didn't have time to find out when Kim managed to get so close to him, and all because the guy dealt a strong enough blow that literally cut the monster into two parts. Obviously, this is where the story of this Lich came to its logical end, and the monster will no longer bother him. But on the other hand, one should not forget about the other monsters, who became even more angry when Kim destroyed their comrade. After that, Kim had to fight off attacks from other leeches, but for now, it wasn't a big problem for him. At least that's what he thought, until one of the leashes decided to lock the guy in a similar cage, which they had already created in the dungeon. The main problem at this point was that Kim was still in the air, and therefore it was much more difficult for him to counter this move. But this was all Lich had been counting on, so without much hesitation, he squeezed his hand and thereby provoked the compression of this prison. However, everything will clearly not be as simple as it seemed to the Lich, because before doing this, Kim managed to call the Phoenix to him, who helped him break this magical prison. With each such attack, the guy's strength was decreasing. It seemed to him that at this rate he would definitely lose, especially when he periodically hears the main Lich telling him that his best solution in this situation would be to simply surrender. The Lich stated that he knew that this holy firebird was absorbing all of the guy's mana, so losing was simply inevitable. But he still decided to offer Kim to surrender right now and then he would destroy him painlessly. Kim, in response to these words, said with a smile that the Lich was absolutely right in everything he said, and that bird really did absorb a large amount of his mana. However, at that very moment, Kim wanted to know who told him that he would be powerless if he ran out of mana. Before Commander Maxman left, Kim borrowed an ability from him called Chain, which allowed him to use the power of the sacred attribute. And now, when his mana was at its limit, Kim finally suggested to Lich that they start their fight in earnest. Meanwhile, all the soldiers were trying to get away from that big explosion, and at the same time, they were doing everything they could to monitor the enemy's movement. Suddenly, they were interrupted by a new explosion, which made each of them turn around. It was another Lich who managed to escape from Kim and go to carry out his task. At that moment, he thought that if he did not do what he was told, then the main Lich would get angry, and this would not lead to anything good. So without thinking twice, he used his powers to make all the dead wake up. And as soon as he began to do this, the dead began to emerge from underground in a miraculous manner. All the soldiers immediately realized that it was the Lich who summoned the monster, so they decided that they urgently needed to attack this bastard. However, the problem was that they had no idea who this guy was or how they were supposed to defeat him. Maxman showed up just in time and declared that this is why he came here. His assistant immediately ran up to the captain to tell him that he was so glad that Maxman was alive and that he was okay, because after the capture of the fortress, it seemed to him that everything was over. His words were interrupted by Maxman himself, according to whom he evacuated all the nearby knights, so there should be no casualty. After which he added that in fact this is not a priority now. He was currently interested in whether they managed to restore the fortress gates, and if we are to believe the words of the deputy, then they have not yet been able to complete the restoration to the end. Maxman heard him and immediately asked the man to block the gates in every possible way, because first of all they must preserve the fortress, and he in turn will deal with the monster. Luke immediately shouted that they wanted to help him very much, and besides, they thought that these dead people would be enough for one advance squad, so there was nothing to worry about. But before the captain could give him an answer, the deputy declared that this time he would not allow him to fight alone. Maxman realized that there was no point in telling them anything, so he simply asked them to stand on the defensive and follow him. The man understood that first of all, he had to think about the fact that it was not about fighting with all his might. His duty was to protect the soldiers. Kim would take care of everything else, and this time the man was going to trust the guy who had already saved his life more than once. Kim, meanwhile, used the maximum of his strength to get one of the liches, but so far he had not been able to do this, because the lich was much faster than it might have seemed to the guy at first. However, this speed still did not help him, and at one point Kim still got this lich, dealing him a fairly strong blow. The monster simply could not understand how this was even possible. He could not fully believe that this boy could be so strong. Besides, he couldn't just forget that for almost 100 years he had become stronger and stronger. It seemed to him that he was so strong that he now had the right to say that he was the strongest among the apostles. However, all this did not explain to him how this guy was capable of such things, and how he was even capable of inflicting such attacks on him. Until the end of his worthless existence, he could not believe that he could not resist just one insignificant person. He did not give up, and tried to the end to do everything so as not to die in such a place, because he still had not completed their plan. Kim, at this moment, was quite surprised that this lich did not disappear even after cutting the lifestone. This could only mean one thing, that he really was not an ordinary lich. In any case, Kim decided to advise him to give up and not fight so hard for this idea, because it seemed obvious to him that they had lost, but this only made the lich laugh. After which he began to tell the guy that he was just a stupid person, because the only one here who was doing his job in vain was Kim, and he thought so only because they weren't the only ones who were going to summon the king. According to him, thousands of apostles work day and night to resurrect the king, and even if he had 10,000 years, he would still not be able to stop them, because in the end, the king will be resurrected and plunge the world into darkness. As soon as the apostle finished speaking, Kim came closer to him and said that this is why he says that they are doing everything in vain. And the reason for such confidence was that Kim believed that the Lich King would die at his hands anyway. These were the last words Lich heard before Kim destroyed him. At that moment, Kim thought about whether what he said to the Lich was true. After all, the Lich King who invaded the world in his past life, and the one who destroyed it was Kim. In any case, now he thought about the fact that the Lich King was being remembered too much, and therefore Kim began to think that most likely his resurrection would happen much earlier than he thought. And if Kim was right, then everything would be much more difficult than in his past life. In any case, first he decided that he needed to sort out everything that was in front of his eyes, and only then he would be able to think about the future. Besides, he still had to deal with one more Lich. He decided to go to help as soon as possible, because he couldn't even imagine how the captain was coping there, who at that moment thought that it was difficult to resist him, since his movements were unpredictable, and also this lich actively took advantage of his weakness in aerial combat. But on the other hand, he remembered that his primary task was not really to shoot him down. First, he had to be careful, so that he couldn't easily get close to the soldiers, and that guy was supposed to come soon, and for now they had to hold out a little longer. At that moment, Lich suddenly felt a shot in the head, and this was a sign that his friend had just been destroyed. At that very moment, 1,000 questions began to pop up in his head. He wanted to know why this happened and how, but unfortunately, he simply didn't have an answer to a single question. Maxman heard what this lich was saying under his breath, and the information he was repeating could not help but please the captain, because he understood that Kim had finally completed his part of the plan. But apparently it was too early to rejoice, because these thoughts were driving the lich more and more crazy with each passing second. So he decided to use some special technique of his, which made it very difficult for most of the soldiers to breathe. Sergeant Luke, who was next to Maxman, also began to feel incredibly weak. The captain immediately started shouting towards the lich and ordering him to immediately stop all this madness. After all, he understood perfectly well that ordinary soldiers would not be able to withstand such a level of spiritual power, and if his skill continued to work at such a pace, then they would all come to an end. Before the captain could finish speaking, Kim appeared out of nowhere, already flying with his blow towards the last lich. The monster didn't have time to react before getting hit in the face. Such an unexpected appearance of Kim for the commander could mean only one thing: that the guy managed to defeat that monster. Kim, in turn, noted that their situation was not the best either, and if he had arrived a little later, there would have been nothing here. But the commander was glad that everything ended there, because there could have actually been many more victims. The ability to absorb the dead is a skill that allows its owner to absorb the energy of the dead and the living within reach, and the magic of the dead makes them much stronger. But now he fully understood what the system's words meant when it asked, if possible, not to destroy anyone. After all, if the number of deaths increased, then the magic would be stronger than it is now. But Kim was also well aware of the fact that despite being the Lich King's apostle, he still shouldn't be able to do this on his own, and he looked like a subordinate of the Lich he had recently defeated, but was still incredibly strong. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the voice of the last Lich, who declared that he would never forgive Kim in his life and would do everything to destroy him, and for this he was going to use his special weapon. With this staff, he created a huge seal in the sky and also strengthened it so that it could not be easily destroyed. In any case, Kim already knew what to do in such a case. Namely, he was going to use the ability to absorb the deceased, but before that, he understood that he needed to get to the Stone of Life. But the Lich was not going to give up just like that. Moreover, he began to say that Kim would not be able to simply break his weapon, because it was a spell with his life as collateral. And this could only mean one thing. If Kim wants to dispel the spell, then he simply has no choice but to destroy it. Kim didn't respond at that moment, but simply continued to attack that nasty monster. The guy clearly realized that he wouldn't be able to break through this barrier just like that, although on the other hand, He needed to grab this bastard as soon as possible, because if he delayed even for a little while, then he would have big problems. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the commander, who wanted to tell Kim that since the boy asked him to do everything possible to protect his soldiers, he would gladly use all his strength to carry out this order, after which he struck the ground with his sword. Thanks to this, a huge blue ball was created around the entire kingdom at that very second. Immediately after creating such a barrier, most soldiers noticed that the energy pressing on the body disappeared. Kim couldn't believe his eyes, because he understood that most likely the commander was currently using a skill called Holy Place. According to Maxman, this is a paladin skill. It is his best and last skill, which can increase the spirit of all allies in the area of dissemination and destroys the attribute of darkness. But the problem is that this skill takes away his life energy. But in any case, the man was sure that even if this was his last breath, he would definitely do everything to protect the knights. Therefore, all he asked Kim for the last time was to take care of all the knights who remained alive. Kim at that moment understood perfectly well that everyone was desperately fighting, risking their lives. And that is why Kim would really not like to let down Commander Maxman, who places such hopes on him. But Lich at that moment continued to attack the guy, saying a lot of offensive words to him, like that he was a weak, helpless, and incapable worm on his own. That's why he wanted to kill thousands of people, just because they are all weak creatures who have no right to exist. In response to these words, Kim stopped his attacks and told him that even a being like him cherished friends. But he still wanted to convey to him that the thousands of people they had already destroyed, and those they were going to destroy, each of them was someone's friend. And now Kim wanted to do everything so that this Lich would finally understand what it was like when a person loses absolutely everything. And before finishing him off, Kim asked the Lich to remember this feeling, and when he goes to the underworld, he should pass this on to his dead friends so that they would never want to return to their world. After which he dealt the final blow, with which he finished off the Lich, thereby not allowing him to finish what he started. Having destroyed the last Lich, the monsters that came out to him began to disappear little by little, which could not but please. The only one who did not feel as well as he would have liked was Captain Maxman, whose condition was very bad, and he did not fully understand whether this whole horror was over or not. A little more, and he would have definitely lost consciousness, but Kim approached him in time, thanks to which he managed to catch him. And after the commander looked at Kim, the first thing the guy wanted to say was that the man had actually done a great job. Maxman thought that he would most likely die without seeing how it all ended, but how glad he was that he was still able to live until this moment. He sat down carefully, leaning against the wall, and said that before he began to rejoice in the victory, he would need to rest a little. But apparently he wasn't the only one who wanted to rest a little, because as soon as he turned his head towards Kim, he saw how he was barely able to breathe. Meanwhile, in the Awakened Management Agency, Song Kyung-tae, who held the position of Director of Awakened Management, was yelling at his subordinates because he didn't understand how 3 months later, a dungeon would appear in Anyang City and immediately cause such an explosion. And in general, he didn't want to believe all this nonsense because it seemed implausible to him. Lee, listening to all these screams, no longer had the desire to talk to the director, but he was perfectly aware of the fact that he would still have to do it. The director continued to tell Lee that people could not predict the appearance of the dungeon, and that the dungeon would immediately cause an explosion, causing the entire city of Anyang to fall into chaos. Even when the dungeons appear, they do not immediately cause an outbreak. At least a month must pass from the moment of appearance, and the director was sure of all this. Lee had no intention of arguing with him and fully agreed with the man's word, but he still wanted to add that in the past, the process of the dungeon's appearance had gone beyond common sense. Therefore, he felt that no matter what happened, this problem should not be overlooked, because it was worth remembering that the population of Anyang was 700,000 people, thus it could be stated that public safety was under threat. The director understood perfectly well what Lee was telling him, and what would happen to him if they did nothing, and the catastrophe still happened. But he still did not forget that if they were wrong, then 700 million people would be subject to fear. Kim Dewey, who was an A-rank awakened and worked for the agency, suddenly intervened in their conversation and stated that there was simply no end to this conversation. The director immediately turned to him to find out Dewey's opinion, because he had also heard everything and probably thought something about it, to which Dewey told him that even if there were no such cases, Lee's argument was still correct. According to Dewey, he saw only one problem here, and it was how reliable the information was. These words clearly offended Lee. Dewey didn't stop there and started talking about the possibility that Lee was simply influenced by the ogres, so in order to finally be sure of one option or another, Dowie wanted to find out from Lee who gave him this information. In response to this question, the man said that in fact the source is obvious according to him. Everyone has probably already heard this name. And as soon as Lee stated that this message was conveyed from Kim Soo-hyun, both men's faces changed, because they clearly did not expect to hear anything like that. Their surprise was normal, because Kim was now known as a rank-changing and quietly commotion-causing newcomer in the abyss. The director did not quite believe Lee that he even knew Kim Soo-hyun, and Dewey noted at that moment that he knew that at the place where the Kwaju dungeon was captured, there was a person named Kim Soo-hyun, but according to his information, he was C rank. But even knowing this information, the director lowered his head and said that he would not change his decision, which clearly amazed Lee, who was confident that he could convince the director otherwise. According to the director, he made this decision only because there is no data confirming his identity, and therefore they simply cannot trust him. Before Lee could say anything, the director decided to ask him a question in which he wanted to know what would happen if he believed Lee and evacuated all the citizens, but nothing happened. As the director, he would have to bear responsibility for everything, so he asked Lee to listen to him carefully. On the other hand, the dungeon is a kind of natural disaster, and in his opinion, even if a small number of citizens died, he would not be held responsible for it. Lee didn't want to believe until the very end that the director was going to pretend that he was not aware of the situation, and only because he didn't want to take responsibility. But no matter how much Lee tried to get angry, the director still believed that the decision was his and that he was also responsible for everyone. Lee tried to say something in response to these words, but he didn't have time because the director decided to end the conversation there and asked the man to do everything so that no one would find out that this conversation had ever happened. Kim rested a little, and a few minutes after destroying the lich, he received a notification that he had passed the test of the 20th floor with flying colors, thereby earning 100,000 achievement points. But for now, there was no joy on Kim's face, because he still couldn't forget that it was just insanely difficult, because 3 Apostle-class leashes fought with him, and this happened to him only on the 20th floor and on the 10th level. However, it was actually a significant achievement for him, considering the fact that he raised his stats quite a bit. His coefficient of 60 and 7th level of magic power corresponded to the S-rank level that he had originally aimed for, but at that moment the system notified him that it was still counting achievements, which confused the guy a little. As it turned out, he could ask for help from quite a large number of people in this kingdom. And taking this into account, he concluded that in this way he went into the minus when he did so much work alone. Although on the other hand he looked closely at Maxman and thought that in fact this time he was not alone. At that moment, the captain was talking to his warriors about how things in the fortress were almost settled, but the war with the kingdom of Odrum was not over yet, so he wanted to ask his knights to spend more time repairing the fortress walls and gates. While he was talking with his knights, Kim, whom the man was looking for, came up to him because he thought that Kim had left without saying goodbye. Maxman wanted to thank Kim again for helping him save the kingdom and for all the work he had done, but Kim didn't really like hearing people praise him. Suddenly, to the guy's surprise, Maxman told the guy that the same thing had once happened to him. After his contribution to the last war, people started calling him War Hero Maxman. Of course, he knew it was an honorary title. But on the other hand, he understood that the more time passed, the harder it was to bear this burden, after which he began to feel how this burden was pressing on him, waking up every day with the thought that he was a hero. Kim began to realize that apparently Maxman was feeling the same pressure as he had in the past. However, Maxman also wanted to remind Kim about how he told him that his task was to protect the local soldiers, and only thanks to Kim, his mind finally returned to normal. And in fact, Kim believed his new friend, because it was clear from his face. After which Kim noted the fact that the answer is always closer than a person can imagine, and the captain simply could not agree with him. At this point, Kim decided to end his stay in this place, especially since he had already completed his task, so she told Maxman that he was leaving, which clearly surprised the man. The guy understood his surprise, but still he thought that here he had completed all his business, and it seemed to him that it would be better to leave the rest to the captain. The captain couldn't help but agree with this, but before that he wanted to point out that Kim had just told him that he felt awkward receiving praise, but he would still like to ask the guy for permission to tell everyone around him that Kim was the hero who saved their entire empire. Thanks to this, the system informed Kim that he had unlocked a new achievement, as well as a new skill, and now his hero is immortal. A girl working out in the gym started yelling at her friend to pick up his phone because she wasn't going to listen to that old-fashioned ringtone. This friend turned out to be Lee, who picked up the phone and heard the voice of his friend Kim, who had disappeared. But as soon as Kim told Lee something, he immediately realized that this was no longer a joke, and it was clear from his facial expression. Kim left the hospital with a bit of a scandal because the doctors didn't want to let him go, even though he told them several times that he was fine, and therefore he didn't understand why they were making such a fuss. But apparently this was only the beginning, because as soon as he left the hospital, he was immediately met by Lee, who first of all wanted to ask the guy how he was feeling. After Kim told him all the details about his adventure, Lee calmed down a little, although he still didn't fully believe the guy, because his hand didn't look as good to him as Kim himself described it. But most of all, Lee was surprised that the guy was able to clear the 20th floor in just one day, and as he sees now, the guy wasn't hurt too badly, so the man would like to get advice from such an experienced warrior. Kim didn't understand what the man wanted to talk to him about, so he immediately said that he didn't have any advice, because he didn't really know that much. Lee didn't expect any other answer, but he was content to understand that there was no need to worry about this guy. In any case, Lee still wanted to talk to Kim about how he had failed in the end, and that he was very sorry, and that his identity had been revealed. But the guy immediately said that it was not a big problem because he had not counted on this director from the very beginning. In his past life, Kim was awakened directly under the agency's control, and therefore knew who this director was. Anyway, Lee stated that the persuasion was unsuccessful, and he also had information that he learned from the director's close assistant, Kim Dewey, saying that a green dungeon had appeared in Gyeonggi-do Ansan, and they were planning to storm it, and some awakened ones were gathering in Ansan. Listening to all this, Kim understood perfectly well that that very day was gradually approaching. In his previous life, he was also summoned there, which is why he was unable to prepare for the sudden outbreak in Anyang. Director Song Kyung-tae was too busy shirking his responsibilities that day, so the delayed response played a role. Kim was very angry that Song Kyung-tae was an idiot who only cared about himself, but Lee interrupted Kim's thoughts to find out how the guy even knew the time of the dungeon's appearance. The guy, in response to this question, thanked Lee for his efforts, and since that was the case, he would like to act according to a different plan, in which he would work alone, which shocked Lee. Kim asked him not to be so surprised, because in fact, he had already received quite a lot of help from Lee. But the man didn't even want to hear this, because he was sure that what he had done was too little. Lee wanted to tell the guy that he was now in a position where he couldn't expect cooperation from the agency, and he was also sure that in Kim's new plan, there would be a matter in which Lee would still be able to help him. Kim clearly did not expect anything like this. It seemed to him that Lee would quickly agree with him and would not want to continue helping him, but apparently he was wrong, so he happily decided to tell his plan to Lee. 2 months later, on December 17th, a week before Christmas, many different news stories began to come out about terrorist attacks taking place in the cities of the country, so the situation on the internet was heating up all people, including the Abyss. Nobody in those days understood whether the prediction about the Domp Guild was true or not. Many people didn't even believe in the existence of the Domp Guild, but not Lee, who openly declared to all journalists that he personally experienced all of this, and that he did all of this for a reason, but only because Kim Soo-hyun entrusted him with this work. Lee talked on TV about how he almost got hurt a lot during the recent takeover of the Kwaju dungeon, which was hard to believe even for those close to Lee. But the director of the agency was not the kind of person who would just leave all this behind. And as soon as he saw that Lee was using journalists, he immediately got angry and started shouting. His head was already spinning because of the appearance of the dungeon in Ansan, and now there were even more problems on his head. Dawn believed that there was nothing that could be done about it, and that they should let the situation go. Because no matter what the agency was, they simply could not prevent the autonomous actions of every awakened one. The director was sure that this was Kim Soo-hyun's doing, so he asked his deputy to identify this guy as soon as possible so that they could deal with him and solve all their problems. According to Dawn, Kim Soo-hyun settled in the Abyss a month ago, but the only thing that was unclear to him was why this guy was making such a fuss. Kim, meanwhile, was going a little crazy. His body was so relaxed that at times he didn't even understand what was happening. But his strange occupation was interrupted at one point by a knock on the door. It was the owner of the apartment, who came to the guy because the rent was delayed for a month, and there was no answer for several days. And the man came here in order to find out what the guy was doing there, and also to get his money. The man decided that since the guy was not answering him, then most likely he was going to die. So the man decided that first the guy should pay him, and then he could do whatever he wanted. But as soon as he opened the doors, he immediately saw that everything was fine with his guests, and he could demand payment. But he was so brave until a monstrous energy took hold of the man. The next thing he heard was the guy apologizing to him and telling him that he would pay extra for the trouble he had caused. After which he added that in fact he was already going to leave, and most likely the man would not see him again. These were the last words of the guy before he disappeared, leaving behind a small bag of gold. But even in such quantity, it was simply a huge payment for such a room. On December 23rd, a month had passed since he entrusted Lee Ju-ho with the task and came to the tower. Kim bought an excellent magic catalyst with the accumulated achievement points, which was about 2 million points. Then, locking himself in a room and drinking the catalyst, he trained to tame magical energy. The taste and smell were simply disgusting, but thanks to this, he was able to achieve such a wonderful state as now. Kim was in a great mood because he realized that tomorrow would finally be the final battle, which he would definitely have to win. At the appointed time, a guild employee came to the head of the guild's office and informed him that it was time for them to move out. The leader completely agreed with him, and as soon as he stood up, he immediately turned to Hakjun and said that he should go with him. Reading all this news, Hak believed that all this was being done by a criminal guild that was in the shadows, and now their existence had surfaced. Perhaps they even had a snitch. Although in reality he was not sure of this, it seemed to him that there was a possibility that the beginning of a terrorist attack with the appearance of a green dungeon in Ansan was quite plausible, but it was still unclear why it would come to this. But at one point the head interrupted him to say that he was actually talking about the guy who posted this. According to him, only a few awakened ones know about their existence, and in order to find out who brought them to the surface, he conducted some investigation, and thanks to this research, the head determined that the person who posted this was Kim Soo-hyun, and as soon as the woman said this, it was clear from Han's face that he was familiar with this name. Moreover, the man added that he was thinking of conducting another investigation to understand why this boy was setting up the Domp Guild. While they were getting into the car, Khan was very interested to know why the reader, who does not benefit from writing such things, would worry about such a matter, and what business does he have with the Domp Guild. But at some point, he began to suspect that the Ares Guild and the Domp Guild were connected, which is why the man was so worried about it. Moreover, he did not forget the fact that Kim Soo-hyun was just a person who had a C rank, and therefore it seemed to him that he was definitely not to blame for this. But strangely enough, the thought still lingers in Han's mind about how Kim gave him a small piece of paper and asked the guy to contact him whenever needed. Meanwhile, in Ansan, it was an incredibly quiet Christmas. Even the hooligans, who usually have something to do, were very bored. One of them said that perhaps they should also run away better, because they say that there will be a catastrophe here. But the leader of this small group believed that all this was a fairy tale and they should not go anywhere. According to him, some crazy person was just making a fuss, so it was clear to him at first glance that it was a lie. But suddenly his words were interrupted when an unknown guy appeared behind him, who assured the guy that in fact it was not a lie. They all turned around and saw a guy in a mask, who they obviously didn't like, so they were going to beat him up. The same guy who spoke the most immediately said that he already saw this guy's apology, so without further ado he was going to receive it. He was very happy that they would finally be able to kick at least someone, especially such a crazy person as this one. But before he could finish speaking, this crazy guy lifted the guy by his clothes and thus made him understand that everything would definitely not be so simple. Kim then threw him on the floor and took out his sword, after which he assured them that he was not actually crazy, but just an ordinary terrorist. And a few seconds after these words, an explosion thundered behind Kim. These guys immediately jumped up and started running away as fast as they could. Within 1 hour, the news that it was now known that an explosion had occurred throughout the city of Anyang spread across all TV channels, so the residents who were still in the city were immediately evacuated urgently. The director's employee burst into his office to tell him the news of what had happened, but as it turned out, the man himself could see everything perfectly well. The man was very angry because until the end he thought that this was just nonsense and in fact nothing would happen, but when he realized that he was wrong, it made him even more angry. From eyewitness testimony, Dowie could say that one person was responsible for terrorism, and this could not help but surprise. It didn't take the director long to figure out that this person was Kim Soo-hyun, who had already become incredibly annoying to the man. But he didn't want to deal with this on his own, so he decided to entrust this task to his deputy, who he was against doing it. The director literally immediately started shouting that he should gather all the available awakened ones so that they could all catch Kim Soo-hyun together. He also wanted all people to know that Kim Soo-hyun is an ordinary terrorist who should be eliminated immediately. Meanwhile, Kim stood on the roof of one of the city's buildings and wondered if he had managed to cause a stir. Kim thought that now it definitely looked like a terrorist attack. Buildings and cars seemed to be engulfed in flames, although in reality, this was far from the case. As his mastery of the sacred flame increased, he was able to create the illusion of burning, and only thanks to this was he able to put on such a show. He also noted that up to this point there had been 0 casualties, and this could only mean one thing, that the population had already been evacuated. But even in this case, Kim believed that this was not enough, and he needed to go all the way to the very end. Be that as it may, the time came, and as soon as he collected his thoughts and thought about doing what he had planned, his thoughts were interrupted by a male voice, which asked the guy to stop there. These were the awakened ones, who came to defeat the guy and not let him continue to carry out his plan, but Kim understood perfectly well that this was possible, so he was ready for it. At the head of all these guys was the awakened in service and deputy director of the agency Dowie, who was the first person to ask Kim to humbly surrender and not continue to do what he had planned. As soon as the other newcomers heard that the terrorist was Kim Soo-hyun, that super newcomer, a small panic immediately began among the awakened ones. But Dewey was not going to back down from his original plan and continued to say that they knew that Kim had deliberately conspired with Kim Joo-ho to create this situation. However, even in this case, they offered him to peacefully agree to surrender, and then they would not punish him to the fullest extent. But Kim did not even let him finish before saying that they talk too much and do so little, after which he directly asked them to attack, because he actually didn't have much time to chat with them. Such self-confidence obviously angered all the awakened, because they believed that even if he was a super newbie, he still had no right to underestimate them. Kim immediately noticed that most of the guys who were attacking him were of rank B or higher. Moreover, they did not just attack him mindlessly, but tried to do everything possible to force him to weaken his defenses. But all these attacks were too predictable for Kim. He even found it a little funny how they were trying to get him. One of the awakened noticed that Dowie was standing still and not attacking, which slightly angered him, because he was the strongest among them, but for some reason, he still stood still. In response to this question, the deputy said that it seemed to him that something was clearly not right here, although it was unclear what he meant. While they were talking about this, the battle between Kim and the awakening continued. The guy was actively attacked, although so far this has not brought any results. Kim knew that most of his opponents were B rank and above, making this fight clearly unfair, so he felt he needed to even the playing field a bit. While Kim was thinking about this, Dewey decided that he also needed to join the fight, so he used his skill, which was called Wing. Immediately after this, strange wings appeared behind Kim's back, which began to lift the guy up. And as soon as Dowie was able to hold Kim in his arms, he immediately decided to tell him that he noticed one very interesting detail, that although everything was on fire, there was no damage, since the buildings were in good condition. But at that moment, he was most interested in one question. He wanted to know why Kim wanted to evacuate people under the guise of terrorism. The guy didn't expect that his opponent would be a sorcerer, because it would make his job much more difficult. But in any case, he wasn't going to talk to him, and immediately told Dowie that first he had to defeat him, and only then could he ask him about something. In that case, he had no choice but to fulfill Kim's request and defeat him before he could carry out his plan, after which he threw Kim off the huge building and followed him into free flight. To use his magic, he used a book, each page of which contained several types of spells. His next skill was Lightning Strike, which had all 5 stars. But even after such a powerful blow, Kim was able to land on his feet without any problem. At this moment, Dewey was thinking that the guy was being attacked by so many awakened ones, so it seemed to him that it was simply impossible to dodge in the air. But how wrong he was, because as soon as the guy landed, it was immediately obvious that he didn't have a single scratch. And this was a problem, because Dewey used one of his strongest blows, and this can only mean one thing, that even he cannot defeat Kim, and the awakened one at that moment assessed Dewey, and it seemed to him that the wizard was clearly no less than a rank. In any case, it seemed to Kim that the sorcerer had shown him a lot at this stage, but all this only confirmed that Dowie was just a worthless awakened one. Dowie was truly surprised that even in such a situation the guy managed to say such things, although he understood that his strength could not be enough to defeat them all. When his colleagues finally came down to help him, the first thing Dowie asked them for was to buy him some time. According to him, this had to be done so that he could send a request for assistance to the agency in time. He believed that all the forces of the Awakened should be mobilized right at this point. After these words, all the awakened ones immediately went into battle, although Kim dodged all their attacks and did everything to avoid harming them, and this seemed to anger them even more, and they asked him to fight normally, although they all understood perfectly well that the person they had to fight at the moment was much stronger than they thought. One of them even heard that this guy had passed the first floor in less than 2 years. They also simply couldn't help but notice that this guy has a special magic sword with which he fights. But the strangest thing is that he doesn't use anything else besides this sword. In any case, looking at this guy, one could say with confidence that his level of skill is simply incredibly huge, and this despite the fact that he has not yet fully shown himself. Dowie still couldn't understand, despite such fighting strength, why he still hadn't revealed his identity. What was the matter? Kim at that moment decided to tell them all that they had already shown him all their worthlessness, and therefore it seemed to him that there was simply no point in continuing this fight. Even though Dewey knew the guy's name and rank, he still felt that Kim Soo-hyun's rank was much higher than S. Therefore he asked his awakened ones to attack slowly and do it as carefully as possible, because without help they could suffer greatly, and no one needs that. He also noted that for now, attacks are only coming from their side, and this is a very bad sign if they suddenly start to figure out what happened and who is to blame for this situation. Kim, listening to all this, could not help but notice that Dowie was a pretty smart guy. He especially liked the idea of not wasting his strength in vain, but to act in a more serious situation. It was quite reasonable. There are really only 2 reasons why Kim hid his identity and put on such a show. Firstly, he wanted to determine the strength of the current awakened ones, and right now, this was required in order to know how much combat power the awakened ones could use in battle. Secondly, in order to attract more fighters, if he said that he was not a terrorist, then director Song Kyung-tae would not have sent any help, because initially, this person simply did not care whether an outbreak would happen or not. But when he starts a terror campaign that threatens national security, things immediately take a different turn, because it reaches journalists and television. So all Kim needs to do now is wait for help to arrive, and they just have to do that before the outbreak happens. Dowie still looked at the guy and didn't understand why he was standing so calmly and looking at them, because he had definitely heard about the reinforcement, but at the same time he still wasn't going to attack. While he was thinking about this, reinforcements arrived on the scene and responded to the call for help quite quickly. It was still unclear who came to their aid, but the commander's voice was quite familiar. Dowie, looking at the squad that arrived to help, immediately thought that the director was probably furious since he sent these people to help. The organization of state-awakened people who were selected and raised by the Awakened Management Agency is a kind of rapid response force, a group called ACT. Even though Kim was wearing a mask, it was immediately noticeable that he was smiling, because he hadn't actually seen his old acquaintances for a long time. The leader of this squad was S-Rank Park Yun-Gyu, who acted as captain. Most of the awakened ones immediately recognized Park Yun, because he was one of the strongest among the S-Rank awakened ones. The first thing that happened as soon as the ACT squad arrived at the scene was that Park Yun wanted to find out the situation, and according to his assistant, the enemy forces were much weaker than them, and according to the report, that person's name was Kim Soo-hyun. He was registered as a C-rank fighter. But as it turned out, in fact, he has skills at the S-rank level. Dewey even suggested that Kim Soo-hyun was currently even stronger than Park Yun-go. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Octa's vice-captain, Kak Seung-chul, who had an A rank, and he said that Dewey showed that he was scared, as if he was on the battlefield for the first time. As Seung-chul thought that there was only one guy in front of them, whom they could easily defeat, but Park Yun immediately asked him to calm down and not to lose his vigilance under any circumstances, after which Captain Octa turned to Deputy Dowie and told him that he was not aware of how strong the enemy was, and he did not think it was worth starting the attack first, to which the deputy director himself agreed. But as it turned out later, he had only himself in mind, so he sent his squad into battle, which, in his opinion, should be the first to begin its attack. How the son attacked his new opponent with a smile, because he believed that he could easily deal with this guy now. At this point, Dewey decided to turn to the captain of Octa and say that even if Park Yun-gyu's student was an A-rank fighter, he still wasn't sure that he could be a worthy opponent, although Park Yun believed that everything would be fine. The man asked not to forget that the fights of the act are different from the fights of other awakened ones. Kim listened attentively to the man and looked him straight in the eyes, and in his head, the thought flashed that he was exactly the same as he was then. Nothing had changed. Kim, like no one else, knew who Pak Yun was and what he was capable of, but he also did not forget what this captain taught him in his past life. From the way his squad attacked, Kim immediately noticed that the methods of raising the boys were exactly the same. But before he destroys them all, Kim decides to test one theory. At some point, when the members of the ACT group were supposed to start attacking Kim, they simply ran in different directions, which was quite strange to watch. But then it became clear what the matter was, and in this way they created a circle that closed Kim and did not allow him to leave. Other awakened ones, looking at this, did not understand what was happening at all, because it did not meet their expectations at all. For them, it was somehow very strange. Dowie turned to them and said that he understood them perfectly well, that perhaps it looked like a normal run in circles, but in fact it was far from that. After all, in reality, the guys deliver one blow every second, and considering that there are quite a lot of them, one could only imagine how many blows Kim Soo-hyun has to parry. Then the awakened ones finally understood what was going on, and why this attack was so serious. According to the deputy director, the scheme of various attacks is collected in one acceleration, a systematic tactic that combines support, containment, and powerful strikes, attacking from all sides to catch strong people or bosses. In other words, this technique could be called an ideal all-round attack. This is the very feature of the awakened act. As Seung was talking to Kim Soo-hyun at that moment, and asking him to stop dodging like a rat and finally show what he was capable of. But even so, Kim dodged all possible attacks from the ACT group. He understood that the moment his foot left the ground, the central point would naturally collapse. And all this was only to eventually use a chain attack that tied the guy up like a spider in a web. The other awakened ones, who were watching this closely, first thought that ACT had managed to capture this crazy terrorist. But as Sun decided that he simply couldn't stop there, so he launched an attack that struck everyone who watched. The other members of the group immediately thought that their captain had asked them to do all the work more gently, and now that he had made this mistake, they had lost control, because all the chains were broken. But before they could say it out loud, Kim began to carefully emerge from the fog, which shocked everyone, including Captain Pak Yun, who, although he tried not to show it, was clear from his impassive face. The whole point was that Kim dodged all of Kok Seung's blows, and not only dealt him several accurate blows, he also wrapped the guy in his own chain. As Seung was obviously very angry about this, but what was surprising was that he started screaming about how Kim supposedly knew how they were going to attack him, which is why he was able to dodge the attack so easily. The guy remembered that at the moment when he was tied up and when he swung his sword, Kim dodged and broke the chain. In addition, he used the chain in reverse, but this is shameful, so as Sun decided it would be better if he kept quiet about it. Dowie simply did not understand how this was even possible, even taking into account the fact that he may have an incredible sense, but even with such skills, it is literally impossible to manage to do all this in a split second. Kim, at that moment, was thinking that of course he knew about this, because he was the one who was in the ACT squad in his past life and was trained in all the smallest combat tactics. So it is not surprising that he was aware of all this. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the captain, who said that he had apparently made a mistake when he decided that he should have attacked second. After which, he turned to Kim Soo-hyun and told the guy that even though he was young, even in this case he was still quite good and talented. The captain felt that if they had met in another place, he would have offered to work together. After all, it seemed to him that at the moment the guy was using his power for other purposes. Before this fight began, Dowie asked the captain to be as careful as possible so as not to collapse the entire area. At that moment, Kim was very happy that all the awakened were slowly gathering, and this was only to his advantage. At that moment, he was thinking that someday he would be able to fight like this, and apparently the day when his wish would come true had finally come. However, he reminded himself that today was not the time for this, and he should remember why he really came here, so he threw away his sword. And then, without thinking for long, he turned to the captain and said that he was forced to surrender and that he really did not want to continue this fight, or rather, start it at all. This obviously greatly surprised both the captain and the other awakened ones, who could not believe that after such a fight, Kim would decide to surrender so easily. The captain didn't fully understand what was going on here, so he asked Kim to clarify again what his words had just meant. Kim confidently told him that the captain had heard everything correctly. According to him, he no longer needed to waste energy on senseless fights, because from this moment on, a real battle would begin for all of them. And as soon as he finished speaking, Dowie and the others noticed a green light after a small earthquake that was among the clouds. Their worst expectations came true. they noticed that a dungeon had opened in the sky, which had been rumored for so long. It didn't take long for any of them to realize that this was the same flash. While they were wondering and trying to understand how all this was even possible, Kim approached them and told them that as they could see, the appearance of the dungeons and the speed of the outbreak in the future would become even more unpredictable. After these words, Kim again began to absorb all the fire that was in the city. Dowie immediately noticed this and decided for himself that this was definitely this guy's ability, and no houses or people were actually harmed. Kim, at this point, continued to tell them that they might be confused and hate him for not telling them the truth from the beginning, but now he would like to ask them for just one request. And the essence of this request was quite simple. He just wanted them to fight together. After all, only in this case will they be able to protect the city of Anyang, which without their help could disappear from the face of the earth forever. Dewey couldn't quite believe that the man in front of him was really Kim Soo-hyun, about whom there were so many rumors. The sudden outbreak in Anyang City is the beginning of an anomaly that will threaten the world in the future. It was known that an outbreak is a phenomenon that occurs when a dungeon is not attacked for a certain period of time from the moment it was created. However, this was a special situation where the outbreak occurred at the same time as the dungeon was created, so Kim was well aware of the fact that such things would happen more and more often in the future. After which Kim decided to talk to Dewey and find out from him first of all how many support forces he had, and if we are to believe the words of the deputy, then about 100 people had gathered in his detachment. Kim was glad to hear this, so he immediately thanked Dowie for his work, and also for hearing his intention. But Dowie believed that all these thanks should be directed only towards Kim, because all the awakened would definitely not have gathered here if he had not pretended to be a terrorist, because in this way he was able to request support much faster. The other awakened ones didn't understand what was going on at the moment. Did these guys already know that this outbreak would happen? In any case, the answer to this question will have to wait, because when they raised their heads up, they saw a huge monster crawling out of the dungeon. At that moment, not everyone understood that it was a flash from the green dungeon, which could not be said about Dowie, who immediately understood it, and therefore became scared. It was no wonder that he was so scared, because it was a flash from the green dungeon, in which the monsters were an order of magnitude stronger than in all other dungeons. Most of the awakened had never even seen such huge monsters, so they froze in fear when they began to attack. Many awakened were stronger than these monsters, but they literally could not do anything with themselves. Their body was simply filled with fear that did not go away. This happened to one of the guys, who stood like a statue until he was attacked by a huge goblin. It seemed that this was the end of the guy's story, and no one would remember him anymore. But at the last moment, Pak Yun blocked the goblin's blow, and thus saved the guy's life. The man at that moment thought that every monster was at the level of a boss of a red or orange dungeon, which scared even him. In any case, there was no point in thinking about it at the moment, so he started fighting with these monsters, and also shouted to his subordinates that now was not the time to cry, it would be better to fight. As the son also began to scream and panic, although his original task was to calm his colleagues and bring hope into the hearts of each of the awakened. But unfortunately, he didn't do it, and Kim, who appeared out of nowhere behind the guy, decided to tell him about it. The guy reminded him once again that he was from a special organization called ACT, which at such moments should show its strength. So Kim once again asked him to pull himself together and use his position to calm the awakened and channel their fear in the right direction. As Sun didn't have time to answer him anything before Kim jumped high and flew straight into the center of the green dungeon, where there were most of the monsters. Deputy Captain Act was even more angered by this, because he did not understand what was wrong with this guy at all, because he spoke exactly the same way as his mentor. Kim used all his strength and all his resources to destroy as many monsters as possible with his sword. Although he succeeded, at some point it seemed that the number of these monsters was simply endless. But still, it seemed to Kim that Pak Yun should help him cope with the monsters of the Green Dungeon. And since this is the whole act, then the evacuation of citizens will be much easier. Thanks to this, he doesn't have to worry about the small monsters. He can proceed to destroy the boss of this dungeon, the huge dragon Eagleass. The size of this dragon was astounding. It was so huge that the high-rise buildings in the city center seemed so tiny. When Dowie saw this monster, he immediately realized that they needed to evacuate all the citizens as quickly as possible, and so far, they had only been able to do this with half. At that moment, he was thinking about the fact that thanks to the early evacuation, there were no casualties yet, but still the thought that if they did not stop the monsters, there would be much more harm. And looking at this big guy, one could assume that not only the city of Anyang was in danger, but the whole country. Therefore, They decided that it would be best not to let any monsters out of Anyang, and asked all people to remain calm and follow the instructions of the awakened one. Meanwhile, Kim Soo-hyun was gathering his thoughts, because he would soon have to destroy a huge dragon, even though he had done it in his past life. But that did not mean that doing it a second time would be much easier. Dowie believed that the only remaining hope at the moment was Kim, but given the strength of such a dungeon and the simultaneous release of all the monsters, it was difficult to be sure that the guy would definitely cope with everything. Dowie's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by heavy breathing coming from behind him, because of which he carefully turned around and hoped until the end that he would not see a monster behind him, but unfortunately, this was not the case. At first, it seemed that Dewey was finished, but then suddenly this huge goblin fell right in front of him, and on the head of this monster sat Pak Yun, who could only notice that Dewey had lost his vigilance and needed to pull himself together, after which he decided to rest a little and explain to Dowie what was going on here. According to him, he and Act will be engaged in the extermination of monsters and the evacuation of citizens, and he would like to ask Dowie to continue to summon the awakened. While they were talking, Kim jumped down next to them and also wanted to say a few words. But as soon as he wanted to speak, Pak Yun turned to him, wanting to know whether he could entrust this huge dragon to him, and the answer was not long in coming. Kim replied that this was all he needed now, after which he summoned his sacred phoenix, with which he would go into battle. The guy flew high enough to catch the monster in an awkward position. Kim struck with all his might, but as soon as the sword touched the surface of this dragon's body, instead of causing damage, it couldn't even penetrate the surface shell. After which he immediately jumped back a short distance, and the first thing Kim thought was that the dragon was incredibly strong, and his usual blows would hardly be able to reach this monster. It was now more than obvious that defeating this creature would not be easy, and would clearly require something much stronger and more powerful than ordinary sword strike. Kim decided that he would first try to attack this creature with the help of his phoenix, in order to at least somehow distract it from himself. But all these thoughts distracted the guy, and he completely forgot that this huge monster was also capable of attacking in response. This was the main reason why Kim missed the blow. Although it was a pretty strong blow, Kim obviously wasn't going to give up after that, and immediately began to get to his feet. At that moment, the guy thought that this dragon had withstood 2 blows that would have killed any monster, and yet he felt as if nothing had happened, but this only confirmed that the guy should acknowledge the enormous strength of his opponent, especially when he remembered that in his past life, the outbreak in Anyang was recorded as a disaster. The losses amounted to more than 100,000 people. About half of them died because of this dragon. Due to the unexpected anomaly of the dungeons, the number of awakened was insufficient. After conquering the dungeon, he entered the battle, but unfortunately Kim was unable to completely defeat this bastard. Be that as it may, Kim still made a decision for himself that he would do everything in his power to cut this dragon in half in this life, and not allow such great losses as in his past life. And in this he should have been helped by his knowledge of how this dragon fights. For example, he knew that after the eruption of flame, this dragon needs to rest a little. In other words, he has a break. Therefore, this moment is best suited to strike at him, which is what Kim was going to do, and used a jump to start with, after which he noticed that the dragon's neck was its most vulnerable area, which most likely would not be able to withstand the guy's blow. But this time, he decided to strike not with his sword, but with a dragon spear, a weapon that is made based on the mythical spear gunner, and it is sold in the Abyss shop. It is quite expensive. The only drawback is that it is disposable. Although on the other hand, this disadvantage is offset by the fact that it is so powerful that just one blow is enough to inflict colossal damage on the enemy. It was with this weapon that Kim was going to make sure that not a single person in this city would die because of this dragon. 1,000 small spears flew at the dragon, and after a few seconds hit his body, which is why all those screams were heard. After a few seconds, looking at the dragon, it was clear that this was the end of his story, and he would no longer be able to harm anyone. This monster fell from a great height after Kim's blow, making it obvious that the guy was able to destroy it. Kim was very glad that he was able to deal with this monster so quickly, before it destroyed other people. But after a few seconds, he realized that he had been a bit hasty with his conclusions, because strange creatures of an incomprehensible shape began to appear on the dragon's body. As soon as the guy saw them, he immediately thought that perhaps this creature appeared only after inflicting severe wounds on Igolas, but Kim was glad to see it. If he remembers correctly, then this is how part of Igolas' soul manifests itself. Part of this dragon's soul, oddly enough, could speak, and the first thing it asked him was who he was anyway. The guy, in response to this question, immediately told him that before asking him this, it would be a good idea for him to think about who he was. These words made this monster think, because in fact he didn't even know who he was or what he was. All this demon could say was that he was in incredible pain and agony. At that moment, while this creature was angry, thousands of arrows began to fly at Kim. Kim did not dodge them, because he understood that it was actually useless. He tried to slightly block this attack with the help of divine fire, but it did not help him much. A few seconds later, the dragon's body came to life again and instantly struck the guy's body, causing him to fly back several meters. Now Kim was not feeling well. It seemed that after this, he would hardly be able to continue his battle. Egoless apparently wasn't going to stop there, so he came closer in order to finish Kim off. At least that's how it looked from the outside. Just at that moment, Lee arrived on the battlefield, and the first thing he did was ask Dewey where Kim Soo-hyun was at the moment and if he needed help. But as soon as he raised his head higher, he saw an incredibly terrible picture in which a huge dragon's mouth was about to devour Kim. And a few seconds later, he saw how the dragon, with the help of its huge teeth, crushed Kim's body. Lee immediately started screaming at the top of his lungs because he couldn't quite believe what was happening here. He didn't want to believe that Kim Soo-hyun would just die like that. At that moment, Kim finally heard the cherished notification from the system, which told the guy that the skill is activated when health reaches a certain level, and then the hero becomes immortal. Thus, the guy restored his lost stamina, also accelerated his life regeneration, and as a bonus, he had a sharp increase in physical abilities, for which Kim could only thank the dragon. And as soon as his strength was with him again, he opened the mouth of this monster with his bare hands, after which he told him with a smile that it was only thanks to him that he had just become an order of magnitude stronger. The second part of the soul simply did not understand what was happening and what place it had ended up in, and most importantly, who was this guy? All this was so strange for this part of the soul because he didn't even understand what kind of dragon it was and what he was doing here. However, given the way he looks at him, it is most likely that this guy is his enemy, whom he wanted to destroy with the help of this dragon. All that was in the memory of this particle was who it was before it died, and now it has apparently merged with Egolus. Kim, meanwhile, continued to attack this monster. Fortunately now he had enough strength and endurance to do this. The guy couldn't get the fact out of his head that at the moment he was in the best condition because his body was so light in flight that it gave him the opportunity to use his skills several times better. He understood that most likely it was just the effect of the skill that helped him survive, but in any case, it was not so important now because the dragon was still flying, which meant that it could theoretically cause quite a lot of damage to the city. Even in such an elevated state, Kim still couldn't deliver a strong enough blow to finally defeat this monster, but he still wasn't going to give up, and did everything to finally find that very weak spot of this dragon. He dealt 1,000 blows in a few minutes, and at one point he finally noticed a huge wound in the body of this dragon, which allowed him to come up with a completely new plan of action. And in fact, there was nothing complicated about it. He just needed to cut off part of the dragon's body, using this wound. After such critical damage to the dragon, it was obvious that he would hardly have time to recover. But Kim did not mean the dragon itself, but the one who controls this creature. This part of the soul was called Falcon, and it was he who was currently controlling the dragon, although he himself did not suspect that he was doing this. Now all that came to mind were memories of how people asked Falcon to save him, because they believed in him and knew for sure that he would do everything to ensure that they did not die. His main task was to stop the dragon Egolus, because once Falcon was the only one who could be trusted with such an important task. Then Falcon decided that since he couldn't defeat this monster, he should subjugate it, but he couldn't even imagine what all this would lead to. Kim interrupted these memories to ask Falcon if he thought the people he protected and those he failed to protect would want him to look so pathetic now. Falcon clearly found it very difficult to answer this question, so he remained silent for a while and thought about what to say. He understood that it made no difference who he protected and who he could not protect, because in the end he was still unable to defeat this monster named Egoglass. Kim was ready to hear anything, but not this. It seemed to him that Falcon had finally gone crazy and would go into battle again right now. But as it turned out, Falcon decided that he would do everything to destroy Egoglass and end this story in his favor. After which he turned to Kim and asked this stranger to put an end to this and finally destroy the sinister dragon, which for a long time brought only grief. Kim didn't wait long and threw that same tattered arrow, adding a little divine flame to further enhance the power of this weapon. This was more than enough to deal damage that would destroy Falcon, and along with him, the dragon he owned and controlled. After this blow, the dragon successfully began to fall down, thereby giving hope that this would finally all end. The first thing Kim wanted to ask after landing was whether Falcon's memories had returned. Falcon immediately answered him that everything forgotten had passed along with all the mistakes and failures. He is a knight of the Tesserum Empire. Falcon confronted the demon Egolas, who had long threatened his homeland due to the protracted war. The damage to the homeland became greater every day, and eventually he used magic to lure him and himself into another dimension. But as a result, in an endless battle, they merged with Egolas, and even after leaving that dimension, they fought fiercely inside one body to destroy each other. However, every time Falcon tried to stop all this madness, he continued to destroy people. Kim answered him that in fact, too much time had passed, and there was simply no point in regretting it. Now, in his opinion, it is important to think about what he can protect, and not about what he has lost. And besides, one only has to think about the fact that if he had not saved his empire, then even more people would have died. Falcon smiled and said that this was a rather clumsy consolation on Kim's part. The guy honestly admitted that he had no skills in this area, but he spoke from the heart. But still, the knight said that he thought Kim's words were true. He would be lying if he said he didn't regret it, and even if Falcon returned to the past, he would most likely make the same choice. Kim repeated these words in his head and thought about how he would act in the end. His thoughts were interrupted by Falcon, who suddenly pulled out a glowing ball from nowhere and began to talk about how, since the guy saved him, he would like to give him such a gift. According to him, it was the armor that was made for him in the Tesserum Empire. It was the strongest armor one could dream of, and it was created specifically to withstand Egolas. Kim was actually very happy to receive such a gift for himself, so he immediately thanked Falcon for it. Before leaving for another world, Falcon once again decided to thank Kim for his help, because it was actually a very protracted battle. After these words, he was finally able to go to another world with peace of mind and rest there a little. Kim bowed his head before him in respect to the great warrior Tesserum. And as soon as Falcon completely disappeared from this world, Kim immediately heard Lee and Dowie screaming and running towards him behind him. The first thing Lee did was examine him for injuries, and at first glance it was clear that there were no serious injuries, although this was quite strange for him. Kim told him that the monster turned out to be much stronger, and that he almost died, but these words confused Lee even more, who began to worry even more about the guy. Dewey interrupted Lee's panic to say that he was very glad that Kim was okay, because it was only thanks to him that there were no casualties. Dowie also added that the head of the department might not accept such behavior, but he didn't care, and he would like to apologize to Kim on behalf of the institution and thank him for his work. Kim smiled in response and immediately said that there was really no need to apologize like that. He was glad to hear that there were no casualties. He continued to talk about how a weight had been lifted from his shoulders when he learned that there were no victims, but he was unable to finish speaking because at one point he simply began to pass out and eventually lost consciousness. Lee caught him in time before the guy fell to the ground. This state of the guy made the man think again that something had happened to him, and he was clearly hurt somewhere. Dewey assured Lee that due to the high expenditure of strength, he must be very tired, and fortunately there were no serious injuries, and mentally thought that when the situation was resolved, a storm would rage around this guy. And the reason for this storm will be that he is the main character of the event, and now the world can sleep peacefully, only thanks to this guy. The next day, all the news channels in the country reported that citizens were evacuated from Anyang City due to the outbreak that had occurred. And everyone was also talking about how the Domp Guild's terrorist attack had been predicted in Anyang City, and that all these incidents were directly related to Kim Soo-hyun. Kim was lying in a quiet hospital room at the time and had just opened his eyes. But then memories came flooding back to him and he immediately jumped out of bed like a madman. The first thing he did was look around, and when he did, he finally realized that it was a hospital. But he couldn't remember when he lost consciousness, so he began to suspect that he had severe physical exhaustion. Then he picked up his mobile phone and noticed that today was already the 27th, which meant that he had slept for 3 whole days. But these thoughts quickly left his head when he noticed a small note on the table. He immediately started reading it, inside of which was a story about how he came to visit Kim when he was sleeping, so he decided to leave this note. He also said that because of this situation, the world is worried, and it seems they need to put everything in order, so now he is dealing with annoying calls and requests. Also, the person who wrote him this message understood that it looked more like arbitrariness, but still it seemed to him that Kim would understand him, and from the guy's smile, it was clear that he understood him perfectly. Lee really did a good thing when he decided to put his hand to this. In this letter, it was said that Kim saved a huge number of people, and he must be very tired. So the author of the letter wanted Kim to rest more and not think about anything. And finally, he asked him to eat all the fruits, because most likely, the guy would wake up hungry. Kim took the apple with a smile and thought that he was actually very grateful to Lee for such care. It was really important to him. In his mind, he thought that after the Gwangju dungeon, the outbreak in Anyang had been successfully prevented, and his efforts had not been in vain. Now it could be said with certainty that everything was radically different from his previous life. But he also could not forget that he still had a lot of things to do, so he had to remain vigilant. And at first he decided that he needed to figure out what to do right now. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he heard someone knocking on the door. Imagine Kim's surprise when he saw Han Hakjun enter the room. Kim first noticed that this guy looked rather strange, but still turned to him first to find out if the guy had come to visit him. Next, Kim wanted to ask him what happened to his face, but in the end, he never got an answer to any of his questions, because Zhang simply ignored all of this in order to ask his own question. He placed his hand on his bed and asked Kim in a rather rough voice if he had thought about joining their guild. The head of the garbage guild noted that it seemed like everyone had already gathered, so he wanted to get straight to the point and began by saying that the assessment of the promotion from the level of an average guild to a large guild was a very important event for the future of their guild. According to him, by becoming a big guild, they would finally receive many benefits, but what he liked most was that they would receive support from the institution. Therefore, he asked each of the guild employees to make sure that they were ready for the promotion evaluation, and if even one of them screwed up, the man would immediately destroy the culprit. At this point, the guild meeting was over and the man let them all go except Hakjun, whom he asked to stay for a little while. The guy didn't quite understand why the boss had called him, and when he asked him about it, the first thing the man decided to ask was whether Hakjun would like to exchange a few words with him. After a few minutes of such a conversation, the man began to beat Hak, and did so with particular cruelty. After each blow, the man reminded the boy that he didn't care about cowards, scoundrels, and cruel people, but he would never forgive anyone who betrayed him. So now, all he wanted to know from the guy was the reason why he lied to him, although Khan tried to prove to him until the end that he was not lying. The guy, through the pain, tried to prove that he didn't know and thought everything he said was true. The man really doubted that the guy was telling the truth, because according to his information, they met in the abyss and even passed the rating assessment together, and with all this, the guy was telling him something that he didn't know. The boss had already started shouting because he didn't believe that the guy didn't know who Kim Soo-hyun was. In any case, he was already tired of messing around with the guy, and so he decided to give the guy one last chance. Namely, he needed to bring Kim Soo-hyun to him, because having him in the guild would give them an advantage when promoting. Han didn't understand how he was supposed to bring Kim Soo-hyun at all, since they had only met by chance a couple of times and never contacted each other again. In that case, he can't even use force, because everyone knows how strong that guy is. In response to these words, the man could only once again call Khan stupid. After all, he couldn't understand that this wasn't something that should worry him. If he said to bring it, then it needed to be taken and brought. The details of how he would do it didn't bother him at all. Well, if he couldn't fulfill his request this time, the man was going to show him what real pain was. And as a result, he decided to warn him one last time that before the promotion evaluation began, he would have to bring Kim Soo-hyun to him. Immediately after this incident, Khan went home, where his wounds were treated by a girl, in whose presence he endured the pain and said that all these wounds just stung him a little. She didn't believe him, and so she decided to find out who did it, and the first person she thought of was Chong Dong. The guy's face immediately changed, and he started talking about how the monsters in the dungeon had become much stronger lately, but she didn't listen to him and interrupted him. She started to have a little hysteria, because of which the guy stood up and began to calm her down. He realized that ordinary words would not help here, so he immediately found the necessary medicines, which he handed to the girl so that she could take them immediately. The disease that makes her suffer so much is a disease that modern medicine cannot cure, and he couldn't even imagine what she would do without him, because at such moments only he can give her a painkiller that will work. The thing is that this painkiller is given to him by the head of the guild, with the help of which he blackmails the guy, which happened this time too. He told Khan that the guy will have to try hard if he does not want to see her die. Khan told the girl that she was not okay, and when she felt so bad, he didn't feel his best either. Therefore, he decided for himself that until his girlfriend gets better, he will never give up and will fight for her until the end. After all, in reality, he is ready to do anything for her, which is why he came to the hospital to see Kim. He asked the guy to think carefully about his offer. These were not bad conditions. According to him, he would definitely receive a sea of calls from various guilds and associations. But if he joined their guild, then Khan was ready to guarantee that no one would bother him. All that was needed for this was to join their guild, but his words were interrupted at one point by Kim. He wanted to immediately admit to Khan that at the moment all this seemed incredibly implausible. So Kim suggested to him that before joining the guild, it seemed that it would be better to tell him what had happened. At this point, Khan began to get incredibly worried, but still decided to check with Kim, or did he really want to know what exactly happened? But before Kim could answer his question, Khan took out his sword and told Kim that he would tell him everything, but for this, he had to fight him. Han promised Kim that if he defeated him, then he would tell him everything, but if he lost to him, then he would join Eris's guild without any arguments. Han Hakjun, the youngest A-rank awakened, a member of the world-class guild Aries, was called a genius and predicted to have a promising future. The night before the S-rank promotion evaluation, he wiped out all of the Ars guild members. Even during Kim Seong-in's time, they had encountered him several times, but they were unable to agree on anything in common. After all, in that life, Khan sincerely did not understand why he should think about anyone other than himself and save the world of people who would not even thank him later. He had a completely different image than he does now, but today's Choi Han-jun is different from that time, and Kim thinks of him as a good person. Even when they met in front of the institution, he seemed to have something to say, but in front of Young Dong-yeon, he tried to pretend that he didn't know him. In Anyang, he saw that he fought to save people, so now Kim wanted to find out why such a guy wanted Kim to join the Aries Guild so much. But apparently he will have to do it using the method that Khan himself proposed, since he was the first to decide to attack Kim. Khan attacked Kim with the words that if Kim remained silent, he would regard it as consent. In response to these words, Kim told him that he would like to know the reason why the guy had changed so much. So far, Kim had only to dodge Han's attacks, and it wasn't that easy to do so. He was still an awakened A-rank, but Kim's speed was still enough to finally get the guy and make him slow down a bit. He understood that if chaos reigned in the hospital, it could harm everyone, and therefore he wanted to resolve this situation as quickly as possible. But first, he had to find his weapon. Looking around the room, he discovered that his sword was lying near the window. But Khan was not going to stop, so he continued to attack despite the fact that the sword was only in his hand. Kim needed to distract this guy for a while and decided to use a tablecloth to do so. After which the guy jumped up and started running with all his might to the sword in order to continue this fight with equal forces. And while Kim was running to his sword, he heard Khan telling him that he would not allow him to take the sword in his hands, because he knew that if Kim took the sword in his hands, then he would definitely lose. So without thinking twice, he used the power of his sword to stop Kim. This resulted in an explosion that rocked the entire city, which will obviously attract a lot of attention. Kim flew out of the room and began to fall down the incredibly tall hospital building. At this moment, he thought that fortunately he managed to avoid the attack, but this strong wind pressure, although he was prepared for this because he knew that Choi Hakjun was strong. He couldn't get to his sword, so he decided to pick up a kitchen knife to at least even out the odds of winning a little. Besides, he was well aware that there were a lot of innocent people down there, and their fight could have unpleasant consequences, so he decided that it would be best to lure Khan to the roof. And in order to get to the roof himself, he used the Phoenix and Divine Fire. Han, watching Kim fly onto the roof, understood perfectly well what this was leading to, but he also understood perfectly well that he really had no other choice, and he would have to follow Kim. Kim, standing on the roof and waiting for his opponent, thought that in fact, even if he were to fight Han with his bare hands, he would still hardly lose. But that was if he was in a normal condition, and at the moment, he still hasn't fully recovered the stamina he spent in Anyang, so he needs to be extremely careful when fighting this guy, who immediately noticed that Kim was holding a knife for cutting fruit, but he could not fully believe that this kitchen knife could become a normal weapon for the guy. In response to these words, Kim asked the guy not to doubt it, but rather to attack faster so that they could finish this fight and finally move on to conversation. Although mentally Kim himself understood perfectly well that this was definitely not a suitable weapon for an awakened one, because in essence, it was just a blade. And of course, with this type of weapon, there would be no magical resonance. All Kim could rely on at that moment was his mana control, which he believed to be at a high level. And a few seconds later, he showed why he was so sure of it. Using only a small kitchen knife, he was able to deliver an incredibly powerful attack to Han's body. The damage was critical because Khan's cry said so, but it seems that this technique did not stop Khan, but rather made him even more angry, because he decided that he would use the explosion of the full moon to finally get Kim. This technique obviously caused a huge explosion, which was even louder than the previous one. A few minutes after the two explosions, Police and a crowd of rescue workers gathered outside the hospital to help the wounded and injured. At this point, Han was already rejoicing in his victory, thinking that even Kim Soo-hyun couldn't withstand such an attack so close. But when the fog began to clear, he saw Kim's silhouette, and now his smile became even wider, although now it was hysterical, because he realized that he would not be able to defeat Kim after all. The whole point was that Kim, with the help of a small knife and mana control, was able to block such a strong blow from Khan. Kim suggested that he finish with that, and asked Khan to tell him how things were going without any tricks. Kwak Yun-sung, that was the name of the man Han incredibly wants to make happy. Yun-sung and Han spent their childhood together. It was a childhood friend that he just can't leave. And recently he began to call her his girlfriend, although she was so close to him that for some time it even seemed to him that she was his sister. After graduating from high school, Yun-seon inherited her parents' flower shop, and she helped him a lot while he was unemployed. She always encouraged and supported him at any time and in any place, and even after the guy became awakened, he was very glad that he had such a girl next to him. However, one day everything changed. Khan came once again to the girl's store, where he saw her crying on the floor, which immediately made him understand that something bad had happened. He immediately tried to find out from her what was going on and who was the culprit of this mess. A man came into the flower shop to buy flowers for his beloved, but for some reason he immediately noticed that things were really bad in the shop. Khan immediately turned around to see who the man was, and saw the head of the Aries Guild there, which was a little surprising at that moment. Then the man began to say that, judging by the condition of this girl, one could assume that someone had poisoned her, and very badly, and he spoke so confidently only because he knew a little about poisons and antidotes. He found this an incredible coincidence, and he also believed that since he had already come here, he could help them figure it all out. Kim listened carefully to this story, and eventually came to the conclusion that the guy was doing all this only because his girlfriend needed to constantly take medication that only Jong Dong-yeon could get. Khan confirmed all this, and immediately after that reminded Kim of the day when he promised to help him if he needed help. And he did it only to say that now he was seriously counting on those words. In other words, he asked Kim for help so that he could finally escape from the clutches of Chong Dong-yeon. But again, he believed that if he received help from others, he would not be able to stand up for himself on his own, and would most likely continue to be deceived, as Jung Dong-yeon did. It seemed to Khan that if he could not protect anything with his own strength, then everything would be the same in the future. So now he thinks that he has no other way, and it would be best for him to go and end everything once and for all. Kim helped him make this decision, for which the guy was incredibly grateful to him. The man, holding a small piece of paper in his hands, read what was written on it, and he could not fully believe that things were exactly this way. But the man who gave him this information reminded him that he makes money by providing information, so there is simply no point in thinking that he lied, and also asked him not to forget that this is all top secret, and he only told him this, so it is better for him to be careful with this. Lee understood him perfectly, so he decided not to talk to him anymore, and as soon as he was about to leave, he heard the man shout after him that he should not dare to drag him along under any circumstances. The man heard him, and immediately after that took out his phone to call Kim and ask how he was feeling, because he already knew that he had been attacked in the hospital. Kim didn't tell him the details of that fight, but simply said that nothing special happened, and he felt just fine because in the end he wasn't hurt anywhere. After which the guy decided to be the first to ask one question that interested him, and as soon as Lee heard what Kim wanted to tell him, his face immediately changed, after which he said that now the picture in his head had appeared and he finally understood what was going on. He also wanted to tell him some interesting information that directly concerned the Aries Guild, which clearly interested Kim. Guildmaster Ares, meanwhile, was relaxing and smoking a cigarette, and this continued until a guest entered his office. It was Han Hakjun, who became a rather unexpected guest for the man, because he went on vacation for a short time, but nevertheless showed up at the office. The boss immediately wanted to know what brought the guy to him on his day off. Khan looked at the chief with a smile and told him that he was only here to ask one single question. He wanted to understand, when an awakened one uses his powers on someone, and if that awakened one dies, then his powers also disappear forever? The head also smiled in response, because he wanted to know why the guy needed such information and what he would do when he found out the answer to this question. On the same day, all TV channels urgently broadcast a message that an awakened person had attacked the Sunil Hospital, located in the Gangnam district of Seoul. Fortunately, there were no additional casualties, and the Department for Control over Awakened People is currently investigating the details. It was also announced that the prime suspect is the awakened Aries Guild member Choi Han-jun. His girlfriend immediately started calling him to find out what happened, but unfortunately for her, the signal was not established, so she was even more worried. She simply did not understand what her boyfriend was doing, that now he was the main suspect in such a crime. The girl was very worried when suddenly someone knocked on the door, which made her even more scared. She opened the doors very carefully and immediately asked who had come to visit her. And her visitor turned out to be Kim Soo-hyun, who introduced himself while smiling. She let him into the house and made him some tea, after which he told her that he had come here unexpectedly, so he should also thank her for letting him in. In response to these words, she said that in fact she knows him very well, because he is quite a famous person, and besides, she had previously heard about him from Han Hakjun, so she was not as scared as he thought. The girl also added that Khan always said that he incredibly wanted to be like him, but she did not quite understand what was happening, because the news reported that Khan attacked Kim, and she believed that he was not the one who would do something like that. Kim decided to tell her that he actually didn't know the details either, but he knew very well that Young Dong Yeon was giving Yoon Seon medicine and blackmailing her, so he thought that the reason Han came to him was because the guild ordered him to. The guy also told her that when he came to him, he looked very desperate, but he did not say what was happening, and Kim simply could not hold him back. That's why he came to the girl in order to finally discuss all the details of the situation and try to find a solution to this situation together. The girl immediately remembered their last conversation, in which Khan made him believe that if the girl felt good, then he would feel good too. These memories made the girl burst into tears and tell her that in reality, everything was very bad for them. Therefore, she could only ask Kim not to leave Han Hakjun alone, because then anything could happen. Kim immediately told her not to worry so much, because in fact he wanted to hear these words from the very beginning. Guild leader Ares meanwhile fought with Khan, and it seemed that he was a head stronger than the guy. Everything was so bad that Khan was bleeding, and at the same time he heard the leader laughing at him, telling him that he was simply not worthy of him. In the man's opinion, this is the worst choice that Khan has made in his entire life, because the idea that since he has become strong, this gives him the right to think that he can defeat the leader, but this is far from the case. Khan tried not to listen to what the leader was telling him, but he couldn't stop thinking that he could lose this fight because his body literally wasn't listening to him. He felt like thorns were piercing his entire body. The chief believed that now the guy fully felt that the man was so much stronger than him, and that today only he would die at his hands. Dong Yeon continued to say various offensive words, to the point that he could destroy the guy by putting just one finger, but still, the guy's patience is not iron, so at one point he could not stand it, and asked the man to close his mouth, after which the guy started talking about how he knew perfectly well that it was the man who had set everything up so that Yun Song would get sick, that he had pumped her full of poison, so that he could then pretend that he was the only one with a cure for this disease. Khan now understands perfectly well that he created all the problems. The crime that the man committed was done only to lure Khan into his guild. At that moment, the man began to smile and say that in fact he had nothing to hide, because he really did it. Although for him it was such a trivial matter that he didn't even remember the detail. Khan actually had known about this for a long time. He just couldn't do anything about it because he was too weak. But now his self-confidence was at its peak, and he asked himself to pull himself together and do everything to defeat this bastard, because now everything is really different. These thoughts gave him such great motivation that he was able not only to rise after the blows, but also to take up a sword and go on another attack. The guy was going into battle, and along the way suggested to the man that they die here together. But all this only made the man smile once again, and he was once again convinced that the guy was too arrogant to decide that he could defeat him so easily. And to prove his strength to this guy, he decided to teach him a lesson that would teach him not to do that again, so he snapped his fingers, after which the guy's body became paralyzed and his internal organs seemed to have burst. The man backed up this blow with the words that the guy was simply stupid if he thought that there was only one type of poison. And since they had such a frank conversation, the man decided to tell the guy that there are poisons that cause continuous damage, like the one used on his girlfriend. But there is also an explosive poison that is injected unnoticed and accumulates in one moment. Also, according to the man, he knew perfectly well that the guy would someday want to destroy him, so he poisoned him in advance every time they saw each other. And now that it has finally happened, a man can finish off a guy quite easily, without even using his strength. At this point, Khan's field of vision was blurring, and he was gradually losing track of where he was and what was happening to him. The only thing he understood was that he was unable to destroy Jong Dong-yeon, and in the end, he was unable to help his girlfriend, who was counting on his help. And as soon as Khan lost consciousness, An explosion occurred behind the man. He wasn't very scared, although he didn't understand what was happening and who suddenly decided to break into his guild. The man who broke down the door of the guild leader, the first thing he did after entering his office was say that all the guild members he wanted to ask for direction had for some reason left work. After which Kim said with a smile that they had already met with the leader and that he had come here today to apply to join the Aries Guild. The leader couldn't say anything except express his surprise, because he thought until the end that Kim didn't really want to join the guild, so it was quite unexpected for him that he himself came. At that moment, Kim was thinking first of all about Han. It was quite hard for him to look at the guy's condition, but his thoughts were constantly interrupted by the leader, who had already asked a question several times, in which he wanted to know the reason why Kim suddenly changed his mind and decided to join the guild. Besides, the man was almost certain that Kim knew that he was not exactly a good guy. Kim, in response to these questions, said that the man was clearly mistaken about him, because he was not really a super good boy either. Being a hero or something like that is not for Kim. According to him, he is not able to tolerate such thing. Besides, he came here to assure the head of Aries that he can join hands with anyone as long as he sees benefit in it. The man clearly liked these words and was quite pleased to hear them. In any case, he suggested at this stage to return to the essence and talk a little about the conditions after joining the guild and distributing the profits, but this will be the second question, because for now, according to the head, he still does not trust Kim. And in order to fix this, he believed that the guy should first sign the application, and then the man could offer the guy the best possible conditions for him, to which Kim agreed without any particular problem, which, although it surprised the man, he was still very happy about it. As soon as Kim did what the man asked him to do, the head of Aries suggested that the guy finally talk about their business seriously, and first he would like to find out from the guy himself if there was something that he really wanted. Kim was prepared for this question, so he had several requests prepared. First, he wanted the man to remove the poison from Hakjun's body. The man's face immediately changed, and it was understandable, because he understood that everything would not be so simple, but he did not fully suspect that Kim would want to save this guy. Kim didn't think long, and immediately decided to remind the man that he had just said that working in the Aries Guild was a business, and leaving Han Hakjun in such a state did not look like business skills, at least that's what it seemed to Kim. After which the guy added that he, of course, doesn't know whether the man saw the news or not, but he has personal motives to pay back his attacker in the person of Khan. The man immediately realized that the guy was simply going to take advantage of Han Hakjun after saving him, and that he was actually ready to make concessions on such an occasion. But he immediately added that even if he removes the poison from his body, he will not be in a fit condition, because as is known, the consequences of the poison leave their mark on the body. Kim added that it didn't matter to him, because for him, one Han Hakjun is better than 100 awakened C-Ranker. The leader thought for a bit and decided that since Kim wanted it so much, he would do it for him. After which he came closer to Khan's body and putting his hands on his neck, squeezed 2 fingers tightly, causing Khan to start screaming incredibly loudly. Thus, he did not want to finish him off, but on the contrary, he began to suck out all the poison from Khan's body. This process was short, and after a few minutes everything was ready, and all the poison was removed from the guy's body. And when the man finally did this, he decided that now they needed to talk about profit sharing and other details. But first, Kim wanted to whisper to Han that he came here after talking with Yun Seong. As soon as he heard his girlfriend's name, he immediately opened his eye and quietly asked Kim why he did this. Kim asked him to be quiet and just trust him, because now is not the time to shout about it. The leader, meanwhile, had already begun to say that the profit from a raid in the dungeon was 70%, and the leader would also like to offer Kim the position of deputy leader of the guild. He believed that this was simply a wonderful offer that there was no point in refusing. In response to this proposal, Kim repeated what he had already said, namely that the man was not very good at running a business, and that he needed to practice a little. And if a man calls it business, then the guy is not going to engage in an unprofitable business. Then the man wanted to know what conditions the guy would like. Kim answered him that the answer is actually quite simple. He needs the position of the head of the guild and 100% profit. In other words, Kim wanted the man to hand over his guild to him. Otherwise, he would be left with very little, and they would hardly come to an agreement. Literally immediately, these words caused incredible laughter from the man, after which he added that he was already scared, because he thought that the guy was up to something, and he was just playing kindergarten. Kim didn't see anything funny in his word, so he wanted to ask the man what was so funny, he said. Without waiting for an answer, Kim told him that he created this guild using violence, and in that case, Kim would also use this method to take over this guild. The boss believed that Kim was too arrogant, and the man was also convinced that he used people legally and never forced them to work for him. After all, in that case, one could sympathize with the herbivores that are being destroyed by predators, but in any case, there is no point in them living, because in his opinion, they are weak and stupid. According to him, all the weak are destined to be eaten, but he successfully used them. Moreover, he turned them into people who are able to live in society. Weak strength, weak spirit, lack of intelligence. This is the worst thing in the jungle world. This is the world of the awakened. Kim smiled, because he understood perfectly well that the man himself perfectly suited each of these points. Besides, he completely forgot that even the weakest herbivores sometimes bite a predator in order to protect themselves. Khan appeared behind the man, and he didn't think long before striking with his sword. In this way, Kim wanted the man to finally feel the despair that he had brought to many people throughout his life. After such an act, all Han wanted to know was how it all happened, because he was sure that he was dying from the effects of Chongdong's poison. Even when he detoxed, he was still just poisoned, not completely cured, and his body would never have had time to recover in such a short time. At that moment, he had only one feeling, as if his body was completely numb, and in his eyes there was only a fog that did not allow him to act. But then he felt the touch of Kim's hand, after which his body was immediately restored. All he wanted to know at the moment was why Kim would do something like this in the first place. Khan simply did not understand why Kim was helping him at all, because he did this not only now, but also the first time they met. Why was he doing all this? Kim might want to answer the guy's questions, but unfortunately, in his opinion, now is not the best time to have a dialogue, because the whole point was that they weren't actually finished with the head of Ares yet. The man began to stand up, saying that the two guys had given him quite a pleasant surprise, and he was also pleased to realize that he had trained Khan correctly, since he had ultimately become mean. Chongdong used his hemostasis skill, which allowed him to heal all wounds, and depending on the skill, his healing speed increased. Kim had been watching the man closely, so it wasn't surprising to him that he was using the ability to handle poisons and medicine, but it was a little surprising to him to realize that the man was able to use healing skill. Han, however, did not mince words at that moment and asked Chongdong to give up, although he wanted to destroy him. But he asked the man not to forget that in a 2-on-1 situation, he would not be able to defeat Kim Soo-hyun. So they offer him another chance. If he stops at this, he will spare him and allow him to pay for his sins in prison. But apparently, Chongdong wasn't even going to consider this option, because he was sure that it would be he who would decide whether to spare the guys or not, after which he added to Khan that the guy simply had no right to say something like that. And then these words turned into action, and the man used his poison. A huge pool of poison began to spread around Chongdong, and it gradually began to fill the room. The guys decided that for now, it would be better to climb onto the table, and as soon as they did this, Han immediately began to tell Kim that this was Chongdong's strongest skill, which is called the Green Zone. This poison is capable of affecting anyone and anything. By spreading toxic substances throughout the area, Chongdong creates a huge swamp. Han's story was interrupted by Chongdong, who turned to Kim to tell the boy that he was actually right when he mentioned that the man created the guild by exploiting the weak. But he asked not to forget one very important detail. Exploitation is only the privilege of strong people. Well, right after these words, there followed an obvious attack on the guys, which they successfully dodged. Kim caught himself on the nearest cabinet and thought about the swamp moving under his feet in accordance with his will. While Kim was thinking about this, Han had to block the attacks of Chongdong, who was desperately trying to destroy the guy. Kim continued to watch closely as Han tried to fight off all of the man's attacks, and in the process noticed that this green poison only affected living beings, because even the furniture that had sunk into the swamp was in perfect order. In that case, without thinking twice, he took out his sword, and also took the door from the closet, and decided that it would be nice to ride like a surfer through this swamp. But the smile didn't disappear from the man's face, and this could only mean that he still had some kind of ace up his sleeve. And so it was, because a few seconds later, he raised his hand and cast the following spell, the essence of which was that he summoned a purple swamp, which was supposed to be filled with acid. And in fact, this was a problem for Kim, because his board literally turned into trash in a few seconds. Now it was clear that the Green Zone's poison skill was attacking and defending at the same time, while the Purple Zone's acid skill was blocking sudden attacks. All that could be noted was that it was definitely a well-balanced ability. At that moment, the man shouted again that Kim Soo-hyun was too predictable for the strongest hero that everyone was talking about, and this even upset the man a little. because he expected much more from the guy. In response to these words, Kim agreed with the man and told him that in fact he had indeed made a mistake, but now he was ready to correct it. There was fear in Khan's eyes at that moment because before his eyes appeared the picture that was in Anyang when that dragon attacked the city. Kim didn't say much and simply transformed all those arrows into needles, which he launched straight at the man. And only after this, Kim suggested that the man play a small game in which he would have to dodge all the arrows, since he considered himself such a strong person. Jong Dong tried to dodge all these arrows until the end, using all his strength and speed. But he clearly shouldn't have forgotten that, in addition to Kim, he has another opponent who also doesn't sit still. Now they started working together, which worked out pretty well for them. As soon as Han destroyed the poison protection, Kim again created several dozen needles and launched them straight at the man. But the main problem was that because of this, he constantly lost sight of Han, who was masterfully sneaking up behind Jong Dong. Although even in such moments, he miraculously managed to counterattack Khan and thus prevent him from striking at him. And he blocked the arrows with his poison, creating a huge wave that protected him. This was already starting to irritate Kim a little, because the second attack on this guy had already failed. All this only made the man talk even more. Now he was convinced that Kim could only talk and nothing more, because he couldn't even notice that his poison was capable of not only attacking, but also defending itself. The guy didn't really want to argue with him, so he once again agreed that the man's skill was quite strong, and therefore it was difficult to resist him. However, in this case, Kim can simply burn everything here, and then there won't be a wet spot left of the man. Kim did not throw words to the wind and still used divine fire, which he directed straight at the man, which, unfortunately, he could not block, so all he could do was endure incredibly severe pain. After this, he was not in the best condition and already admitted to himself that he most likely lost this fight. Until the very end, Khan could not believe the fact that the poison skill was deactivated and all the poison was returning to him. It was absolutely clear to the guys that the man could no longer maintain the skill because he had been seriously injured. And this is the best chance to finally finish him off. But suddenly the man began to scream incredibly loudly. And he did this so that Han would hear him, because he was talking about making an antidote for him. Because one should not forget that even if he destroys the man, the poison from Yun Song's body will not disappear. That's why he asked the guy to think again before he decided to do something like that, because in that case, he would literally be putting the life of his beloved girl on the line. Or does he still have a second option, in which he will save the man's life, and thus save Yun Sun? Now the choice is only Han. But Kim intervened in their dialogue quite timely, asking Han not to pay attention to all this, because at the moment this man was trying to influence him, after which Kim consciously went forward to step into the cauldron with the poison that remained, and as soon as he did this, the poison immediately began to penetrate his body. The man immediately rejoiced, because he believed that Kim had made a big mistake when he entered the poison, because in that case Kim would soon come to an end. At least that's what it seemed like at first. But Kim upset him when he used one of his skills that made the man shut his mouth. Kim used his healing skill, which allowed him to cope with the poison. Han looked at Kim with his mouth open and could not fully believe that the poison that was on Kim's body had just disappeared. Moreover, Han felt how the guy's mana was being replenished. It was the same thing he felt a few minutes ago when Kim touched the guy with his hand. And once Kim completed the healing stage, he told the man that in fact his poison no longer affected him, and the man could not count on winning this fight. Jong Dong couldn't even imagine what was happening and what kind of light was around the guy and how he was able to heal from the direct hit of poison on his body, because before that it was simply impossible. The treasure of the Charles clan is a reward for the trial on the second floor. If you reach the 10th stage and pass it 100%, you can get this item, which heals all damage and removes all negative effects from the owner's body, such as poison. But the downside of this item is that it can only be used 5 times. The first time Kim used it was when he was on the 10th floor of the testing tower, and then again on the 15th floor. The third time was when he healed Han, and the fourth time just now when the poison started to affect him. Thus, he has one last use left, which he would like to give to Khan, who knows exactly how to use it for its intended purpose. Khan immediately had a picture of his girlfriend telling him that she would definitely be okay someday, and now everything became clear to the guy. Because of this, he could barely hold back his tears because he understood that all this horror would finally end and his girlfriend would be healthy again. He was sincerely grateful to Kim for his kindness and for what he did for him. After which he did not wait for Kim's answer and immediately jumped up to run to his girlfriend and bring her good news, not even paying attention to the fact that Choi Dong was calling him. Besides, there was someone to deal with the man, because Kim immediately came up to him and grabbed him by the neck to explain where he was wrong. After which the guy added to him that from this second he would not hold back, and the man had better choose his expressions more carefully. But apparently Choi Dong was just waiting for this moment, because he understood perfectly well that most likely Kim would simply destroy him. Although before that, he decided to remind Kim that he was the master of one of the largest guilds, although people would not care if it was a fight between awakened ones, but he wanted to know how they would react if Kim still destroyed him. He also did not forget to add that he had connections with many important people, and according to him, even if he was a well-known newcomer, he would still have to pay for his actions. But Kim believed that since we were talking about the destruction of the main master of the guild, he really would not be able to get out of it easily. However, he asked the man not to forget that the guild master was related to the infamous criminal organization, the Garbage Guild. Such words clearly shocked the man, and while the man was in shock, Kim added that he had already conducted research between the two organizations. Lee had gotten some information long before this conversation. He told Kim that the Heirs Guild was working with the Scavenger Guild. Since the Scavenger Guild is based in other countries, it has not yet been able to spread its influence in their country. And in order to make it easier for them to enter Korea, they decided to choose the Heirs Guild as their assistants. In addition, Lee added that using the information network and the capabilities of the Heirs Guild, the Scavengers Guild eliminates everyone who knows or suspects that they have something to do with the Scavengers Guild. And what was most sad about all this for Lee was the fact that the Scavengers Guild turned its attention to Kim. Now Choi Dong has heard the whole story, and Kim has accused him of blackmailing the guild members and committing terrible crimes, as well as collaborating with the Garbage Guild and destroying innocent people. Now, considering all this, Kim felt like he had more than enough reasons to destroy the man right here and now. Kim also understood perfectly well that they were targeting him, and this was the perfect chance to eliminate anyone who showed up. In other words, one could say that the man turned out to be just a bait for him, which he successfully used. Choi Dong tried to do everything possible to get out of this situation until the end, so he decided to use poison on the guy again. It seemed to him that he could destroy him. But any magic that the man tried to use on the guy did not work. This still surprised Choi Dong. He had never seen his poison disappear from a person's body, and so quickly. Kim smiled and decided to tell him the secret, which was that his poison did not work against his magic circle, so all these attempts were simply useless. The guy suggested talking to him about something else. The thing was that he was interested in the man's amazing skill, namely his poison. Kim wanted to check what would happen if he used this poison on the man himself. Choi Dong didn't have time to say a word before Kim used his own skill against him. And just 1 minute later, Choi Dong felt an incredibly strong pain that pierced his entire body. He immediately tried to get the antidote out of his jacket. It was the only thing that could save him at that moment. But today he clearly wouldn't be able to do this, because Kim was still there and he decided to remind him of this in a rather unusual way. He took out his sword and cut the man's fingers, in which he held his pills. Kim immediately told him that it was better not to do this. Besides, Kim was sure that the man was clearly mocking people, using this antidote as bait, and now Kim would really like the man to also feel this pain. Within seconds, the man was screaming at the top of his lungs in pain and literally begging Kim to just destroy him. Since Kim had no intention of doing this, the man decided that the best thing to do would be to simply jump out of the window, which he did. Kim looked at this man with disgust, because it was so painful for him that he was ready to jump out of the window without thinking, but he injected this poison into other people without any hesitation. In any case, Kim now believed that everything this man had achieved through his shady ways should be wiped off the face of the earth. At this time, Khan stood in front of his girlfriend and watched as this magic pendant helped her to recover from a terrible disease. After a few minutes, she felt much better, which brought a smile to her face. Khan was so happy that he couldn't stand it, so he happily hugged the girl and also admitted that he had received quite a lot of help, and not only from her. So he would like to say that he wants to do everything to repay what was done for him today. Yun Xian interrupted him and decided to say what she had said many times before, namely that he should never bear the burden alone. She also told him with a smile that although she could not fight with him on equal terms, she could always be by his side and support him. Thus, on January 1st, 2023, the Aries Guild was successfully destroyed, and all its legacy was burned in the fire. All the news reported that yesterday at around 9 o'clock in the evening, an accidental collapse occurred at the headquarters of the Aries Guild in the Gangnam area. There were no reports of casualties as a result of the collapse. It was also known that the body of the awakened leader of the Aries Guild was found at the bottom of the building. The police are currently investigating. It was later revealed that the exact cause of death was a fall, but there were signs of a struggle on the body. At this point, the director of the association turned off the TV and asked him to explain what was going on. Kim got tired of telling him the same thing over and over again, so he told him again that he only did what he had to. These words angered the director even more, because not only did he enter the guild headquarters without permission, but he also destroyed the head of the guild Ares, and then completely destroyed their backyard. In his opinion, this crime is equal to terrorism. Kim quite calmly noted that Dong-yeon used his skills to scare and blackmail people. The guy also noted that apparently they did not know that the Ares Guild was engaged in illegal activities, but the agency just looked at it and did nothing. He even thought about the fact that the agency, on the contrary, did so that the Heirs Guild did not stop its work. Was it really that troublesome? In response to this, the director immediately told Kim that just like last time with the Anyang incident, he was good at preparing good loopholes for escape. In any case, he still wanted to tell Kim that he had gone too far, after which he decided to leave this question and move on to another, namely, he wanted to talk about the Domp Guild. He wanted to hear some clear evidence on this matter. Besides, he believed that even if the Heirs Guild did something illegal, in his opinion, the guy still couldn't prove it. The director once again noted that if the guy thinks that he was applauded because of the incident in Anyang, and because of this, he can call himself a hero, then this is far from true. Kim could only sigh in response and say that he never asked to be called a hero, and after hearing this, he concluded that they were all the same. He was so tired of talking to them. Moreover, it was becoming more and more boring for him with every second. Dowie tried to say something, but Kim didn't finish, and added that there was one more thing that people didn't know. The thing was that he was far from being a hero. Risking his life to save the world and help others, at least that's what Kim always thought. But now he understands perfectly well that this is not true at all. In any case, at the moment, all he would like to ask is that these two be extremely careful, because if he wants to do something, he will be ready to even go to their destruction. The director began to laugh nervously. In this way, he wanted to show that he was not afraid, although it was obvious from his appearance that he was afraid. But in any case, he wanted to know from Kim why he was reacting like that. Was the title of hero really so offensive to him? Without waiting for an answer, the man added that he could help the guy get out of this situation if he accepted just one condition. Only in this case would they sort out his problem. In fact, Kim immediately guessed what was going on, so he assumed that the man would want to offer him to become awakened in the organization. What was the man's surprise when Kim accurately noted what he would have to do? But Kim immediately understood that in this way they wanted to lure him into the organization and use him as they wanted, so he immediately decided to refuse this offer. Although the director did not want to stop there and began to tell Kim Soo-hyun that this was not something he should take so lightly, because he should not forget that he was guilty of a great crime. The man also shouted something about how no matter how strong the guy was, he couldn't do anything without the help of the state and other awakened ones, but Kim didn't listen to him anymore. He just wanted to take out his mobile phone at that moment in order to turn on the recording of the conversation in which the man spoke with Lee before the outbreak in Anyang, when the director directly stated that he didn't care about 700,000 people. The man then said quite clearly that if only a few people died, then he would not be held responsible for it. The director understood perfectly well why the guy had turned on the recording of this conversation for him, but he still wanted to clarify what the guy wanted to say by this. Kim asked him a question quite calmly, in which he wanted to know which of the reasons would cause more criticism, the awakened one who destroyed the criminal guild along with the head, or the director of the organization who is frivolous about the safety of citizens. The guy also added that the director of the organization, who is unable to fulfill his role and duties, Kim did not think that he could get help from such a person, which made the director very angry, and in fact it was far from surprising. But then Kim asked the man not to take everything so seriously, because in fact he was just joking a little, and it would be better for him not to be so picky about it, although he understood that these words were unlikely to help the man in any way, or somehow calm him down. Kim, returning home, wondered whether he had angered the director too much, although then he immediately remembered that the director wanted to bite off a bigger piece, and besides, he talks a lot and even makes various threats. In any case, the guy was glad about this. Because everything ended well, however, he did not want to create problems, so he thought about hiding in the tower for a while. He also thought about the fact that everyone around him called him a hero. Before, this irritated the guy so much that he literally dreamed of running away from it. He constantly remembered the words of his mother, who repeated to him several times that he literally had to become a hero who would eventually save the world. However, he remembered so many people he had managed to help that his opinion changed in an instant, and he was already thinking that being a hero was not really that bad. This made him think about becoming a hero, since this path was destined for him. In a dark basement, a meeting was held of people who were discussing the fact that Jung Dong-yeon had died and that this could cause them big problems. But not everyone was sad about this. Some of them were, on the contrary, glad that they would finally stop seeing this man. However, if you put your emotions aside and think with your head, each of them understood that there was definitely nothing good in this, because one path of advancement to Korea was blocked. But their plan to penetrate Korea was still not cancelled. They continued to come up with details with which they could penetrate inside this fortress. And the first problem they encountered, which clearly prevented them from carrying out their plans normally, was Kim Soo-hyun, who clearly irritated them a lot. Their informant reported that Kim had gone to the tower, at least his last location was recorded there. Upon hearing this, they asked him to attach a spy to the guy, who would have to report as soon as he left the tower. Well, at the end of this meeting, one of them laughed and said that it was finally time to deal with this guy and destroy him once and for all. After the fall of the Ares Guild, public opinion was divided into two camps. Some people thought that Kim was nothing more than a hero who had already saved the city twice, and someone called him evil, which exists only to show its power, and at one point he will begin to demonstrate it on ordinary citizens. These disputes continued for quite a long time. Some said that without Kim Soo-hyun, the entire population of Anyang City would have died, and his quick decision-making and strength saved these people. Others shouted that he was just a power-hungry man who constantly wanted to show off his virtue. These people also proved to everyone that the Heirs Guild is an important part when it comes to exploring dungeons, and they are excellent proof that Kim Soo-hyun will destroy everyone he simply doesn't like. However, not only did he not receive any punishment, he also continues to receive special treatment in the form of a dungeon exploration pass, despite only being a C rank awakened, and it is quite obvious that he has connections in the association that allow him to do so. The number of dungeons he had cleared, including Anyang, was already in the tens, and if he had really wanted power, he would have climbed the test tower. And this was the main argument of those people who continued to defend Kim Soo-hyun. The heated discussions continued while Kim was in hiding, but despite all the criticism from the community, he was completely indifferent to everything that was happening. He continued to train and prepare for that very day of judgment, which, by the way, will come very soon. All he wanted was to achieve maximum strength that would allow him to cope with any difficulties in the future. Lee was quietly working in a cafe near his office when he was suddenly distracted by a familiar voice. It was Han, who was surprised to see Lee here working after everything that had happened to him. Lee asked him not to be sarcastic and just sit down at the table, especially since he had already ordered everything for them, and they clearly had something to talk about because a whole month had already passed since he sent him on the mission. Han first wanted to know how Lee was doing, but the man immediately asked him not to ask about it because, according to him, everything was not as smooth as he wanted, because he needed to continue going to the Awakened Management Association, as well as visit the test tower and even go to the Pure Dungeon. The guy noted with a smile that with so much work, he could already ask Kim to pay him, after which Han calmed down a little and decided to say that although he had already said this several times, he still wanted to thank Lee once again for helping to destroy the Ares Guild. For him it really means a lot, because only thanks to Lee, he was able to prove his innocence and spend time with his girlfriend. Lee was happy to hear these words, so he simply asked the guy not to worry about it. He asked him to just think about the debt he needed to pay. Then their conversation turned to Kim. Lee wanted to know how Kim was doing, and just at that moment someone entered the restaurant. It was Kim, whom Han did not notice, and therefore continued to talk about how he and Kim were now always together, although lately Kim, for some reason, tries to stop him when he tries to return to the tower. Kim laughed at his words and simply sat down next to him, which slightly frightened Han, although by this time the guy should have already gotten used to such unexpected appearances of Kim. Han calmed down a little and decided to ask Kim if he was finally free here and if they could continue their business. But unfortunately, Kim still had some business that he simply needed to take care of. Before the guys had time to ask him what he was talking about, the guy, quite unexpectedly for them, pulled out a huge egg, which immediately amazed the guys. This was not surprising, because they knew very well that this was the egg of a divine beast, which Kim received when he raised it to the 10th floor. According to Khan, it was an incredibly rare item, and he had heard that it was supposed to have special properties. Kim noticed that the egg did not react in any way until he reached the 20th floor, and only then did the system notify him that the divine beast's egg had begun to heat up, although after that, nothing special happened. Therefore, Kim decided that since it was a living object, it would be best to ask an expert about it. He considered the awakened S rank, Sun Henki, to be the expert, and it was rumored that there was no one who knew more about divine beasts than him. Lee agreed with the guy about his professional skills, but still the man was not entirely sure that the awakened one would be able to help him, because Sun Henki was known for not accepting offers from anyone since he was in a third-generation top conglomerate. Khan in turn added that this person, although S-Rank, is practically impossible to contact since he is not associated with any of the known guilds. But Kim assured them that there was really nothing to worry about because this guy was a big fan of divine beasts. Therefore, in order to get him to help, Kim understood that he would need to be patient, and when the time came, he believed that Sun Henki himself would come to them. At that moment, Song Henki was sitting in his room and carefully watching all the announcements that concerned divine beasts, until suddenly, his assistant knocked on his door. The assistant had another report concerning Kim Soo-hyun, whom Sun Hyunki asked to check. According to the assistant, Kim Soo-hyun is an awakened mage who is proficient in swordsmanship and magic. But what surprised the guy the most was that this famous awakened one is only a C rank. Song Henki also noticed this because he didn't understand how that guy even dared to use the community chat to contact him when he was only a C rank. The assistant pointed out that this was only what was stated in the official record. However, he currently occupied the #1 rank on every floor of the testing tower up to the 29th floor. And he is also known as the #1 reason for eliminating the dungeon breakthrough that occurred in Anyang City, so the assistant dared to guess that his real rank is close to S rank. All that Sun Henki could answer to this information was that big stories hide big truths, but the assistant noted that this was not all, after which he added that at the moment there were rumors that he was currently visiting the association to begin the procedure for increasing his S rank. As soon as Kim Soo-hyun and his friends arrived at the place where they were receiving S-Rank, they noticed a huge number of people, and Lee immediately noticed that rumors about Kim retraining to S-Rank had spread, although they tried to keep it a secret, but apparently there was no point in it. What worried Han the most was that Kim continued to walk around with that egg all the time, so he wanted to ask Kim if he was going to retrain with him. Kim already told Han about this, but since it is necessary, he is ready to repeat once again that he is going to force Sun Hyunki to pay attention to this egg. And as soon as he said these words, the journalists immediately went crazy and started shouting that they saw Kim Soo-hyun in front of them. After which everything was pretty standard, they started taking pictures of him en masse and also asking pretty stupid questions that had nothing to do with him at all. Han and Lee tried to separate them from Kim so that they would not disturb him before taking the advanced training exam. But they kept climbing, and Kim was not going to answer any questions until one of the journalists asked Kim what kind of egg this was and why he brought it here. Before Kim could say a word, another journalist from behind him immediately began shouting that this was the very egg that was the hero of all the rumors. Kim did not hide it, and without much doubt said that he was right. This was the very egg of the divine beast. After which the guy rather unobtrusively added that he would like to know a lot about this egg, and therefore, if there is someone with professional knowledge, he would be very grateful if they contacted the guy. The journalists tried to ask Kim a few more questions, but that was where he ended his speech, after which Lee realized that this was Kim's plan from the beginning. And he was absolutely right, because now in the guy's head, there were only thoughts that this should be more than enough, since he showed the egg, and Sun Henki's interest should make him start looking for it. But his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by one of the journalists, who was shouting at the top of his voice and asking Kim to answer just one question. As soon as Kim stopped, the journalist immediately continued and said that this question primarily concerns the incident related to the Aries Guild. According to the journalist, there are sources who claim that Kim is a terrorist, so the man would very much like Kim to share his opinion on this matter. Kim began to carefully turn his head and talk about how he was beginning to think that people were becoming more and more courageous. After which he turned around completely in order to ask them a question in which he wanted to know what they would do if they found out that he really was a terrorist. It was clear from the journalists' faces that they were no longer too eager to learn more about this. At this point, the questions ended and the guys were able to calmly leave this annoying crowd of journalists. After which Han and Lee noticed that Kim responded to the journalists quite harshly, although Lee was not entirely happy about this, because in this case, their image dropped to a record low. Kim asked him to forget about it, because he believed that if he started worrying about such things, then he would not be able to do anything, although now all he could do was just wait, because the bait had already been thrown. Before entering the research center, he was met by several people, in the center of whom stood a man in a robe who introduced himself as Sohen. And before Kim enters the exam room, he would like to ask Kim, or is the guy willing to let the others watch his exam? Kim was apparently prepared for this question because he immediately said that only his two friends were allowed to enter, so So-hyun had to shout to all the journalists that they were not allowed to enter and that they could disperse. This was quite surprising for absolutely everyone, because in this case, it became clear to them that Kim was not planning to join the guild, since he did not allow viewing. Among this crowd, there was a man who did not say a word, and all he did was watch carefully what Kim would do, and as soon as the guy made a decision, this man picked up the phone and called his boss to tell him about it. This guy's name was Seok-jin. He was one of the Reaper Guild. His next order was to simply wait, which he was ready to do without any problems. Before starting the test, So-hyun decided to first explain to Kim the conditions that he must accept if he were to pass the S-Rank evaluation. Firstly, S-Rank Awakened will receive an allowance on the first day of every month. In return, all S-Rank Awakened will regularly visit certain dungeons, alternating with other S-Rank Awakened as their assigned duty. Now it was time to talk about the test itself. It was clear that So-hyun was quite nervous when she told all this to Kim. Suddenly, his story was interrupted at one point by another person, who suggested that the professor finish there and give him the opportunity to tell Kim everything. It was Dowie who first stated that he was a member of the Awakened Association, so he had the right to join and observe all the tests that were taking place. And above all, he himself simply could not miss the chance to see what the best newcomer in recent times was capable of. Kim wasn't really that surprised because he was expecting something like this, and while he was thinking about it, Dowie kept talking about how he needed to explain the rest of the procedure, and for that, Kim needed to move on to the next step. According to him, the S rank is different from the normal rank, and first he will have to pass a test that will be similar to the test tower. Kim was thinking at this moment that the test would test the rank and capabilities of physical and magical abilities, as well as the ability to control magic. He was well aware of the fact that not only the general indicators would be tested, but also all the factors that could influence the fight. The system for this test and the stage itself are all the abilities of the Awakened, independent of time and place, to be able to create a field where Awakened of various S ranks can demonstrate their capabilities. These are the abilities of the American top-ranking Awakened, known for his hallucination-based skills, Johnny Brad. While Kim was thinking about all this, Dowie continued to tell him that the guy should try not to resist the magic that he felt from the device. According to him, he just needed to accept it. Kim has actually been through this test more than once, so he knows what and how he needs to do, which allowed him to close his eyes absolutely calmly and begin the test. A few seconds after the start of the test, the guy found himself in a virtual area where everything was like in real life. Even after a long time, he could not get used to this incredible hallucination. He really wanted to lie down for a bit and think about what would happen next, but unfortunately he was not placed here for this, so he had to immediately dodge the attacks of the monsters. His first opponent was a huge ogre, who didn't even give Kim a chance to look around. And his friends followed him, literally forcing Kim to draw his sword in order to at least even the odds a little. To assess S rank, the ability to complete a dungeon is tested. Not only the general indicators of the awakened person during the battle are also checked, but also the ability to survive in difficult situations. During this process, physical survival capabilities, strength used during attacks, and even mental fortitude during the test itself are tested. Don't forget to look at endurance, decision-making, self-control, vision, predictability. And what is most important is that he is so awakened and courageous, because other indicators depend on this, which may not manifest themselves to the fullest extent. However, Kim knew very well that he should not be too self-confident and should not succumb to the illusions created for this assessment, because the number of heroes who died because of pride and weakness is in the hundreds. Once the awakened one realizes what he is capable of in the present, then the person should break through into the unpredictable future and survive. And in the process of all this madness, Kim was finally going to prove to himself that he was the real hero. The first test in such thoughts was completed in just 15 seconds, which amazed literally everyone, including Khan. At this moment, Dewey was thinking that in reality, this time was not much better than that of other S-rank awakened. On the other hand, there were also thoughts in his mind that the first test should primarily evaluate one's ability to survive, especially in situations where the awakened encounters a large number of monsters, and even then, there are not many people who pass the first test. However, he was not going to forget that this man had managed to pass the test and still give the impression that he was having fun. Kim was really having fun at this point, because so far, all these monsters were funny to him, because they were too weak, so he was looking forward to the second test, which he thought would be more difficult. Literally a few seconds later, the second test officially began, and Kim didn't even have time to rest. He kept wondering what would happen next, and what kind of monster was waiting for him next. These thoughts were interrupted when strange silhouettes of creatures began to appear behind him. If Kim is not mistaken, then the second test checks experience and talent for managing magic, which Kim seems to be doing well with. To begin with, the guy uses some divine fire to test these creatures, but after a few minutes it became clear that his magic did not have much effect on these creatures. He had thoughts in his head that even if he defeats them, they will immediately recover thanks to their cores, so he decided that he needs to find the hidden core and destroy them all in one blow. And for this, magic, endurance, speed, precision, and concentration, all this must be perfect. And Kim had all this. He destroyed one monster after another without any problem. All this continued until he finally found the core, destroying which all these monsters will disappear. Which is what he did, because he understood that he did not have time to continue this fight. Thus, the second test was completed in just 17 seconds. Lee could only laugh at Han, because this guy once decided to fight against Kim. Han noted with a smile that he really had no other choice, and besides, he never would have thought that Kim would become so strong. Lee, looking at Dewey and the professor, understood that they should most likely also be surprised at how strong Kim was. It also seemed to him that the director sent Dewey here so that he could find Kim's weak points. One of the assistants noted that for the first test, although it took some time to assess their overall abilities, more than 15 minutes should be enough, but he could not even imagine that the guy would complete his second test 17 seconds after the monsters appeared. Considering all this data, it was absolutely certain that Kim had just broken Park Ji-young's old record of 40 minutes, and he couldn't even believe that he had managed to see it with his own eyes. Dewey looked calm and did not react to these words yet, although he was mentally thinking that Kim was simply incredible. Moreover, he believed that Kim could become the most powerful awakened person not only in Korea, but in the entire world. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a terrible picture, namely, that a strange error had occurred during the test. According to the assistant, the connection was interrupted, which did not bode well. While the guys were trying to solve this problem, Han and Lee turned their attention to Kim, who at that moment was creating a small purple lightning. Kim looked closely into the eyes of the monster who stood in front of him and wanted to know why he was doing all this. The huge demon immediately answered the guy that he thought he was going too far as a joke. The guy's silence made this monster start yelling at him and doing everything to get the guy carried away. Kim understood that since this monster appeared, something went wrong, because it was probably not part of the test. At this point, Dewey was shouting at the workers to check the power and contact the technical department immediately, after which he wanted to know if they were able to establish contact with Johnny Brad. But according to the assistant, they are currently trying to do this, but it looks like it will take them some time. For Dewey, all this was too strange, because he knew that no matter what abilities appeared during the test, Johnny Brad's abilities were not interrupted. And if the system did not accept the abilities, then Kim Soo-hyun's spirit should bounce back and return. It seemed like something was literally blocking the way to Kim Soo-hyun's body, but they couldn't figure out what it was. Kim at this time tried to resist the demon, but even his abilities were too little to somehow stop him. At that moment, the guy could only think that the test should have definitely ended at the second stage. Could this really be some kind of mistake? But what's strangest is that Kim had never seen this phenomenon before. Therefore, he could not even understand where this creature came from and why it suddenly began to attack him. In any case, there was no time to think about it, because Kim needed to prove to this monster that he had attacked the wrong one. With one easy movement, Kim carefully cut off the creature's hand, after which he actively continued to attack it. Kim definitely didn't plan to lose to this monster, and if some mistake happened, he definitely didn't plan to become a victim. But everything will definitely not be so easy because this monster continued to attack him, so the guy had to think of what to do, because he would definitely lose. A device for increasing magical energy that allows one to instantly focus power outside the body and release it to the maximum. Kim decided to use this to release all of his magic and cast it out at once. But first, it would actually be a good idea for him to dodge the attack of the monster, who also wasn't going to stand still and continued to attack the guy. But this creature clearly did not expect that the guy would gather so much power and throw it all out in one blow. Kim was thus able to destroy this monster and remain completely safe, after which he slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he came to his senses in the real world. In front of the capsule where Kim was, Lee and Han were already standing, who even scared him a little. As soon as he opened this capsule, Khan immediately began to shake him, because they were incredibly worried about him, because the signal was turned off, and they did not know what condition he was in. Dewey and the professor also came closer to find out how Kim was feeling. He would also like to immediately ask for forgiveness, because it seemed to him that they had a technical failure, which caused the entire system to crash. Kim wasn't too worried about it. At the moment, he was more concerned about the results of his exam. Professor So-hyun decided to point out that Kim was too calm when they told him about the mistake. He didn't get flustered at all, as if he already knew about it. In any case, Dowie had no problem informing Kim that he had passed the exam with flying colors, and that he had in fact made a new awakened certificate in advance. He showed the guy a new certificate, which said that he was now officially an S-Rank. According to him, in this way, he will have priority access only to registered dungeons, and will also be able to get a loan from a bank using the income received as collateral. Kim himself at that moment understood perfectly well that in fact with the S-Rank he could get many advantages, but in reality there was only one reason why he received the S-Rank, and that reason was that he would have the opportunity to participate in dungeon raids all over the world, because he knew very well that the coming threats would not be limited to just Korea. Now he just wanted to know whether this was the end of his preparation for becoming a real hero or not. But suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when he heard the terrible sound of a dragon, which he often heard in his past life. A small earthquake immediately began in the building, which frightened not only the workers, but also the awakened ones who were inside. But the earthquake was not really the main problem, because after that they began to feel incredibly strong pressure, which did not allow them to breathe normally. Kim relaxed a little at that moment, and a smile appeared on his face, because he saw what he had wanted to see for a long time. It was that same professional in magical animals who apparently had already taken the bait and was ready to talk to Kim. Kim carefully walked out onto the roof of the building, where the dragon and the awakened one were already waiting for him. The guy first noticed that it was a rather noisy appearance, although many were watching him. Sun Henki just looked at Kim for some time after these words and thought about something of his own, and all this lasted until Kim began to take out that very divine egg from his inventory. Kim understood perfectly well that Sun Hyunki clearly came here for a reason, and most likely his main reason for being here was that he came for the egg of the divine beast. Sun Hyunki's expression immediately changed, which could only mean that Kim was absolutely right. Although Kim admitted that he was a little surprised that the man decided to act so quickly, given his reputation. Sun Henki finally spoke and told Kim that he came here solely because he saw the guy's provocation, to which he decided to respond. And now Sun Henki decided to ask Kim to carefully place this egg on the ground. To pick up his new pet, Sun Henki decided to send his favorite dragon, which seemed to pass right through Kim. Not only did the guy not even expect this blow, but he also did not have time to react to it, which really scared Kim. After which Kim looked at Sun Henki again and realized that this guy did not come here to help, but to take his divine egg by force. And at the moment, this was very bad news for Kim, because he spent absolutely all his mana during the test. Therefore, in this case, he had only one thing left to do, and that was to fight defensively. First, he decided that it would be a good idea for him to protect the egg, and then he could somehow deal with Sun Henki. At least that's what Kim thought, who was interrupted at one point by Sun Hyunki, who took the guy by the hand and didn't ask him to give him the egg without any unnecessary movements. But before Kim could say a word, their dialogue was suddenly interrupted by the egg itself, which at one moment began to crack. It was clear from Song Henki's face that even he didn't expect this. Apparently, he would have to reconsider his attitude towards this guy. But the most amazing thing was yet to come, because immediately after this egg began to crack, a small dragon miraculously crawled out of it. Kim couldn't believe his eyes, even though it was small. But in any case, it was a dragon, and as it was known, dragons are considered one of the best divine beasts, and considering all this, it was safe to say that Kim was incredibly lucky. And while he was thinking about this, the first thing this little one did was pounce on Kim's face. It was like a hug. Kim asked him not to do anything like that, because now is not really the best time for it. Dragon Sun Henki was unable to complete his attack at the last moment and returned to his owner, who first wanted to ask the dragon what happened and why he stopped. Yong, that was the name of Sun Henki's dragon, and he literally shed a tear when he saw the one who hatched from the egg. This was the first time this had happened to him, which clearly surprised Sun Henki himself. This development caused Sun Hyunki to change their location and talk in a different setting, where he first told Kim that he received this baby as a reward for passing the test, which Kim confirmed and added that he received this reward after passing the test perfectly. After which, Sun Henki admitted that Yong told him that this kid was higher in rank than him, which surprised Kim because he was not even aware that there were ranks among dragons. He had never even thought about it. Besides, at this point he wanted to know more if Sun Hyunki was still planning to take him away, and the guy immediately assured Kim that he really had nothing to worry about because he had changed his mind about taking him away. Sun Henki, in response, decided to ask Kim a question in which he wanted to know if Kim even knows how long dragons live. Kim was unsure of the answer, so Sun Hyun-ki told him that even if they drink dewdrops, they become fully grown after 3 years and live for another 1,000 years after that. Also, according to him, unlike people, divine beasts are pure. They trust unconditionally, love faithfully, and choose their owners even before hatching. Their properties change depending on the character and behavior of the owner. So if the owner is evil, then they can only become a demonic beast. Even if they don't become demonic beasts, there are those who use them as tools, which is precisely why Song Henki collects the eggs of unknown divine beasts. What he fears most is that the divine beasts will choose the wrong path, so he deprives them of that option. Kim clearly didn't expect to hear this from Sun Hyun-ki, so he sat for a while in slight shock from what he heard, after which he decided to ask Sun Henki how old his dragon was, and the answer surprised Kim a little, because if you believe the guy's words, then his dragon is only about 5 years old, and although you can't tell by his appearance, he is still a child. What upset Sun Henki the most was that he could only live to be 100 years old, and his beloved dragon would have to live another 900 years alone. So the boy planned to make the dragon forget about him for the remaining years of his life. Kim listened to Sun Hyun-ki quite attentively, and all the while he was thinking that at first glance it seemed like this guy was just an immature rich kid who collected divine beasts as a hobby. But now he sees that Sun Henki is truly a thoughtful and intelligent guy who thinks about more than just himself. Sun Henki suddenly interrupted Kim's thoughts to tell the boy that this little dragon had chosen him because, as was known, a divine beast would not hatch if it was not favorable to a person or his mana. So for now, Sun Henki decided that he would just watch this dragon, and if Kim suddenly raised him incorrectly, then he would immediately take him away. After which he decided to threaten Kim a little, calling him a lucky guy who, if he doesn't take care of this child, will be severely punished. At this point, all these questions were closed, and Sun Hyun-ki wanted to know if Kim had chosen some name for him. After thinking for a bit, Kim said quite confidently that this little dragon is now called Mir. After a short conversation with Sun Hyun-ki, Kim went home thinking that the collector was actually much nicer than Kim had initially thought. The guy was a little worried, since he was quite unpredictable in his past life, and it was quite difficult to understand how Song Henki would behave now. And what's most important is that Kim definitely didn't expect such an attitude towards him after Sun Henki found out that the dragon had chosen him as its master. In any case, now when Kim looks at this little dragon, he feels good in his soul. He was very glad that he now had such a friend, with such a wonderful name, Mir. While Kim was returning home, he was followed the whole way by an agent, who at the first opportunity reported that Kim Soo-hyun was now returning home with the divine beast, and he wanted to ask his boss whether he should continue the pursuit. The man who was in charge of this man's actions asked the agent to report on Kim's every move, no matter what happened. The man made this decision because he felt that they were still far from completing the scenario. The agent had no more questions, so he decided to continue with his mission. But before he could get up, another man appeared behind him, who clearly did not want to wish him a good day. Kim stopped at one point and thought about the fact that he was actually very interested in finding out what the people who were following him would do next. But he suddenly felt how their presence completely disappeared, so it seemed to him that they had returned. In any case, he continued his way home, thinking that it would be quite unpleasant if they broke into his house. And as soon as Kim crossed the threshold of the apartment, he immediately felt the presence of another person, from the blow of which he had to dodge, which is what Kim actually did. Kim didn't want to fight in his own house the most because he was worried that he might break something there. But it was immediately obvious that the person who decided to attack him was definitely not going to stop. But Kim didn't plan to give up either, so they continued their hand-to-hand combat, in which Kim did not fight at full strength because he did not want to wake up his new friend. But on the other hand, he perfectly understood the fact that this man would definitely not leave him alone. And while the guy was thinking about this agent dealt him a direct blow to his body. Kim managed to block this blow and decided to add that he could understand why he broke into his house, but still he strongly did not recommend this man to offend Mir. The guy understood that he should not have problems with fighting now, since he had restored his mana, and he could not leave the world alone until he figured out its purpose. But after thinking a little more, Kim finally understood why they only fought hand to hand. Apparently this man wants to test his strength against him. Kim carefully placed the world on the table and addressed the villain, saying that he initially thought that the guy had come here for another reason. After all, it was quite strange for Kim to watch him invade his house just to fight hand to hand, but since he wants to test his strength, Kim is ready to show everything he is capable of. After such words, nothing but a fight could happen. Blow after blow, they found out who was stronger and who was more prepared, and at one point Kim still missed a blow to the body, which was quite unpleasant and unexpected for him. But he wasn't going to leave without a counterattack, so as soon as he had the opportunity, Kim delivered his counterattack to his opponent's body. At this point, they both realized that it would be best to end this sparring match, and once they did so, Kim realized that his opponent was actually a girl, which confused Kim a little at first. But she was quite confident in herself, because she immediately decided to invite him to join the Reaper's Guild, and this girl's name was Park Ji-yeon, and she was the head of the guild. Kim stood silently for a while and thought about what was going on, and at that moment, the girl asked him to think a little faster, because she didn't have that much time. Finally, the guy spoke, and the first thing he wanted to ask her was a question in which he was interested to know whether her proposal for recruitment into the guild was necessarily made through a surprise attack. She thought that since he didn't die, everything was fine. She was more concerned about why he suddenly started talking to her so informally, although Kim noted that she was the first to start doing this, and besides, they had a small age difference. Kim knew this man from his past life, and all that bothered him was that Park Ji-yeon was not such a simple person who would just come to compete. Park Ji-yeon, she is an S-rank awakened being with excellent skills and beautiful appearance. In her previous life, she always attracted people's attention and was praised as a leader leading humanity. However, Kim did not forget that before the flower fully bloomed, in the all-out war with the Domp Guild, she lost her life. Based on this experience, it can be assumed that Park Ji-yeon, or rather the Reaper Guild, has a hostile relationship with the Domp Guild. And Kim is a person who, although briefly used the name of the Domp Guild on himself, but now the guy wanted to know the reason why the girl came to him? He was sure that she must have a clear purpose for which she came here, but instead of answering the guy, she asked him the question that he had just asked her. This made the guy a little wary, although he did not forget that in her past life, she was quite the eccentric, so he immediately told her that if she did not have more compelling reasons, then she could leave, because he had no intention of joining her guild. She didn't try to convince him of anything, and Kim also noticed that he actually felt a little sorry to let her go like that. So he decided to take a risk and asked her a question in which he wanted to know if she was interested in the Domp Guild. She slowly turned around and said that now their conversation was becoming much more interesting. Hearing these words, Kim realized that apparently he had hit the nail on the head. But he also noticed that at that moment, incredible anger appeared in the girl's eyes, which extended to him as well. Although looking at the girl, one could say with certainty that she had gone a little crazy because her smile was like that of the scariest clowns, and she decided to please the guy by saying that she could actually talk to him. After a short dialogue, the girl realized that Kim was specifically pretending to be the Dom Guild in the city of Anyang in order to raise them to the surface. Kim also added that the guild operates in the shadows, so it is difficult to find the bastards, and above all, since it is a divided organization, even if you grab it by the tail, it will still be impossible to completely get rid of the root. Hearing this, the girl realized that apparently the guy knew about this system much better than she expected from him, and apparently for this same reason he destroyed the Ares Guild. Kim did not deny this because in fact there is some truth in it, but the main reason was still that he wanted to save one pair of guys who were under the influence of the head of this guild. In any case, he believed that even if he destroyed the Ares Guild, it was still destined to collapse. But he did not forget to note that it was the girl who was hitting all the Korean guilds associated with the Domp Guild, and from her expression it was clear that Kim was absolutely right in this case, after which she finally confirmed this and added that it was she who destroyed everyone. And now her only goal is to destroy the Domp Guild and everything connected with this scum. Kim was not particularly surprised when he heard such words, because the girl's anger in this life was exactly the same as it was in the past. In relation to the Domp Guild, emotions run high, and in the case of this girl, she is able to translate her negative emotions into magical power, which makes her even stronger. It could also be noted that she was incredibly impulsive, and because of this, her magic was simply incredible, so Kim understood that the girl was very capable in this regard. His thoughts were interrupted by the girl when she started talking about how she had defeated all the bastards hiding in Korea, but she didn't forget to add that they were all just tails, no body, no head. There were no clues, however. Their number and identities were unknown to call them into direct combat. Therefore, she understood that the only option she had left was to simply wait until her head started moving, and Kim himself added that at that moment he appeared, and that was why the girl came to him in order to talk a little. She confirmed this theory and said that she guessed that this was why the Domp Guild would stir and she couldn't miss this chance. So it wasn't hard to guess that she wanted to use Kim for this, even though she asked him not to think about it that way. According to her, the enemy of the enemy is considered an ally, and as for the Domp Guild, she plans to actively support it. Kim was not against cooperating with her in this way, but first he wanted to ask her one small question. This question was because he really wanted to know why the girl was so obsessed with the Domp Guild. At that moment, a very sad picture popped into her head in which she lost her loved one. But she decided to tell Kim that she just had a minor grudge against them that she would like to resolve, which is why she wants to get closer to them. Or to be more precise, she would like to get the head of this lousy guild. Kim didn't know what to answer her to these words, so he simply remained silent for a while. And with that, Park Jin decided to end their conversation and told Kim that she would look forward to their next meeting with impatience. And when she had already disappeared, Kim began to understand why in his past life the Reaper Guild had persecuted the Domp Guild so much. Han and Yoon Sung came to visit Kim, and the first thing they noticed was that Kim had a simply wonderful house. Han was very happy that he would finally see where his friend lived, for which Kim wanted to ask forgiveness, because lately he had been very busy conquering the tower and reevaluating his rank. But no matter how happy he was about their visit, it was still unexpected for him, so he decided to find out what they were doing here. Han immediately replied that the reason was actually simple. Yoon Sun said that she wanted to thank Kim for everything. The girl also added that he helped them a lot all this time, and they didn't even have the opportunity to express their gratitude, so today, they are here. She also noted that it was thanks to him that she and Han were now alive, so they asked him to accept this small gift from them. After some time, the girl noticed that the guy had a pet, although Kim was not sure that it could be called that, because it was a dragon, although now it was small. But apparently this only interested the girl even more, and she wanted to see it even more. Kim tried to say that he was currently sleeping because he was still little and needed to sleep a lot, but Mir didn't think so and jumped on the boy's head. The boys started to admire him as soon as they saw him. In their opinion, he was incredibly cute. Mir sat on Kim's head for a while and then decided to move closer to his guests, among whom he liked Yun Song the most. Kim was shocked by what was happening, because before the dragon had never come so close to anyone except him. Apparently, he was as comfortable with the guys as with Kim. Although Han extended his finger towards him, Mir almost ate it. Apparently, he only liked Yun Song. Their conversation was interrupted when Kim received a call on his phone. It was Park Ji-yeon, who was known to absolutely everyone in this room, because she was S-Rank. Even Yoon Sung had seen her on TV before, and Han compared these guys to the superheroes they see in movies. As soon as Kim picked up the phone and asked the girl what was going on and why she was calling him, he immediately heard the news that a green dungeon would soon open in Busan. Park Ji-yeon was a little scared because she had never seen green dungeons appear so often before, so it was hard to predict its difficulty. Kim mentally agreed with her, because even in his past life there were not many cases when green dungeons opened one after another. There were exceptions, of course, but they should not be now. The guy didn't understand whether he should have expected something like this or not, but recently, he noticed that the future was changing a little, and this could be clearly seen when, during the S-Rank assessment, he had to fight an unknown monster. Then Park Ji-yeon said that Sun Hyun-ki was appointed captain of this cleanup, but he refused at the last moment, so Park Ji-yeon called Kim to ask if he didn't want to participate in this. Kim was glad that she offered him this because he himself wanted to be convinced of everything, so he immediately agreed and said that she could confidently count on him. Although he understood that in return, Park Ji-yeon also had a request, which Kim asked to announce right now. She could only tell him that they would resolve this issue a little later. The only thing she wanted to add was that she would take upon herself all the problems that might arise with the Domp Guild. Kim recalled how in the past, the Domp Guild carried out terrorist attacks simultaneously in America, China, Korea, Great Britain, and France, thereby showing who they really are. It all started when the first blue dungeon appeared in America. During the clearing of the dungeon, they destroyed several awakened S-Rank, after which the dungeon was not cleared, and an invasion of monsters occurred. As a result, an unimaginable number of people died, so Kim, without thinking twice, decided to let Park Ji-yeon deal with the Korean guild Domp, and Kim himself wanted to start conducting an investigation here. Before hanging up, Park Ji-yeon asked Kim to be extremely careful, otherwise he could easily be destroyed. But the guy thought that there was no point in worrying about it. Although the girl didn't think so, It seemed to her that danger could be lurking at any moment, so she shouldn't let her guard down under any circumstances. Next, the girl sent some raid details to the guy's phone, among which were some pretty serious guilds, so Kim wasn't entirely sure that they would even listen to him. That's right. One of the guild leaders was quite surprised when he heard that the captain of this raid would be Kim Soo-hyun, who had just recently received S-Rank, so it seemed to them that the association simply didn't care about the lives of their people, since they decided to give such a task to a newbie. That's what Lee Kan-hee, the leader of Papillon, thought. Lee Kan-hee thought for a moment and decided that he would not accept another S-Rank awakened unless it was Sun Hyun-ki or Park Ji-yeon. Then his interlocutor was forced to say that in that case, they could only refuse to participate. Although they both understood that all this was just a joke, so they started laughing quite hard at the fact that some guy would be controlling them. The man's interlocutor did not understand why everyone had exactly this reaction, but on the other hand, he understood that it seemed that his past achievements in the test tower meant nothing, and this meant that Kim Soo-hyun was still a nobody to them. However, he did reveal that Park Ji-yeon had personally chosen Kim Soo-hyun as the leader of this operation, which clearly shocked Lee Kan-hee. Therefore, the man could suggest that Lee Kan-hee observe Kim for a while first. Perhaps in that case he would change his decision. The next day, Lee and Kim were walking along the Busan beach, and throughout the entire journey, Lee complained that it took them so long to get here. At some point, Kim decided to ask Lee why he went with him at all. The man seemed to be expecting this question, because he immediately reminded Kim that he would be the captain of a squad on a raid for the first time, so he thought it would be good to go with him, for which Kim was grateful, but still, he himself was capable of giving orders. Lee had no doubt that Kim would be able to command, but on the other hand, he was here for more than just that reason. As a more experienced person, he cannot fall behind him and Khan, so he needs to do everything he can to become stronger. Kim didn't know what to say to that, so he just wished Lee luck, which gave the man the impression that the guy was just laughing at him, even though Kim told him that he was being completely serious. Their dialogue ended when they approached a part of the beach where there were 50 or more people, which was actually quite good for a first raid. All of these awakened ones turned around at one moment and looked at Kim and Lee, and each look was incredibly frightening. Lee immediately noticed for himself and for Kim that all these guys were unhappy, and they became so when they saw the guys. But Kim understood that they could not do anything about it, because in their eyes, he was just a newbie, with no experience in dungeon raid. Suddenly, their thoughts were interrupted by a man who immediately recognized Kim, who would become their new captain in the new raid. It turned out to be the head of the Papillon Guild, Lee Kan-hee, who was very pleased to meet the new captain. Before Kim had time to introduce himself and say how nice it was to meet him, the man noted that the guy was very young, without experience, and therefore, in his opinion, he was probably nervous. The smile on Kim's face immediately disappeared, and it was not surprising, because these were definitely not the words that Kim wanted to hear. Lee Kan-hee came to this conclusion after he saw that Kim came to the meeting with security. Lee immediately began yelling at the man, and telling him that this was definitely not something he could say to the new squad captain. Without thinking twice, Lee Kan-hee immediately said that he was actually just joking, and that if he needed help, he only had to say the word to Kim. He said he was a veteran of dungeon expeditions, but Kim immediately interrupted him and said that he was of course very pleased to hear this, but he still hoped that he and his men would obediently follow his orders. This behavior clearly angered the man. This was evident from his facial expression, because he did not expect Kim to be so persistent. At that moment, the head of the Red Devils Guild, whose name was Kim Tae-kyun, approached Kim, and the first thing he wanted to say was that he would really like to wish them all good luck in the upcoming raid. He also added that it would take a little getting used to the head of the Papillon Guild, because everyone knew that in this guild, they were all proud of themselves. Now that he had told her about it, he would like to introduce Kim to Moen. This girl's name was Pak Moen, and she was the head of the Gambler Guild, and according to her, she was also very pleased to meet him. Kim, talking to these people, already at that moment understood that it would be quite difficult for him to pass the raid. After all, he immediately noticed that most of the people standing behind him had their mana at its limit, despite their smiles. But on the other hand, there were those who knew how to hide their mana, which was actually not very good either. And even if he didn't pay attention to it, Kim still understood that it would be impossible to hide the smell of blood. These thoughts were interrupted at one point by Pak Moyen, who did not understand why Kim was looking at her so attentively. She thought that she had something on her face, but the guy immediately came to his senses and said that in fact everything was fine, he was just looking. In any case, he was already ready to leave, and with this question, he turned to the heads of the guild, who immediately told him that they were only waiting for his order. Hearing this, Kim did not wait long and immediately said that they did not need to prepare for so long, so they could move out, right now. A few minutes after they entered the dungeon, the massacre began. All the awakened fought with the monsters that attacked them. After a few minutes, it became obvious that they were doing quite well, although they knew that all this was just a trifle, despite the fact that this was the famous Green Dungeon. Kim at that moment was not so sure that everything was fine, because he and Mir felt something was wrong. Lee also felt a strange energy, and if Kim is not mistaken, then this is a trap that will be a little further. The man immediately decided to notify the others about this, and told Lee Kan-hee to be careful, because there might be a trap further on, so they should not let their guard down. But from the expression on Lee Kan-hee's face, it was clear that he himself knew everything perfectly well and would only do what he considered necessary. In addition, he reminded Lee that he had only recently become an A-rank awakened, which confused Lee a little, because he didn't understand what this had to do with anything. Lee Kan-hee didn't give him an answer to this question, but only asked another one, in which he wanted to know if the man was happy that he was working with an S-rank guy. Kim was already quite tired of listening to this, so he turned to Lee Kan-hee to talk to him. And before the man had time to justify himself and say that he was just joking, Kim grabbed him by the clothes and pulled him towards himself. But he did this not to teach a lesson, but on the contrary, to save the man, because at that very moment someone struck the place where the man was standing. Kim did not wait long and immediately ordered all those awakened to run away immediately. But apparently it was already too late, because there were many more blows and it was obviously incredibly difficult to dodge them. After some time, they noticed that a lot of water began to appear around, and after some time, great fear began to appear in the man's eyes, because he had never seen anything like it. Many people could agree with him, because in a few minutes each of them found themselves in a small underwater city, which was surrounded by water on each side. What was most interesting for them at this moment was that they could breathe, and they had absolutely no feeling that they were underwater, although Kim understood that they had this feeling because they were in a dungeon. Taekyun also noted that it was suspiciously quiet here. As for a green dungeon, there was a feeling that this was not a mythical city. There was a feeling around that this was an abandoned city, where local residents had recently been and everything was fine for them, but now it only evokes a creepy feeling. His thoughts were interrupted at one point by Moen, who began to scream and point her finger at the sky for them to look. In the distance, they saw something that looked very much like a large ship floating underwater. The world, seeing this ship, immediately tensed up and began to growl. Apparently he had seen it before, or at least felt that something was wrong with it. Taekyun was approached by one of the awakened ones, who complained that she felt incredibly cold, and because of this she became very scared. He didn't have time to say anything when he suddenly noticed that someone was looking at them from this ship, and this look made even the heads of the guilds feel fear. Lee Kan-hee first shouted to all his awakened ones to immediately prepare for battle, and he was absolutely right, because looking at the speed at which this ship was approaching, it became clear that they would have to fight monsters that were much stronger than anyone had ever seen before. As soon as this hellish ship docked on the shore of this underwater city, the captain of this ship immediately ordered everyone to wake up, because it was finally time for them to go hunting. Kim was the first to be hit by the wave of blows, and he took it. He took out his sword and began to destroy one skeleton after another. At that moment, the guy was thinking that only holy attacks like Holy Flame would work against spirit-class monsters, but fortunately, they could only be defeated with magic. This was also understood by other awakened ones, especially the leader Lee Kan-hee, who called on his guys not to be afraid and to go only forward, because all these skeletons could be destroyed with the help of magic. He also noted that they all had nothing but numerical superiority, so they really had nothing to worry about, and so that they wouldn't think about running away, he decided to start threatening them, saying that he would destroy anyone who ran away. Kim, looking at all this, thought that the other awakened ones actually worked well together despite the circumstances, although one could not expect organized tactics from them. But still, he decided that in this case he needed to trust the heads of the guild, namely in their ability to lead people. Considering all these points, he decided to leave it all to Lee, which the man did not quite like, but he understood perfectly well that he simply had no other choice. Kim summoned his phoenix and immediately flew straight to this ship to deal with these monsters once and for all. And as soon as he stepped onto this ship, he immediately noticed a skeleton who was dressed in a captain's uniform, which is why Kim assumed that this monster was the boss. But Kim didn't have time to think about all this, because this monster started shooting at him with his pistol. Kim and Mir did not lose their heads, and after dodging all the shots, they ran to counterattack. Although Kim's attack didn't lead to anything good, because this monster disappeared at the last second. Instead of continuing the fight with Kim, this boss attacked the other awakened ones using magic, and as you can see, he did it just fine. Kim, looking at all this, began to think that perhaps this monster was absorbing their souls to become stronger. Apparently, Kim was absolutely right in this situation, because this monster began to spew out an incredibly large amount of energy, after which this monster became much larger and began to scream that he needed more souls, for which he would do anything. Kim understood that this was an ability that absorbs souls to restore health and increase strength, and if we consider the awakened, then there are at least 100 souls. And given this information, Kim knew full well that this could easily turn into a battle of attrition, which scared him incredibly. Suddenly, Kim began to hear the voices of the people that this skeleton had just eaten, and it became even more frightening. All this had already begun to irritate Kim very much, so he stated without much doubt that this monster was already beginning to get on his nerves. In response to these words, this skeleton began to take out his huge sword and was already ready to start the fight. After which he struck a blow, which Kim was able to easily dodge, although it was a little difficult. But the guy understood that now was the time when he had to use all his strength in order to finish off this boss as quickly as possible, and thus save the people he had eaten. Kim threw punch after punch, and they were all quite successful, which made the whole fight even stranger. After a few blows, Kim stepped aside a little and began to think that he needed to change his battle tactics, because in fact this monster was not particularly strong, but it was quite difficult to cope with his regeneration. It would be a waste of time to drag out the fight, but if he uses all his strength at once, it won't work either. At this rate, it could become a dangerous fight. The skeleton was also thinking at that moment about changing the tactics of his battle, although in his opinion, Kim continues to mindlessly use the holy flame, but the skeleton's blows still do not reach him, which worries him very much. But on the other hand, he did not forget that his mana would run out earlier, and then the skeleton would gladly absorb his soul. But first, he decided to fortify himself a little with the souls that were already at his disposal, which was quite easy to do. At this point, he also started screaming that all he needed at that moment was to have fun because he was too bored. After a few minutes, this monster became too huge, which made Kim think a little about whether he would be able to win this fight. But these thoughts quickly evaporated when he remembered that he needed to save the people who were counting on him. But the problems didn't end there, especially the problem with his mana reserves, which gradually began to run out. And the worst thing is that the skeleton also understood all this perfectly well, and therefore attacked with complete confidence. The blows were quite powerful, and it became more and more difficult to block them. Even Lee, who was busy fighting below, began to worry about Kim, because the sound of the blows reached even the quietest parts of the place. Kim endured all these blows for a long time while trying to figure out what he needed to do to defeat this monster and finally end this fight. At one point he noticed that something strange was happening to his beloved dragon. But before he had time to address it or even touch it, Mir released a rather powerful stream of fire, which not only stopped the monster's attacks, but also inflicted quite a lot of damage on it. The skeleton's head immediately began to burn, causing him to stop any attacks on the guy. But what surprised Kim the most was that his mana was restored in an instant, and his physical abilities became much stronger. He looked at Mir and asked himself not to say that this was Mir's ability, although it was impossible to say that Kim was not happy about it. After all, it was only thanks to this little dragon that he was just able to inflict colossal damage on the boss of this dungeon. Kim couldn't get enough of his beloved Mir's new ability, so he decided that since the skeleton hadn't died yet, it would be a good idea to finish him off. A few seconds later, the ship that was in the sky attracted attention when it exploded very violently. Now Lee was absolutely calm because given this picture, he could say with confidence that Kim was doing well, and there was no need to worry about him. At that moment, the skeleton continued to take a huge number of hits, and in his head, there were thoughts that he had used almost all of his souls, which meant that at this rate, he would definitely lose, and this result of the battle would determine whether he would live on at all. So he decided to stop Kim and ask him to slow down a bit, and first discuss the terms of the fight. And he began by saying that it was the Lich King who gave him such an order. He himself would never have done this. According to him, the king ordered him to destroy everyone who came close to the ship, all because his pet lives here. Kim immediately stopped when she heard this, and the skeleton was so happy that the guy was still scared, so he continued talking about how he was just a servant who feeds the king's pet and nothing more. He also tried to say that he was not here of his own free will, but he did not have time to finish speaking before Kim struck with his sword and destroyed this monster forever. after which Kim thought that he would probably have to destroy another monster in order to finally clear this stage. Lee Kan-hee, after they started winning a lot, immediately started shouting that they also needed to get on that ship, because they couldn't just stand there and wait for Kim to figure everything out himself. Taekyun had a different opinion. He was convinced that they couldn't do that, because they had to first help all the wounded, and in his opinion they shouldn't move on, because Kim Soo-hyun hadn't given them the signal yet. Lee Kan-hee didn't think long about the answer and immediately decided to ask Tukan to say that he was just afraid, so he was hiding behind Kim. Tukan sighed heavily and said that he of course understood perfectly well that Lee Kan-hee wanted to achieve something, but he asked him to assess the situation after he had put everyone in danger at the beginning. Moreover, the man simply did not understand how a person like him had become the head of the guild at all. Lee, watching them quarrel, began to worry. Now he wanted Kim to return from that damn ship even more. At some point, Tukan approached him to hear his opinion, but Lee first wanted to know where Pak Moen had disappeared to. They immediately turned around and began to notice that not only Pak Moen, but also the entire Gambler Guild was nowhere to be seen. Lee Kan-hee suggested that perhaps they had gone to the ship, so he also suggested not to quarrel anymore, and also go up there and help them. Lee was lost in thought about how strange it all was, because at some point this entire guild simply disappeared from sight without a trace. He also didn't think that they went to the ship, because then someone would definitely have noticed them doing it. Kim at this time went into the depths of this ship and discovered something both terrible and beautiful. The guy remembered what the skeleton told him, and it didn't take him long to figure out that the Lich King was raising a kraken. But what was more dangerous was that, although weak, it was covered with the life energy of the Lich King. He was glad that the world was normal in such a place. Moreover, he was still trying to fight off this energy. Thanks to divine protection and magical resistance, Kim is not affected by this energy. But given the strength of this energy, it seemed to Kim that most of the awakened ones went crazy and died. To sum it up, Kim understood perfectly well that this boat was a kind of cradle for the future Kraken. The captain of this ship destroyed people and took them inside the ship. The souls and thoughts of the destroyed people become food for the growth of the Kraken. Everything here was arranged so that if someone entered here, he would immediately die from the life energy of the Kraken, and this was necessary to teach the Kraken self-control and make him stronger. They carefully prepared, but now he was sleeping under the influence of the seal, and therefore Kim believed that he could destroy him with the help of magic. But suddenly his plan was interrupted when a couple of people stuck 2 spears into his back. At least they wanted to do it, but at some point they noticed that their weapon did not go through, and they did not even know what the matter was. Kim, without thinking twice, turned around and struck these 2 soldiers, but apparently this was only the beginning, because right after these 2 guys, 2 more awakened ones attacked him in exactly the same way, from behind. Although even this advantage did not help them, and they were unable to catch Kim by surprise, so he easily repelled their attack and dealt several blows in response. At that moment, Kim was thinking that he had actually expected this, and understood that it definitely wouldn't be that easy. But still, the moment when they attacked him wasn't the best. What a relief it was for him that he had transformed the iron turtle on the 21st floor into an ability. In any case, he wanted to see his new opponent as soon as possible, so he asked him to show himself. Pak Moen did not wait long after this, and immediately came out of the shadows, behind which there were a lot of warriors who were ready to attack the guy at any second. Kim immediately understood why he felt the thirst for blood. Now he understood perfectly well what was going on. Thus Pak Moen apparently emphasized that the Domp Guild would be in this raid. And as soon as Kim said this, the mask on his opponent's face changed to his real appearance, who was very pleased that even the S-Rank could not detect their camouflage. Kim sighed and added that in fact, all their tricks were obvious from the start. Destroying the awakened in the dungeon, it is so low for Kim. After which Kim decided to upset this guy and told their plan in detail. In his opinion, this time they wanted to destroy him undercover, and then they would arrange an invasion of monsters in America and put all the blame on Kim. It was clear from the expression on Kim's opponent's face that this was exactly how they intended to act. He didn't fully understand how Kim knew about this at all, because such information was forbidden to tell even to relatives, so such information was available to very few people. Either way, it wouldn't affect how they would carry out their plan, so he told Kim that even though the guy was right, they would still come out into the light soon. According to the guy, they call this action a blood festival with the help of an invasion in each country. He could not even imagine how many people would die. And what's most important is that the culprit of this tragedy will be Kim Soo-hyun, who destroyed all the S-Rank warriors during the passage of the dungeon. But Kim couldn't help but notice that their plan would only work if they could destroy him, and he had serious doubts that they would actually be able to do this. But apparently his opponent had a completely different opinion on this matter, because he immediately jumped up and ran to the attack, saying along the way that Kim could talk as much as he wanted. Kim deliberately angered them so that they would start attacking him, while he was thinking that most likely not only they had arrived here, but their superiors were also here. The man was talking on the phone about how the advancement group had already entered the dungeon and he could destroy him later, even if he survived. His interlocutor confirmed this information, so he immediately added that he would then leave Kim Soo-hyun to him, because they had not yet finished the preparation. But when he finally came to that very warehouse, the first thing he wanted to know was who she was and why she destroyed all those people. Park Jin was already tired of waiting for him, so as soon as he arrived, she noticed that he was a little late and next time he could do his job faster. And also she just couldn't help but say that, unlike all these people, he looks pretty strong, so apparently she will finally be able to have some fun. The man asked her a question again, in which he wanted to know whether it was she who had arranged all this, to which Park Ji-yeon answered him with a smile that it seemed to her that it was obvious here, since it was unlikely that this was done by a passing thug. As soon as Park Ji-yeon said these words to him, the man immediately began to take off all his clothes and talk about how he was ashamed to be in the same guild with such pathetic awakened ones because they lost to some woman, and this clearly did not suit him. The man's words amused Park Ji-yeon again, because everyone who came here said the same thing. In any case, she doesn't mind hearing this, considering that in the future they are very surprised by what actually awaits them. The man decided to point out that in Korea there are annoying insects that bother him in addition to Kim Soo-hyun, and he is here to correct this moment. But apparently first he will have to crush everyone who interferes with him. Kim, meanwhile, continued to fight, and after a few seconds it became absolutely clear to him that his opponent was not as weak as he had thought at the very beginning. But thanks to the world, his powers increased several times, which is why he was still able to break this guy's sword, and this led to the fact that he completely inflicted irreparable damage on him. They also continued to attack him from behind. There were quite a lot of opponents, and Kim at that moment was incredibly glad that he still had this shield on his back. Thanks to him, he repelled the attacks, after which he launched counterattacks that were successful enough to destroy them. One of them shouted that it would be best to aim for his back if possible, although it was not entirely clear why he made that decision. In any case, to attack, they decided to use their special skill, which made them invisible, allowing them to attack quite unnoticed. Kim understood perfectly well that a surprise attack from the destroyers was much more dangerous than a head-on collision. But on the other hand, he did not forget that he had a world, and he was to some extent confident that he could sense danger, and for this he used the skill to repel sudden attacks, although he didn't stop being surprised that the Lich King's spirit would be able to hide their presence. In any case, he essentially has no choice but to rely on Mira. He asked him if he could smell those guys, to which he received a not entirely clear answer, but it was clear that Mir would gladly help Kim destroy his enemies. All that was left for Kim to do was listen to his little dragon when he warned him of the danger. After which Kim simply closed his eyes and decided that it would be best to simply trust the world, and the dragon in due time began to help the guy without any problems. Therefore, Kim was able to easily destroy his first attacker with the first blow, who did not have time to do anything, because he could not even think that Kim would notice him. As Kim expected, Mir's ability to sense danger works much better than the guy's own. The Lich King's pawns couldn't believe that even the hidden technique wouldn't work in this case, so one of them decided to suggest retreating temporarily and repeating the hidden attack by disguising themselves as someone else. But one of them understood perfectly well that such a trick was also unlikely to work, because then the ghost of the skeleton would have destroyed him long ago. Looking at Kim, it became clear to them that they had simply underestimated him, but he had exceeded all their expectations. He was too strong for them. They made a mistake from the start, because they thought they could beat someone like Kim. In addition, it is unknown when they may go crazy from evil spiritual energy. But suddenly these thoughts led the guy to one idea, which in his opinion would be good to implement. And the center of his plan was the Kraken, which was still alive and was on this ship, so they could use it for their plans without any problems. As soon as the guy came up with a new plan, they all immediately came out of the stealth skill, which slightly surprised the guy, because he did not understand why they suddenly decided to stop attacking him. After all, It seemed to him that they knew perfectly well that they would never be able to defeat him in a direct fight. But apparently, they decided to try it again, and Kim will have to prove to them that he is much stronger than them and that it was better for them to continue hidden attacks. After a few minutes of this fight, Kim finally realized that their main target was not him, but the Kraken, which was still in this room. And as soon as this thought appeared in Kim's head, he immediately decided that he could not under any circumstances allow these guys to get to the Kraken. However, he was most likely too late, because one of them successfully reached the Kraken's body and was already ready to break through the shell to free the Lich King's pet. Because he struck the crystal in which the Kraken was sitting, it began to crack, and a few seconds later, there was a very strong explosion that destroyed half of the ship. The guy who was responsible for the Kraken being released was very happy, and that's why the laughter never stopped coming from him. He thought that today he was able to defeat the legendary Kim Soo-hyun. At least that was the case until he noticed the huge Kraken eye that was looking straight at him. This didn't mean anything good for this guy because the Kraken immediately took him in its tentacles, after which it squeezed them as hard as possible, and thus nothing was left of him. Kim at this moment was getting as close as possible to the Kraken, and as soon as he did this, he immediately turned to this octopus and said that they had not seen each other for quite a long time. But the guy actually wouldn't see him for the same amount of time, so he decided to arrange it with the help of his sword and the strengthening of the world. The blow was not strong enough to destroy the Kraken, but it was enough to keep him from getting his act together for a while, and it was during this period of time that Kim was going to figure out how to deal with it. But there was also bad news, because Kim noticed that the enhancements on his sword were gradually disappearing, and this was quite natural, because the world was in a state where his abilities had just been revealed, so he was quite unstable. Besides, he could not use these abilities indefinitely. And that's actually a problem, because Kim used all his magic to stop the explosion that happened when the seal was broken. Thus, Kim simply had no choice but to regain his strength and fight only thanks to immortality. At that moment, Lee came to his aid, shouting at Kim that the guy was making him nervous when he did something like that. Lee suspected that Kim might not even realize how valuable his life was, since he was acting so recklessly. The man asked him to immediately correct his stupid habit of deciding everything himself. Kim couldn't understand just one thing. Where did Lee even come from here? Although according to him, everything was quite simple here. The guild's excitement had disappeared, so they had no choice but to go up on the ship, because there was nothing to do below. But because of the explosion that happened on the ship, everyone evacuated to a safe place, and he was worried about it, so he came here to help. Kim was grateful to Lee for saving him, and he also agreed that he should have acted like the leader of the raid from the beginning and not tried to do everything himself. But now Lee wanted to know more about that Kraken, namely, would it suddenly start chasing them? According to Kim, he had lost his sight, so he would focus on recovery, but given his size, they were both unsure if they would be able to catch him at all. Lee Kan-hee started talking about how the raid leader of the Azart Guild, and also that man Lee, suddenly all of them disappeared, so it seemed to him that in such a situation they could go crazy, but Taekyun couldn't understand where this monster came from. Suddenly, their dialogue and their thoughts were interrupted by Kim, who wanted to explain everything to them in detail, and also tell them how they would proceed next. It took the guy about 10 minutes to tell the story that happened to him on the ship. The other guild leaders were quite surprised, but on the other hand, they understood that everything was quite logical then. But now they wanted to hear some kind of plan of action from him, because for now, they didn't even have an idea of how to act next. Kim already knew what they were going to do, so he said that they first needed to get along well with each other, and once they did that, then they would be able to hunt the Kraken without any harm, and sooner or later, they would still be able to defeat it. But he immediately decided to warn them that if they continued to demonstrate disunity, then they would not need a plan. From their faces, he realized that now, they were all ready to adhere only to his plan, which he immediately began to tell each of them. A few minutes later, they began to carry out this plan, and before that, they divided into squads, each of which performed its own role. And once everyone was fully prepared, each of them fired their element straight at the Kraken. In this way, they wanted to cause even more damage to him so that he would not be able to recover from this. Lee felt like everything was going well enough, just as Kim had said, so they continued to carry out the plan step by step without any problems. According to Kim, the Kraken's main weakness is its speed, because given its size, you need to have tremendous strength to use it. According to him, if they attack him from afar with magical powers, then they will be able to fight him off, while not allowing him to get close to them. Lee recalled all of Kim's words and realized that it was quite obvious that the Kraken could not reach them. But on the other hand, he simply observed their enormous resilience. which meant that, as he thought, they would not be able to destroy it with just their own strength. But on the other hand, it wasn't that important because their main goal was to hold out until Kim Soo-hyun recovered. Thus, they were only blocking the Kraken's approach. All those awakened at that moment gave it their all, and according to him, everyone was great, because looking at the Kraken, it was obvious that there was definitely an effect. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when someone from the crowd shouted that someone was walking behind Lee towards the Kraken. Lee turned around thinking that perhaps Kim had already recovered, so he decided to immediately begin his part of the plan. But unfortunately, it was not Kim but Lee Kan-hee who, together with his people, ran straight towards the monster. While Lee Kan-hee and his guys were running into battle, one of them decided to ask the man if what they were doing was even normal. After all, it seemed to him that Kim Soo-hyun ordered them not to approach the Kraken. But before he could finish speaking, Lee Kan-hee grabbed him by the clothes and started talking about how if Kim had ordered him to jump from the roof, he would have jumped too. The guy didn't quite understand what this comparison was about, because Kim had told them that the Kraken was impossible to defeat due to its high endurance and good regeneration. Lee Kan-hee couldn't respond to this, so he decided to simply call the guy an idiot who doesn't understand anything in this life. According to the head, at the moment the Kraken is distracted by other awakened ones, and they thus have a chance to destroy the Kraken and thus take some of the glory for themselves, because if they do not do this, then everyone will think that Kim cleared this dungeon alone. So the man told him that if he didn't want to be kicked out of the guild, then he should just do what the man said, and to do that, he just needed to follow him for now. He was going to do everything possible to ensure that the Papillon Guild destroyed the Kraken. Within a few minutes, they were already on top of this monster, and Lee Kan-hee ordered each of them to attack this monster to the very end and not leave it any chance of survival. The other soldiers, looking at all this, simply could not understand what was wrong with this guild, because if they continued to attack thoughtlessly like this, they could easily get hurt. Lee Kan-hee had no intention of stopping this attack. He thought that they were all impudent guys who wanted to take all the glory for themselves just because this puppy had more strength. But he was sure that in the end, he would be the one to destroy the Kraken. At least that's what it seemed like to him, until he saw that all his attacks were literally useless because they only left small scratches. But it was too late to change his mind about the Kraken, because the monster had finally regained his sight, and the first person he wanted to destroy was Lee Kan-hee. Not only was the Kraken incredibly strong, but its voice was so loud that it literally forced the awakened to kneel down and cover their ears with their hands in order to at least slightly muffle all this sound. The man at this point began to think that because of the sound of crying, his magical power was destabilized, and therefore he decided that it was time for them to retreat. But apparently there will be no such gift, because the Kraken has already begun to attack, and he clearly won't be able to block this attack, because his magical power has simply disappeared. Lee Kan-hee was about to say goodbye to his life when suddenly, right before his eyes, one of the tentacles was destroyed. Kim barely managed to save these people, but as soon as he did it, he immediately wanted to ask Lee Kan-hee why he did it. Did he really want to die so much? Before he could answer Kim's question, the guy immediately decided to test the strength of his head by striking him on the head. The other members of this guild realized that they had made a mistake, so now they wanted to ask Kim what they should do next, to which he gave an immediate answer, saying that they should now just return to the raid zone. And Kim at this time will try to do everything to destroy the Kraken once and for all, and for this he called his favorite Phoenix, whom he first ordered to shut the mouth of the Kraken and not let it use it, after which Kim entered the battle, intending to deliver a direct blow to the eye of this monster. But to Kim's great regret, he was unable to pierce the eye of this monster, which was quite strange for him, because he was sure that the Kraken's speed was clearly its weak point. Could he really have dodged it instinctively? However, this was not the main problem, because then this monster began to counterattack, and then Kim realized that this Kraken was very angry at him because of their fall. Kim knew that it would be difficult to suddenly attack him in such a situation, so he clearly had to come up with something else. Various ideas came to mind, but none of them, unfortunately, were suitable, so Kim decided that he would cut off one tentacle at a time. The guys from the guild couldn't believe their eyes because they could barely scratch him, and Kim in turn cuts one tentacle after another so easily. Lee wanted to know how Taekneng was feeling, because the sound the Kraken made most people dizzy, so he wanted to suggest leaving the Kraken with Kim, and they themselves could collect the equipment they needed in the meantime. He didn't quite understand what they were talking about, so they asked him to watch Kim fight, so they could make the leader understand that they wouldn't have to fight anymore, because the guy was going to destroy the Kraken, and that would be the end of the raid. Taekyun, watching Kim fight, thought about how he was confident for 2 years that he would reach S rank in 1 year, but now he understands that in comparison to Kim, he looks like just an empty space. He also advised Lee to think about it, although the man did not really understand him. He explained to him that Lee couldn't feel it now, but Kim could become the best awakened person in the world. And if this really happens, and Lee continues to follow him, then one day it seemed to him that Lee might break. And as a result, Taekyun decided to tell Lee that if he ever felt that he couldn't cope, then the man would always be glad to see a man in their guild, because among such ordinary people as they, he would stand out quite a lot. Lee, meanwhile, was almost finishing this fight, and was just flying with the final blow at this monster. Kim was not afraid even when this monster opened its mouth, and Kim apparently planned to jump straight there, which is what he actually did, although after a few minutes it became clear that the Kraken would soon regret it very much. Everything was according to plan. Kim destroyed this monster from the inside, cutting it, and thus got out. Kim was very glad that he had finally finished with this Kraken, because the smell of this monster's blood was still as disgusting as it had been from the very beginning, and this was what he disliked the most. After such an epic exit from the Kraken, all the people realized that the monster was destroyed, so they immediately began to rejoice. First of all, they were glad that Kim was still able to defeat him. Lee wasn't entirely happy because he didn't understand why all this had to be done. But he clearly didn't expect Kim to be behind him and ask him what the man was even talking about. Kim didn't quite understand why Lee was so scared, but he still repeated his question, in which he wanted to know what Lee was talking about. The man decided to make a little joke out of it, and said that the boy had not yet grown to the age where Lee would tell him about his affair. Lee then turned to Taekyun and told him that the raid was officially over, so they could finally return home with peace of mind. Kim suddenly decided to find out where Lee Kan-hee was. Lee understood perfectly well why he needed to know this, but he still decided to tell that the man was thrown back so hard by his blow that he even lost consciousness. The guy liked to hear this, but he still believed that the matter was not yet finished, and he needed to finish what he had started. Lee Kan-hee was just starting to come to his senses when Kim approached him. The man didn't understand who had approached him until he looked up and saw Kim there, who was sure that the man had something to tell them. He immediately started screaming and looking around, because he couldn't believe that Kim had finally dealt with the Kraken. But when he realized what he had done, he finally felt a little ashamed that Kim had managed to cope with everything. Then Lee Kan-hee decided to suggest determining the contribution of each of them. According to him, his guild Papillon suffered the most because of the Kraken. But before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Kim, who once again noted that it seemed to him that the man definitely did not want to say that, although Lee Kan-hee didn't understand until the very end what Kim wanted from him then, because it seemed to him that immediately after the end of the raid it was necessary to decide on the distribution. This was already starting to make Kim very angry, so he decided to ask the man again, or did he really not want to tell him anything else? It was then that Lee Kan-hee realized what they all wanted from him, but he was not going to do it. He decided that it would be better to take out his sword and strike at Kim, but before he could get it out, Kim immediately pulled out his sword and smashed the man's sword, adding that apparently Lee Kan-hee simply did not understand what he had done. So Kim decided to make it clear that people could have died because of his selfishness, and he can't even ask for forgiveness for this act. Apparently everything has been clear with this guy for a long time. Even after these words, he still continued to try to attack Kim. This obviously quickly got on Kim's nerves, so he stopped his next attack and said that he was giving the man a chance to apologize. But fortunately, he lived up to Kim's expectations. So the guy with a pure soul began to squeeze Lee Kan-hee's fist to such an extent that the man screamed in pain as he had never done in his life. But even at that moment, he decided that he had the right to say that Kim was the team leader, and since he had used force against his charges, serious consequences awaited him, and as soon as they left here, he would do everything to ensure that Kim was punished. Then Kim asked him to listen carefully. He would explain to the man why he was wrong, just once. In Kim's opinion, the team leader is responsible for strategy, but his rights do not end with simple management. He is also responsible for the lives of the people in the squad, so he has every right to do something else. Namely, he believed that if someone, blinded by egoism, harms the entire raid team, then Kim has every right to decide on his punishment on his own. And Lee Kan-hee's punishment, according to Kim's decision, was death right here and now. Absolutely everyone believed that Kim would really finish off Lee Kan-hee right now. Even the man had already come to terms with it and was ready to accept it. But at the last moment, Kim stopped his blade without finishing the job. Even Lee believed it. Although he understood that Kim would never do something like that, But apparently Kim just needed to let off some steam, and the guy also thought that he just needed to scare people so that later, in his absence, they would avoid such stupid things. Moreover, the guy was sure that because of this situation, Lee Kan-hee would certainly lose the trust of his guildmates and would hardly be able to stay in his place. At this point, he decided to end his lesson and told everyone that it was time for them to leave, so they better start getting ready already. After which Kim thought about the fact that in this raid he used the abilities of the world and understood how to use the abilities of the Lich, but he still understood that he should check if there were any more dungeons unknown to him. He also thought that he needed to find out how Park Ji-yeon was doing. After all, the people in the Domp Guild were quite strong. Hours before Kim's raid was successfully completed, Park Ji-yeon continued her fight with a new opponent. During this battle, she used her special skill called Darkness Assimilation, which causes her body to merge with the darkness, allowing her to enter a state of darkness and not take damage for a short time. In this way, she was quite successful in blocking the man's attacks, and thanks to this, she was able to create her own counterattack. At one point, she was so confident in her victory that she told the man without a doubt that he would soon turn into a corpse. But even after such an incredibly unexpected blow, as it seemed to her, the man still managed to put up a defense which could not help but upset the girl. Moreover, looking at him, one could think that he did it with his bare hands, which scared her even more. After which he slowly turned around and told her that she had surprised him quite a lot. He would never have thought that she had such a strong skill. But on the other hand, this only becomes more interesting for him. Park Ji-yeon was tired of listening to his chatter, so she asked him to stop immediately and start fighting again. After all, she was ready to do anything to destroy this man. He, in turn, was very surprised that she, as a destroyer, decided to attack him head-on, because it was so thoughtless, in fact. But in any case, he was ready to start a fight with her, especially since he really likes these kinds of fights. He liked to enjoy his own strength. He believed that his aura was one of the strongest in the world. In addition, it was sharpened to resist physical damage, which gives him an even greater advantage in close combat. He was sure that no matter how she attacked, he would still be able to withstand any blow from her. Moreover, not even a scratch would appear on his body. The only thing that really bothered him was that her skill was too fast and accurate, but it also had weaknesses, and the biggest weakness he considered was that the duration of this skill expired too quickly, which made this girl vulnerable. At one fine moment, he finally found an opportunity and created his attack. The man couldn't get the thought out of his head that if he struck that very spot, he would definitely be able to destroy the girl. At that moment, Park Ji-yeon was thinking that her opponent had a fairly high level of defense, so in her opinion, it was pointless to continue such attack. Then in that case, he began to understand that she simply had no other choice but to destroy him in another way. And she decided to do this with the help of her blade, with which she inflicted quite a lot of damage on his hands with just one precise blow. But even in this case, the man believed that he had much more advantage in this fight than she did, and her blade was just a toy that would not help her in any way, after which he continued his attacks again, thinking that he had not had such an interesting fight as today for quite a long time. That's why he enjoyed every second of the fight with Park Ji-yeon. But suddenly he noticed that the girl suddenly became somehow too relaxed, as if she no longer wanted to continue fighting. And when he asked her about it, she said quite confidently that they had already finished the fight, and she did not quite understand what she should do next, and why. But the man thought that she was talking complete nonsense, because there was no winner in their fight yet, so he wanted to continue. Park Jin-hee could only raise her shoulders and show with her whole appearance that she was not going to continue fighting with him, which made the man very angry, because he simply could not understand how she dared not obey him and stop the fight at such a stage. He decided that since the girl had no desire to fight, he would do everything to make her want to. Imagine his surprise when he ran closer, and just as he wanted to strike, something stopped him. After a few seconds, he realized that his body was not moving, or rather, he was not able to control it, and a few seconds later he fell to the floor against his will. After which, Park Ji-yeon slowly approached him and said once again that their fight had long since ended, and then dealt the final blow to the man. At this time, he was trying to find in his head the reason why his defense skills had not worked, and besides, there was no magic left in his body, no strength at all. The man simply did not understand what was happening and how this was possible, which was clearly visible on his face, so as soon as Park Ji-yeon noticed this, she decided to tease him a little and find out if he was interested in what was wrong with him. Having maintained a little intrigue, she told him that it was all about her blade. According to her, it has durability, so often she cannot use it. But this blade is capable of binding magical power inside the body, and as soon as the victim begins to use magical power, it immediately begins to squeeze his body. The moment she scratched the man, the outcome of the fight was decided, and she just had to wait for the man to come at her with his fists again. Well, now that they've come this far, it's Park Ji-yeon's turn to ask about who a man should work for. He didn't really have much desire to answer her, so she continued to beat him. The girl couldn't stop. She wanted more than anything to know who the man's boss was, so the number of blows she dealt him was simply off the charts. But even with such torment, he still wasn't going to say anything, and decided that it would be appropriate to make jokes, like no one knows about it. And after these words, he decided that it would be nice to invite Park Ji-yeon to the Domp Guild. He thought that she would look wonderful there. It seemed to him that with her they would be able to destroy many, and as soon as Park Ji-yeon heard this, she decided to start her first mission with this man. At the last moment, her hand with the dagger was stopped by another man, who, with his actions, did not allow Park Ji-yeon to make a mistake, after which he added that he perfectly understood the girl's feeling. But he asked her not to forget that this man was not the last person in the Domp Guild, and he probably knew a lot of things, and if they destroyed him now, they would not achieve their goal in the future. It also seemed to him that she should cool down a little and change the environment. But even after these words, Park Ji-yeon still demanded that he let go of her hand. He did this and the girl calmed down a little, after which she even asked for forgiveness for being so angry. After which she suggested that the man had already become convinced of the veracity of the information. He confirmed this information, and also added that they should hurry with the preparation. Park Ji-yeon's opponent decided to butt into their conversation and tell the second man that they were having such a good conversation, and he butt into their conversation. But it was a mistake for which he was punished with several blows to the face from Park Ji-yeon. After which Park Ji-yeon's friend added that since this immature person is here, it can be said with certainty that the information provided by Kim Soo-hyun is true. He also did not forget to mention that the information about the opening of the first blue dungeon in America was confirmed, inside which they found evidence of the work of the Domp Guild. Park Ji-yeon was glad to hear this, but what she was most interested in now was Kim Soo-hyun's condition, and according to her friend, the guy had just recently finished clearing the dungeon. The man from the Domp Guild, listening to all this, couldn't believe that they were collaborating with Kim Soo-hyun, but on the other hand, it wasn't that important right now. What was important now was what Kim Soo-hyun knew about the Domp Guild's plan. This was a big problem for him now, but he couldn't do anything about it, because he wasn't even able to lift a finger, so he clearly wouldn't be able to inform the guild. And if it continued like this, the boss's scenario would clearly be ruined, which he didn't want to see. He decided that the only option he could take was to try to buy as much time as possible. The man couldn't think of anything better to do than start laughing, although it's worth noting that in this way, he still attracted quite a lot of attention to himself. Park Ji-yeon assumed that the man had gone crazy from her blows, which was why he started laughing so hard. But he didn't stop there, and decided to tell them that it was quite funny to hear that Kim was working for the Domp Guild, just to destroy it. They didn't understand what he was talking about, so they asked him to explain what he meant by this. But in response, he asked her to think for herself, because everything was quite simple. According to him, not many people knew about their plan, and they were all members of the guild. And knowing this information, it seemed quite strange to the man that Kim Soo-hyun knew about this, although at that moment he himself was thinking that they were all like small gnats that were chasing them. But if he pushed them head on, then they would clearly have much fewer problems with them. And for this, he decided to offer to make a deal. Otherwise, according to him, Kim Soo-hyun will continue to play for two teams. He tried to convince Park Ji-yeon that they needed to deal with Kim first, and then he would tell her everything he knew about his guild. Before the girl could respond to his proposal, his friend Park Ji-yeon came up to him and told him to shut up because they were not going to trust the exterminator. Although he still continued to say that Kim Soo-hyun was a traitor to everyone, he also believed that there was nothing stopping Kim from doing something like that again, and in general he would like to know if he betrayed them, would they be able to deal with the Domp Guild alone? Friend Park Ji-yeon understood that it was best to ignore him in this situation, because he was clearly trying to create a conflict and then take advantage of it. But apparently Park Ji-yeon didn't think so, so she asked her assistant to bring Kim here, and also asked to gather the members of the Reaper Guild. She understood what he was thinking about now, but she still wanted to calm him down, because she had long wanted to know who Kim Soo-hyun's informant was, because he really always knows everything. Park Ji-yeon's enemy immediately began to laugh and say that if she destroyed Kim, he would immediately become her ally. But before he could finish speaking, Park Ji-yeon interrupted him to tell him something that apparently had not reached him. According to her, she would rather die than ever team up with a destroyer like him. And if Kim turns out to be a member of the Domp Guild, then she will simply destroy him, and start all over again, because her main goal is to destroy the Domp Guild, and she will do everything to carry out this plan. After some time, Kim, whom they had all been waiting for, finally arrived at the right place. Kim wanted to know what happened since they called him so late, but instead of answering this question, Assistant Park Ji-yeon suggested that he look at it himself. These words made the guy nervous, because he was already beginning to think that Park Ji-yeon had suffered, and they were simply afraid to tell him this. But as soon as he entered inside, several daggers were put to his neck for no apparent reason. Kim was absolutely calm at this moment, so he simply asked them to explain to him what was going on here. In his mind, the guy understood perfectly well that Park Ji-yeon was using the shadow assimilation skill, an ability that allows one to merge with the shadow. This skill is usually used to hide in the darkness as much as possible, but it was also possible to close off the space around it, and thus hide other people in it. Considering all these abilities, it was safe to say that she was really very talented. But his thoughts were interrupted by Park Ji-yeon, who began to say that she had no particular reason to invite the guy. But her recent enemy said a lot of interesting things about Kim, so she decided to check it out. According to that scumbag, Kim Soo-hyun is a member of the Domp Guild, and while Park Ji-yeon was speaking, that man tried in every way to talk to Kim, as if they had known each other before that moment. Kim responded to this by immediately telling her that he thought she was not so trusting as to fall for something like that, and he was right. She certainly wasn't going to believe all of this so easily. She judged by what the guy did before, and considering all this, she doesn't think the man is telling the truth. Then Kim just didn't understand what she wanted from him. As it turned out, one question was bothering her, namely, she wanted to know where Kim got the information about the Domp Guild. She was so worried about this question because that idiot said that only members of the guild knew about this operation. That's why she wanted to make sure he wasn't connected to the Domp Guild. And to do that, he needed to reveal his informant. Kim had different thoughts in his head because he simply knew about this operation from his past life, but he clearly could not say it. It was also obvious that this guy was just trying to make them quarrel, but he was confident that his answer would solve everything. But again, his informant is a memory of his past life, and Park Ji-yeon will definitely not believe this. The situation was clearly not the most pleasant for Kim. This guy, whose name was Ethan, was now inciting everyone, and it was clearly not possible to get away with just a lie. Besides, he understood that if he decided to lie again, then one day this topic might come up again. And if it plays into Ethan's hands, then it could ruin his plans. And while he was thinking, Park Ji-yeon once again asked him to give an answer. Kim decided that first he needed to seize the initiative. Then he said that he would prove to Park Ji-yeon that he was in no way connected with the Domp Guild, but he would like to say right away that he cannot reveal the source of the information. The guy answered her that their relationship was based on trust and mutual understanding, so he had no reason to involve her in everything. Besides, it seemed to him that his possible past in the Domp Guild was more important to her, and in order to continue, Kim invited Park Ji-yeon to go home with him, where he could show and tell her everything. Park Ji-yeon's friend immediately entered into this dialogue with the words that they would never agree to this crazy proposal. Kim, in response, reminded him that the decision is made by the head of the guild, not him. The other guild members also believed that Park Ji-yeon should not go with him because they were sure that Kim was going to trap her in order to get away with it. But fortunately, Park Ji-yeon was on Kim's side, so she told Kim that she would go with him. Because of which everyone who was in this guild immediately began to tell her that this was definitely a mistake and that it could lead to bad consequences. But Park Ji-yeon immediately declared that if Kim lied, then she would make sure that he died. But as soon as she entered Kim's house, her evil mood immediately evaporated. It all happened because Kim was greeted very warmly by his mother, who had not seen her son for so long, because he had not visited for a long time. After which she turned her attention to Park Ji-yeon, who according to Kim was his friend. But apparently Kim's mother misunderstood him a little, because the first thing she thought was that this was not his friend, but a girl. That's why she immediately ran up to her and started talking about how she was very beautiful, and the only thing she didn't like was that Kim introduced them only now. Park Ji-yeon clearly didn't expect to hear something like that, so she just remained silent for a while because she didn't know how to react to it. After some time, they sat down at the table to eat, and the first thing Kim noticed was that his mother had prepared too much of everything, which confused him a little, although the woman did not understand such a reaction, because his girlfriend had come to him after all. She accidentally said "girl" to Park Ji-yeon again, for which she had to apologize, because she thought that Kim had finally brought a girl into the house, so she was too worried. In any case, she believed that they could eat together and learn more about each other, which Park Ji-yeon couldn't argue with. While she was eating, she watched very carefully how Kim communicated with her mother. Already at this stage of the conversation, she understood perfectly well that Kim was not the kind of person who would simply betray her. After which they went to his room, where the first thing Park Ji-yeon noticed was that Kim had a wonderful relationship with his mother. The guy was glad to hear this, after which he decided to ask Park Ji-yeon, what did she think? Did he look like the person who works with the Domp Guild? The girl perfectly understands what Kim wanted to say by this, but on the other hand, she believed that the fact that he has a person dear to his heart does not really prove anything. The guy didn't want to do it until the end, but since it didn't prove anything, he decided to go another way and started to undress in front of Park Ji-yeon. She immediately started yelling at him because she didn't understand what he was doing at all, because if he ran out of arguments and decided to show his face in this way, then that's unnecessary. But the guy didn't understand why she suddenly started getting so angry, because they both knew perfectly well that the members of the Domp Guild had a logo on their bodies, and he just wanted to show that it wasn't there. Park Ji-yeon realized that he did not belong to this guild and asked him to get dressed immediately because it was simply impossible to talk to him. Besides, she has already started to believe him, and there are no problems for her, and in fact she believed it when she saw his mother, because if he were in the Domp Guild, he would not have any dear people. She knows this better than anyone. These people do not care about others at all. Kim, hearing this, decided to ask one question, in which he wanted to know what happened between her and the Domp Guild, since she hates her so much. In response to this question, Park Ji-yeon told him that their relationship was based on trust and mutual understanding, and given this, she simply had no reason to involve him in all this. Now Kim regretted saying these words earlier. But he still decided to note that they had become a little closer, and now he hoped that over time their relationship would change to one of complete trust. But still, Park Ji-yeon decided to tell Kim that since childhood everyone praised her for her beauty and calmness. People have always placed their expectations and fantasies on her, and perhaps that was the main problem. But over time, recognizing her quirky character, their attitude changed. Disappointed, people left her. Even her parents, who held on until the very end, still left her. But she just wanted to be herself. Then she realized that she wouldn't be able to settle down anywhere, and time passed and she needed to decide what to do next. So one day, she made a decision and became awakened. It was at that time that she met Kim Gi-hyun, who was too friendly towards her. But Park Ji-yeon did not appreciate it too much. He tried to prove to her that he wasn't going to recruit her. He just wanted to team up with her. According to him, it is allowed to participate in the capture of this dungeon for free. So many awakened have gathered here. He also said that there is no leadership system here, so everyone is on their own. That's why he wanted so much for them to go into this dungeon together, because it was better than going there alone anyway. Park Gina didn't care about him at all at that time, so she immediately told him that she wasn't interested and started to leave. Gi-hyun didn't fully understand why she was acting this way, but in any case, he already had people with whom he would go on this raid. In the dungeon itself, when this raid began, there were quite a lot of awakened ones, and they were all fighting monsters. After some time, Gu-heng discovered that this dungeon was much more complicated than he expected. Although Park Ji-yeon didn't think so she destroyed the monsters one by one, which is why she attracted the attention of the other awakened ones. One girl from Gu-heng's team wanted to know if the guy had asked this girl to join their team, and according to the guy he did, but she refused him rather rudely. The guy thought that given her strength, she could live normally alone. This girl couldn't help but notice that she would really like to go out, not with such stupid people as they, but with such a beauty. At this moment, Gu-heng thought about the fact that this girl's back looked rather sad, although he himself did not understand how he determined this. In any case, the battle continued, and the monsters became more and more numerous over time, and accordingly the difficulty increased with every second. That's why at one point Gu-heng heard the scream of a girl from his team who wanted to warn him that there was a monster behind him. It seemed that a little more and he would literally crush the guy, but at the last second, his teammate intervened and literally demolished this monster, after which they destroyed it together, and thus they saved Gu-heng's life. Once they dealt with this monster, the guy decided to ask for forgiveness for his mistakes, because in this way, he could endanger not only himself, but also other members of their team. But his friend thought that this was something completely different. He assumed that the guy was simply still thinking about that girl, which is why he was making such childish mistakes. That's why he decided to send the guy to this girl, so that later Gi-hong wouldn't regret anything. Meanwhile, Park Ji-yeon destroyed the monsters one after another, and she did it with incredible ease. Thinking about it now, she didn't want to die there, but on that trip she met a monster that was incredibly strong. But the main problem was not in him, but in the fact that she at the same time did not want to survive, because she really did not see the point in living further. and although she fought with monsters, but it was not the way she could really do it. At one point, she caught herself thinking that her fatigue was gradually starting to accumulate, and that over time she would have almost no strength left. And this big guy with a huge sword continued to advance, which is why the girl began to suspect that the end had come for her, which she was not so afraid of. At that moment, she had complete peace in her head because she did not feel any regret, so she was completely prepared for the fact that something could happen to her. But suddenly, she heard the voice of the same guy who spoke to her before the raid began, and he was finally able to say that, as he had said before, it would be quite difficult for her alone, after which he destroyed the big guy. Now Park Ji-yeon will never be able to forget how Gu-hyun saved her life, and then invited her to join their team again. It was a meeting with the one who gave her the desire to live, something she herself could not believe. But still, she decided not to lose her face, so she passed by the guy with a smile, which made him think that she still agreed, so he immediately ran after her in the hope that now they would work together. After some time, they met again, and the guy once again invited her to join their guild, although she once again refused him, although she noted for herself that now the guy was telling her not about a team, but about an entire guild. Then she didn't know whether it was by chance or on purpose, but after that incident they met in absolutely every dungeon. Wherever they were and whoever they fought, every time, Gu Heng asked her to join their guild. At some point, his offers to join the guild became white noise for her, but seeing how he did not give up, she followed her. She eventually reached out and shook his hand, which could only mean one thing. Park Ji-yeon finally joined the guild, and only after that did she finally feel truly happy. At that moment, it seemed to her that next to them, she had finally found her place. Over time, their relationship with Gu Heng grew into something more. They began to spend much more time together, and the girl liked it quite a lot. She had never felt anything like this before. She was always nervous around him, although she didn't understand why this was happening, and her heart beat so fast that it brought her incredible discomfort. At one point, she even thought that she would go crazy because her heart was beating so hard next to him. Gu Heng also felt the same way. So at one point, he finally made up his mind and suggested to the girl that after they finished with tomorrow's dungeon, they should unwind a bit and go somewhere together. Without thinking twice, she quickly agreed to this proposal. She didn't know then that this would be her last happy moment in life. The next day, they completed the raid into the dungeon quite quickly, and Gu Heng immediately suggested that they leave here. Park Ji-yeon was very nervous all this time. After all, this would be her first date, for which she wanted to prepare as best as possible. But suddenly her thoughts and the attention of the guys were interrupted by some man who introduced himself as a representative of the association, and according to him, they were investigating the destruction of the Awakened, which took place in this dungeon, and he would really like them to help him. Gu Heng immediately remembered that he had heard something similar on the news, so he quickly made contact with this man, who he said was doing field research. Park Ji-yeon didn't like him right away, if only because she wanted to get out of here as soon as possible, but he came and distracted the guy she was going on a date with today. Gu Heng listened to him attentively and still wanted to know more specifically. How could they help him? But before the man could answer, Park Ji-yeon suddenly intervened in this conversation and carried the guy by force. Apparently, she did it for a reason, because the man wanted to hit the guy and was quite surprised that the girl was still able to block his attack, considering that no one had ever managed to do this before. The girl did not comment on his words, but simply wanted to know who he was and what he wanted from them. Instead of a normal answer, he called himself the oncoming misfortune that they encountered. Gu Heng tried to shout to the girl to be as careful as possible, because it was incredibly dangerous. And he was absolutely right, because the man dealt quite serious blows to the girl's body, which made it very difficult for her to block his blows. The other members of the guild stood like statues, and were only surprised that the girl was able to repel all of his quick attacks. They had never even guessed that the girl could be so strong. Gu Heng was apparently the only one who understood that it only seemed that their level was the same. But in fact, this guy is stronger in all respects, and therefore it will be almost impossible to win this fight. Park Ji-yeon herself understood this, and immediately noticed that this man was pressing her, and that it was becoming more and more difficult for her to fight him with every second. At one point it seemed that the man would destroy the girl, but he suddenly stopped and said that he had changed his mind, after which he invited the girl to join his guild. She didn't understand what he was talking about, so he started explaining that he wanted to do something, but it would be very difficult to do it alone, so he was creating a guild. He had even already come up with a name. The name of this guild will be Domp, and it is in this place that he will gather the best psychos of this world. And looking at the girl, it seemed to him that she looked interesting enough, so he was sure that she should join his guild. Park Ji-yeon understood who this man was, but still decided to ask again, What would happen if she suddenly decided to refuse? The answer was immediate and not particularly pleasant, because in that case the man would simply destroy both her and all her friends. After these words, behind him he heard Gu Hyun going on the attack, who was simultaneously saying that no one would allow him to destroy Park Ji-yeon. He easily dodged this attack, but this was only the beginning, because immediately after this, other members of the guild entered the battle, who tried to stop the man with the help of magic, which greatly irritated him. Park Ji-yeon immediately said that this guy was very dangerous, and it would be best if Gu Hyun and the guys left here while he bought them some time. But the guy was categorically against such an idea. He was not going to leave the girl here alone, because they should fight for each other until the end. After which he gave an order to the other guys from the guild, whom he asked to try to prevent this man from using his skill. But objectively, this was not enough, because this man was an order of magnitude stronger than each of them. Therefore, Gu Heng decided that he could do everything to distract this man's attention, and thereby gain some time for the guys to escape. The guy wanted to know most from this man why he was destroying the awakened ones at all. What was the interest in doing this? The man believed that there should be no reason to destroy people, and he was also very irritated by Gu Heng, so he decided to get rid of the guy. But everything was not as simple as it seemed to the criminal, because all this was only to distract his attention, so that Park Jin, hiding in the darkness, could strike a blow that would finish off this guy once and for all. This combination only gave her the opportunity to hurt the man, and there was no point in talking about his destruction. Therefore, they decided to immediately move to Plan B, the main feature of which was Wu Shik, who, in their opinion, would definitely be able to destroy this impudent fellow. But apparently, they made serious mistakes when they decided to do this, because the man was able to stop the blow from the huge hammer with just one finger. And before he started to destroy them one by one, he warned that now the jokes were over. The last thing Park Ji-yeon remembers is that they were fighting with that guy and he knocked her out. The only thing she was worried about was that everything would be okay with the other guys. But then she saw Gu Heng, who was clearly not feeling well. The guy was so happy that she finally woke up and was okay. The first thing Park Ji-yeon wanted to know was what happened here and why the guy was so badly injured. But then when she saw that all the other members of their guild were dead, she realized what was going on. She tried to talk to the guy, but suddenly heard the same man telling her that at the moment he was watching a rather touching scene, and he certainly didn't want to interrupt her. But apparently he would have to, because there really wasn't much time. Obviously, this caused incredibly strong emotions in the girl. She immediately began to shout at him and say that she would destroy him, no matter what happened to her. Just when she decided to fight this guy again, she was suddenly stopped by Gu Heng, who quietly asked her not to do it, but rather to just run away. He gave her a small necklace and said that only she could get out alone, so he asked her to do just that. And at this time, he will try to do everything possible to detain this guy. Park Ji-yeon didn't want to do this the most and wanted to tell Gu Hyun this. But he didn't even listen to her and just started yelling at her and telling her that she had to do it immediately. With tears in her eyes, she began to run away, and from that moment on, she only thinks about how to find that very creator of the Domp Guild and tear him to pieces. According to her, she got out of there alone and after some time began to pursue that guy, but in the end she was unable to find any traces. So she decided that if Kim told her the truth, then he probably already knows who the boss of the house is. She literally begged him to tell her this information so that she could avenge her friends. At that moment, unpleasant images from his past life appeared before Kim's eyes when he was fighting with the head of the Domp Guild. According to the guy, the head of the Domp Guild is the first generation awakened, and Chinese Hollywood actor Huang Zhengfeng. Hearing this name, the girl was very glad that she now knew who destroyed all her friends, because finally she could take revenge. Kim immediately tried to stop her, because he believed that now was not the time for hasty decisions, but the girl immediately told him that she understood perfectly well that there were reasons why Kim did nothing, even though he knew his identity, and she doesn't want to ruin everything because of her stupid emotions that prevent her from thinking clearly. Kim, looking at her, understood that even though she said this, it was clearly visible that she was holding on with all her might. Therefore, Kim decided to say that Huang Zhenfeng is a very meticulous person. He even hides the fact that he is awakened and uses the disguise skill in the guild itself. In public, he acts as if he cares about them. He constantly thanks everyone and says that he worries about everyone. But in reality, it was just a mask, because inside he was incredibly irritated by all of this, and he would really like to finish pretending and destroy them all in one fell swoop. Besides, even knowing his identity, provoking Zheng Feng was not the best idea, because in the worst-case scenario, he might be hiding in the test tower. Therefore, Kim suggested to carefully follow the plan. the main goal of which was to completely destroy the Domp Guild. And the guy suggested starting with the fact that while he would be fighting with the Domp group in the Blue Dungeon, Pak Ji-yeon with the Reaper Guild would attack their base. At this time, Hwan returned back to the headquarters of the Domp Guild, where his employees were already waiting for him, from whom he first wanted to find out where Ethan was. In response to this question, they said that he had not yet arrived, and judging by the fact that he was not answering calls, they assumed that he had been attacked. But this did not upset them very much, because they were already tired of him, because he constantly turns up his nose. Her colleague believed that this was not the main problem, but that he could leak information about them. The woman believed that even if this was true, Kim Soo-hyun would still not be able to do anything about it, because he was just a small fish, although the man believed that it was too early to relax, because the one who could deal with Ethan was strong enough. This woman's name was Chloe, and even so, she thought that they were unlikely to lose to him. Mac was one of the members of the Domp Guild, and he believed that everything was not as simple as the woman thought. Hwan completely agreed with Chloe, although he also felt a little sorry that they didn't destroy Kim Soo-hyun, but on the other hand, he also didn't see a problem with it, because he was confident that together they could eliminate the consequences of such a mistake. After all he needed was to see in the future how this huge city would collapse. Just the thought of it excited him. Han, along with Kim and Park Ji-yeon, flew on a special mission, and he flew only because Kim called him, but he didn't even think that during this flight there would be such an oppressive atmosphere. There was also some unknown uncle with them, who scared Khan a little, so much so that he couldn't even talk to him. And looking at Park Ji-yeon, he immediately realized that it would be most difficult to start any kind of conversation with her. Han's thoughts changed every second, and at one point he became interested in finding out what was so interesting that Kim was looking at, since he was sitting on his phone the whole way. Kim was just thinking at that moment that even after checking the information from the association about the dungeons, all that had changed since then was the Green Dungeon. In any case, he was glad that the future had not changed much, but he would still have to constantly monitor it, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Kim, who wanted to ask him something. And this something was connected with only one question, namely, he wanted to know from the guy why they were flying to America at all. Kim was a little surprised that he forgot to tell Han about this, after which he said that they went there because a blue dungeon opened there, which shocked the guy quite a lot, after which he screamed throughout the entire plane, because Kim told him about this only now, and this is actually incredibly important information. Upon arrival in America, Khan recovered from the information, and even began to rejoice that they had arrived here. After which Khan decided to ask Kim if the Blue Dungeon appeared here for the first time, since he had never heard of it before. Kim told him that this was actually a normal practice because the American leadership controlled the flow of information, so few people knew about it. But then, a rift could occur due to the lack of awakened ones, at least that's what Han thought. But Kim thought a little differently, because in fact, America has the most awakened people, but most of them are B rank, or even lower, so they are considered unpromising. So according to Kim, they want to show other countries that they win not only in quantity, but also in quality. Khan still didn't understand anything because it seemed to him that in such a case, innocent people could suffer because of pride. In this case, Kim absolutely agreed with him, because pride is the most useless thing that people have ever invented. Meanwhile, Park Ji-yeon moved away from the guys a little in order to call someone named Robert, who immediately recognized the girl by her voice. The first thing he wanted to know was what happened and why she was calling. And in response to this question, the girl said that all this would take a long time to explain, so she would rather say the most important thing, and she would like to talk to him about the Blue Dungeon. After this conversation, the guys went to Robert, who received them quite warmly. He also didn't forget to say that he was a big fan of Kim Soo-hyun, and it was a great honor for him to meet him. Robert himself was the head of the medical guild. Kim was thinking at this moment that in his past life, Robert was known as a public service hungry awakened, and so the guy was thinking about throwing a little bait for him. Park Ji-yeon wanted to tell Robert that the guy didn't know English, so she would translate. But before she could finish speaking, Kim told Robert that he would be frank with him. Khan was very surprised when he heard that Kim knew English, and Kim at that moment decided to ask Robert to give them permission to participate in the capture of the Blue Dungeon. The man scratched his head and still said that he didn't know how they found out about him, but it was too difficult a request for him. As they all know, America has never resorted to the help of awakened people from other countries, but now, in his opinion, the situation is completely different, because he himself is asking to involve him. Kim didn't think long and offered him a rather tempting offer, namely if the man fulfills his request, then the guy will give him half of his reward. It was immediately clear from the man's face that he was incredibly interested in this proposal. Kim reiterated this, and also added that considering all the facts, then this deal will be beneficial for you. The man, of course, understood that the guy was absolutely right, and the rewards of one S-rank were equal in quantity to the level of the guild. But what's more important is that they are now critically short of S-ranked players for clearing, and if the High Guild agrees to field him, they can become the heroes of America. However, he decided for himself that even considering the size of the S-Rank Awaken's reward, half was still not enough to cover the man's risk. So he told Kim that it was certainly a wonderful proposal, but he didn't know how the public would react. Kim immediately said that he knew that only 2 S-rank people were currently going on this raid, which really surprised the man, since very few people had this information. The guy believed that if there was an urgent need for another S-rank awakened in the situation, then Kim believed that it was necessary to announce the participation of another one, and only then could he become a national hero. Robert was completely scared because he didn't understand how Kim could know all this, so the only thoughts that were in his head were who this guy even was, and how did he read his thoughts. Kim continued to put a little pressure on the man and say that apparently Robert still considered his proposal untenable, and apparently he had put him in a difficult position. And since this is so, the guy decided that he would probably have to turn to another guild since it is so difficult for a man. And as soon as Kim began to get up from the table, the man literally went wild. He began to shout and stop Kim. Through the anger inside, he began to tell Kim that the guy clearly misunderstood everything and that he actually agreed to the deal, although mentally he didn't want to say this more than anything. After which Kim noted that even if the reward were divided equally, it would still not be very correct. Therefore, Kim proposed a new condition, namely, if at least one more S-rank goes to this raid, then he will give everything to the medical guild. But he also did not forget to add that otherwise they would give him all the achievement. The man, hearing this, considered the guy a naive fool, but still told him that high risk should always be justified by a good reward. After which he decided to quickly draw up a contract, and he asked Park Ji-yeon to be their intermediary. Kim tried to restrain himself as much as possible and not smile, although it was so funny for him. In fact, he won as soon as he agreed to the deal. Although given that he knows the future, this is natural. The man at that moment kept thinking that this was simply a great deal, although he was still worried that no one else would agree. In the end, it was Robert who turned out to be naive. After signing the contract, time passed quickly, and there were 3 days left until the raid into the Blue Dungeon. Just like in the past, no S-rank awakened entered this raid anymore. There were only 2 days left, and in the Domp Guild, Chloe couldn't believe that Kim Soo-hyun would go on a raid from the Medical Guild, but Hwan believed that in doing so, he had signed up for certain death with his own hands, and this becomes even more interesting for him. He even wanted to see what would come of it. There was 1 day left, and they worked to put into action the plan to destroy the Domp Guild. One of the most important steps in this plan was for Kim to complete the training of the Awakened. And finally, the day of the raid has arrived, which will take place somewhere in the woods on the outskirts of Los Angeles, to which came Jordan Rogers. He was the deputy head of the Maximum Guild, and also an awakened S-rank. Kim was not there yet, and this made Jordan a little wary until he heard people coming out of the forest telling him that he had completely lost his patience and should not expect too much from this raid. The author of these words was Chloe and her friend, who came to help Jordan a little. The first thing the man told her was that she might not be aware, but he was the only one who had passed the tests on the 10th difficulty level, and he thought that she should have looked for more information instead of trying to cover up her wrinkles with makeup. She thought that this was a sign of weakness, but Jordan immediately reminded her that this dungeon required at least 5 S-rank awakened beings, so now was not the best time to talk about making money. And according to her, for this reason the Star Guild sent very strong people, which was a little funny for Jordan, because he understood that they were talking about themselves. After which the man approached the guy and asked him a question in which he wanted to know whether the guy came here of his own free will, or was he forced? Although he was confident in his skills, so it didn't matter to him. But anyway, the man asked them to try, and this concerned the granny too. This is what he called Chloe, who immediately got angry and began to threaten him, saying that if he called her that again, she would kill him. Jordan didn't hold back and immediately told her that she was the one who approached him first. The people who were also present there asked them to stop, and also began to look for something that would stop this madness because they could destroy each other. At one point, Kim emerged from the crowd and carefully began to approach the two to stop this madness. Chloe at this time was about to tear Jordan to pieces for his long tongue. Jordan did not remain silent in response, but also told her that she was too self-confident and that she first needed to try to do this, because it seemed to him that everything would be exactly the opposite. Chloe's friend who came with her began to realize that this fight was definitely not in their favor, because this way their plan could fail, so it seemed to him that it would be best to separate them and do it as quickly as possible. But before he could say a word, Kim intervened in this conflict, and in a rather rude tone ordered them to stop this immediately. Jordan didn't understand what kind of huge magical power it was, but after thinking a little, he began to guess what kind of guy this was. Kim decided to introduce himself, and then remind them that they came here for the raid, and that he considered the childish behavior they had done far from normal, and if they continued, he warned them that he would have to intervene. Jordan made the right decision by saying that he had enough and didn't want to fight him, so he suggested that they end it there, which Chloe couldn't help but agree with. Besides, her friend was behind her, who also asked her to calm down, because fighting now was not the best decision, although it was clearly visible from her that she was not entirely happy with this decision. Kim, looking at them, understood that this was not just her friend, but also a member of the Domp Guild, Mac River. Just like in his previous life, all the elites were gathered here, but Han Hakjun could still become an unpredictable variable. Kim knew very well that this guy had only two options. The first was to participate in this raid as in the past, and the second was to prepare for unforeseen events and wait for the result in the Star Guild, the gathering place of the Domp Guild, and Kim clearly wanted it to be the first option. Mac and Chloe walked behind, both discussing how they felt an incredibly strong energy. Moreover, Chloe was very angry when she realized that Kim had destroyed her magic. Mac understood perfectly well that this was the man who could destroy Mac if he wanted to, so he believed that they urgently needed to change their strategy. So they decided that they should deal with Jordan later, since they clearly needed to deal with Kim Soo-hyun first. Kim was also walking along lost in his thoughts until Jordan turned to him at one point and immediately noticed that Kim pretended not to see him. He introduced himself as the deputy head of the Maximum Guild, Jordan Rogers. Kim introduced himself in response and said that he was very pleased to meet him. The man also noted that he was pleased to meet them and asked Kim to take care of them because they planned to finish this raid calmly and without injuries. Kim responded to these words by telling him that they were all too optimistic, because he believed that it was almost impossible to pass the Blue Dungeon without getting injured. He also thought that they must be worried about whether they would even be able to return alive. Jordan thought that the guy was being too cautious in this regard, and that there was really nothing to worry about yet. And so he thought, because this team was formed from the best awakened, he could bet his pride on them successfully completing this raid. Kim thought to himself that the real problem was this guy's pride. When they talked to Jordan, Han ran up to him, who wanted to tell him that he had finished all the preparations, and he also could not believe that Kim had just spoken to Jordan Rogers, because in the world, he is known as the strongest awakened who conquered the Green Dungeon. This information could not but please Khan, because it was with such a person that they were going into the dungeon, and the ice-cold Chloe was with them. Khan could not even imagine a better composition than this. He was worried about them going to the Blue Dungeon, but now he felt there was nothing to worry about since they would be there with such powerful awakened ones. Although Kim didn't think so, which confused Han a little, so he decided to ask the guy why he thought so. Kim decided not to say anything to Han for now and simply asked him to go with him and preferably not to leave him. From this moment on, the raid into the Blue Dungeon officially began, and Kim entered it with the thought that they were unlikely to know about the danger of the Blue Dungeon. In addition, Kim expected that a terrorist attack by the Domp Guild would occur in it, and if this went on, then the conquest of the dungeon would fail, and the monsters would come out and devour this world. This day was remembered by humanity as the second outbreak after Anyang. Then Kim did not have time to prevent it, but this time, he was going to do everything possible to ensure that such a catastrophe would not happen again. Before entering, Kim wanted to make sure that Han remembered what Kim had told him before, and according to Han, he remembered everything he needed to. There are always unexpected problems in the dungeon, and Kim also assured Han that the battle begins as soon as they enter the dungeon. Kim was glad that Han remembered everything so well, but most importantly, the guy asked him not to forget under any circumstances. As soon as they entered the dungeon, each of them received a notification that the test was beginning, and in order to leave the dungeon, they must find the exit gate or survive inside for 10 days. Khan entered this dungeon with a little trepidation because he understood that this was the same blue dungeon that was rumored. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Jordan, who wanted to ask the guy where Kim was because it seemed to him that they had come in here together. But the problem was that Khan didn't speak English at all, so he asked Kim to translate. However, the problem was that Kim Soo-hyun was not there for the guy, which caused him problems. Jordan immediately became tense because of this, because as soon as they entered, 2 participants of this raid disappeared. The first was Mac, and the second was Kim. It seemed to him that this could mean that they had a high risk of not passing this test. Looking at Chloe, it seemed to him that she was also puzzled. He understood that most likely it was because that guy had disappeared, although he did not dismiss the thought that perhaps she was worried about the disappearance of Kim Soo-hyun. Be that as it may, there is no more time to think, because monsters have already begun to attack them. After Mac entered this dungeon, he immediately went to carry out his special task, and at one point, he noticed that someone was following him. He immediately realized that Chloe or the boss wouldn't do that, and Jordan wasn't that fast. This means that he is being followed by Kim Soo-hyun, whom he told to get out as soon as he realized that this guy was following him. The first thing Mac wanted to know was what Kim wanted from him, because according to Mac, he was instructed to explore the dungeons as soon as they entered, so he was fulfilling his role. This caused Kim to laugh a little, as he thought Mac had misspelled the word destroy too many times. The guy knew perfectly well that in terms of skills, Mac was next to Juan, and therefore Kim would not mind assessing his abilities. Mac had no idea how Kim even knew the boss's name. Moreover, considering that he was aware of the guy's abilities, he most likely knew the details of their plan. But on the other hand, he tried to calm down, because Ethan could tell him such information, and the man fortunately didn't know much. Kim watched the boy's emotions closely after he started speaking, and the only thing Kim could say was to praise Mac for having excellent control over his emotions. Anyway, Mac calmly told him that he didn't know how Kim found out. But apparently from now on it didn't matter because now his plans had changed a bit, and he was going to destroy Kim right here and now. At first, Kim just stood there and watched as Mac used a skill that increased his strength using the wind, and shouted that he would tear Kim into small pieces. Also, Mac decided to brag to Kim that after the guy, he will start destroying other awakened ones, and then, together with the monsters, they will destroy all of America. He was convinced that they would all die, so Kim would not be alone, although Kim certainly did not think so, because as soon as they entered the dungeon, Kim realized that their shitty plan had immediately failed, because he already knew how to stop them, and apparently Mac would no longer doubt it. Meanwhile, Khan watched attentively as all this elite of the awakened successfully destroyed all the monsters, and it was so amazing for him. He had never seen such enormous power before. Looking at Chloe, he saw how she protected the attackers with ice, and then finished them off. Jordan, in turn, acts as the spear of the attacking team, and the other members of the guild also cope well, but these two cannot be compared. But Khan himself did not stand still. He also took out his huge sword and entered the battle. Jordan watched Khan fight, and it was impossible to say that the man did not appreciate his style. The man believed that if Han honed his skills a little more, he would become an incredibly powerful awakened being. After some time of fighting, Jordan thought that the blue dungeon was not that difficult, and it seemed to him that it would be much more difficult. Chloe, on the contrary, believed that it was to their advantage, since the attacking team had just shown its best result in its entire history. Here, Jordan couldn't help but agree with her, but he still wanted to know if there was even a dungeon that their squad couldn't clear out. She began to laugh quietly, and at one point she finally said that she had forgotten to say something, namely that this raid had unfortunately failed. Jordan didn't understand why she started saying this and what it meant, but before he could understand what was happening, suddenly a powerful explosion occurred in the center of this dungeon, after which most of the awakened ones who participated in this raid began to scream in pain. Their arms and legs quite suddenly began to fail. Khan managed to block this blow at the last moment, and in his head, there were thoughts that if he had been even one more second late, he would have been in the same condition as these guys. Everyone around thought that a monster had appeared. That's why the explosion happened, but Han clearly understood what was happening. Chloe suddenly attacked Jordan. That's why this situation happened. It was no surprise, since 2 S-Rank awakened beings collided with each other, causing such a large explosion to occur. In any case, now was not the time to think about it, because it was necessary to move the wounded to another place. But the Star Guild, who were miraculously not affected, simply stood there and watched as the other awakened slowly died. And after that, they still decided to help, but the awakened ones clearly did not expect this kind of help. One of them walked up and stabbed the awakened one from the other guild, and said in a quiet voice that their plan had just begun. From this moment on, a new battle began, in which the awakened from the Star Guild destroyed other awakened. Khan simply couldn't believe it, so for a while he just stood there and nervously watched the process, which caused him to become distracted and not notice how the enemy had approached behind him. But still, his reaction and speed were enough to turn around at the last second and destroy his enemy. However, after this blow, everything only began, because in front of him stood 3 guys who decided that it would be better for them if they all attacked Khan together, because he was clearly a head stronger than each of them. Khan could not understand why the Star Guild was attacking them so suddenly. He could understand that they did not have the best relations with the guild at most, but this situation was clearly different. And then he finally remembered Kim Soo-hyun's words, who told him that the battle would start as soon as they entered the dungeon, so Han thought that Kim had expected this development. In any case, be that as it may, first of all, Khan believed that he needed to think now only about survival, so he prepared himself for the fact that they would start attacking him. Jordan was trying to figure out what to do next at this point because he had let his guard down and now he wouldn't be able to use his right hand. As much as Chloe hated him, she was clearly not stupid enough to do something like that, so he couldn't believe that this was her plan from the beginning. He was sure that she could not do this because of some personal animosity, so he wanted to first find out what her goal was. Chloe found it incredibly funny to hear Jordan think that the reason for such an unexpected attack was some kind of personal animosity. Although in reality, according to her, Jordan doesn't even realize how much she wants to destroy him. The man realized that it was useless to waste time, and that he would probably have to engage in battle with her, but without his right hand, it would be quite difficult to do so. Chloe has pointed this out several times, that he's an idiot if he thinks he has any chance of stopping her without one arm. As much as he didn't want to admit it, the man understood that Chloe was actually right, and he himself understood that due to the sudden attacks, a protracted fight was completely disadvantageous for him. Fortunately, if you compare them to Chloe, his abilities are still much higher, but even taking this into account, it was perfectly clear that he only had one chance to end this fight in his favor. Therefore, he gathered his strength and decided that he would strike one blow into which he would put all his strength. Chloe tried to stop the man until the very end, building towers of ice, but he used fire and his strength to break through to her and declared that there was no point in her resisting because he would win anyway. But when he finally struck her with a huge amount of force, he noticed that instead of Chloe, he had destroyed her ice clone. And when the man noticed this, unfortunately for him, it was already too late, because the girl came up from behind and began to freeze his entire body. Jordan realized that she had probably deliberately allowed him to get closer in order to catch him in such a childish mistake. He decided to tell her that their relationship was quite complicated, but now he wanted to point out that they were together in a raid in the Blue Dungeon, and it seemed to him that her thoughts about being able to clear it out alone were wrong. Chloe, in response to these words, told the man that he was too stupid, because in fact her main task was to fail this raid, and not to clear the dungeon. He immediately started yelling at her in response to these words, because she apparently doesn't understand where she is. It's a blue dungeon, and if the raid fails, there will be an outbreak, which will most likely suffer huge losses besides. Now all the awakened S ranks of America are away, and due to the concealment of information about the Blue Dungeon, reinforcements from other countries will also have to wait too long. This means that in the event of an outbreak, Los Angeles and then all of America will be buried alive. Jordan tried to negotiate with her until the end and even offered to give her his reward, but she changed her mind. But in response, she only laughed even more and said that she didn't expect to hear anything else from him, after which she carefully lowered her dress and showed him a tattoo that could not be confused with anything else. And Jordan immediately realized that she was from the Domp Guild, and therefore it became clear to him what they really needed here. And then she just mocked Jordan, saying that she incredibly likes such beautiful faces that are distorted by despair. Moreover, she wanted to show Jordan the destroyed America and then look at his facial expressions, while at that moment he was thinking that she was most likely a monster, not a human. And while the man was thinking about this, Chloe made her final decision. She would not destroy him now, so that in the future she could see his beautiful, desperate face. After which she looked around, and given the way events were developing, she understood that most likely they would soon complete their task. So she decided it was time to call the boss, because they were almost done here. At this moment, she was a little unhappy, because she follows him because it is fun for her. But the fact that he constantly hides his identity irritates her a lot. Besides, she understood perfectly well that if something went wrong and the Domp Guild was targeted, then the Star Guild would be the first to be hit, including her. And besides, there was no guarantee at all that he would not abandon them. And the fact that he didn't show up for so long began to make her think that he was going to leave as soon as they carried out the plan. Her thoughts were interrupted by Mac River, at least that's what the girl herself thought, and when he came closer, she noticed the fact that it seemed to her that he would deal with Kim Soo-hyun much faster, but apparently the guy turned out to be much stronger. But to her surprise, she heard Kim's voice, who decided to answer her words, saying that she was very sorry that he took so long, although it seemed to him that he finished quite quickly. She immediately began to use her abilities to attack, while in her head she could not believe that Mac River had lost. For her, this was impossible, because he was head and shoulders above everyone except the boss. Even Chloe recognized his talent. But now, when she looked at Kim, she understood that it wouldn't be that easy with this guy, because his magical power was simply incredible. And as soon as Kim went on the attack, she immediately shouted to all the awakened ones from the Star Guild that they should first deal with Kim Soo-hyun and then finish with everything else. But as soon as they decided to go help their leader, they were stopped by Khan, who put his sword in front of them, and thus made it clear that they would not be able to leave from here. After which he looked each of them in the eye and asked only one question, in which he wanted to know why they assumed that anyone had let them go at all. Chloe, meanwhile, used all her strength to somehow reach Kim and inflict at least a small amount of damage on him. But no matter how hard Chloe tried, all her blows were blocked too easily. She didn't fully understand what the boss was so busy with, because it was completely obvious to her that she wouldn't be able to win on her own. Chloe didn't want to admit it until the very end, but she still agreed that Kim was a very strong opponent, and it was unlikely that she would be able to defeat him so easily. She didn't know why the boss still hadn't shown up, but maybe he was just waiting for a chance, so she decided to give it to him. Chloe created a huge ice golem and told Kim that she acknowledged his power, so from now on she would fight him at full strength. And she was convinced that he would definitely not be able to destroy this golem so easily. But how wrong she was, because it took Kim only a few seconds to destroy this golem. But apparently Chloe understood from the very beginning that this would happen, because she began to laugh and say that he finally fell into her trap. She blocked his sword strike and started talking about how she would never fight such a monster alone, so all she did before was distract him and stall for time. After which, she used her ice magic again and captured him in her ice hand, and as soon as she succeeded, she immediately began to call on the boss to intervene in the fight. But unfortunately, no one came to her request, although she tried to call him several times and each time she met with failure. Chloe believed to the end that this was a great chance for him, even though Kim Soo-hyun was very strong, but it seemed to her that together they could destroy him. But unfortunately, Juan had no intention of showing up and was putting it off until the last minute. And over time, she finally realized that Juan had simply abandoned them, and now they were on their own. But she realized this too late. Kim also decided not to rescue himself so quickly to give Juan a chance to come into this world, but apparently, this will not happen. Now, Kim was sure that Juan was not here, and it looked like he wouldn't be there, so he got out of the trap and was ready to continue clearing the dungeon. Meanwhile, at the Star Guild headquarters, Juan's assistant wanted to ask the boss why he decided not to act according to the plan. When Jordan and Chloe flared up, Kim Soo-hyun, who was radiating incredibly strong energy around him, intervened in their dialogue. Then, Juan, in the body of another awakened one, thought about continuing to act according to the plan. After all, such a huge magical power simply scared him, which is why he had a bad feeling. So after thinking for a bit, he decided that he shouldn't take any risks now, and canceled the entire plan without telling anyone. The man didn't understand at all what Juan was thinking, and how he was going to act next. Before Juan could answer this question, another guild worker suddenly ran into their office, wanting to inform them that they had big problems. According to the guy, they say that terrorist organizations created outside of America have been discovered in all countries. The assistant could not believe this, because in this way it could be said that all the authorities were aware of their plan. But Juan found it very funny to hear all this, although it was unclear why he was laughing. They tried to understand why he was laughing, because they didn't expect anything like this, and now was clearly not the best time to laugh. But instead of answering, Juan simply stood up and destroyed his assistant, who just wanted to hear what was going on and why he was laughing. He then destroyed the poor guy who brought him this bad news, while saying that he was also very sorry because he really enjoyed creating the Domp Guild. However, Now he believed that because of them his identity could be revealed, and in that case he believed that he would have to hide. He was really very sorry to do such things, but he still wanted to continue playing this funny game. After some time, Jordan finally came to his senses. He had been recovering from the fight with Chloe for quite a long time. But when he finally realized what the woman wanted to do, he immediately started screaming and asking her to tell him what happened with the raid and where Chloe was. So his employees immediately ran up to him and said that everything was already over and there was nothing to worry about. After which he raised his eyes and saw Chloe and several other awakened people sitting tied up, which the man could not believe at first, because it seemed to him that Chloe had knocked out absolutely everyone and she had very little left to win. They told him that when Jordan passed out, Kim Soo-hyun immediately came and saved them. Without him, they would have definitely all died, and as soon as she heard this name, she went crazy again. Kim at this point was trying to explain to Han that as soon as they entered, that strange guy ran off somewhere, so he simply didn't have time to warn him, which Han didn't really believe, but he still told Kim that everything was fine and he wasn't offended. Suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by Jordan, who woke up, and the first thing he did when he heard what happened was want to talk to Kim. The man first of all thought about the fact that Kim knew perfectly well about all the plans of the Domp Guild, but in fact, he himself understood that this was absolutely unimportant, because his pride was entirely to blame for this situation. Kim, looking at all these people, noticed that there was a very strange atmosphere here. So he decided to find out from them why they suddenly started looking at him so strangely, and he wanted them to start saying what they wanted as quickly as possible. Jordan told him that he actually had a lot of things he wanted to tell him, but he would start with the most important thing. The first thing he wanted to point out was that Kim saved them, and if it weren't for him, then most likely all of America would have died and ceased to exist, for which, on behalf of the entire state, he would like to thank the guy, and they are grateful to the one who was able to save America. Kim found it strange to hear such words from a man, because given his position and power, it was clearly not easy for him to put aside his pride and say such words. So the guy decided to thank Jordan for such words, but he still admitted to the man that he was a little embarrassed by such attention. So he first suggested doing a search, because it seemed to him that their battle was not over yet. And as soon as Kim said these words, he immediately saw a creature covered with a hood, which looked straight into his eyes. Kim panicked and tried to understand what kind of creature it was and why it was looking at the guy so intently. But his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by this creature when it threw some kind of ball at him. For this reason, Kim had to use his phoenix again and tell Jordan that he had not yet completely saved America. The man did not quite understand what was happening and why Kim was telling him such words, so the guy had to frankly admit that the rescue operation was starting right now. Although Kim managed to block the attack of the unknown creature, such an attack still led them to an explosion, which is why Kim asked Jordan to listen to him and understand that from now on they clearly need to worry about the fact that they may not return home alive. Of course, he also spoke about the Domp Guild, but first and foremost he had in mind the Blue Dungeon. A few minutes after these words, Kim and the rest of the Awakened entered into battle with the monsters of this dungeon. After some time of such a battle, it became clear that the monsters in the dungeon forests were winning precisely due to their numbers, because there was literally no end to them. Kim and Jordan simultaneously realized that all they needed at the moment was to burn all these monsters with one blow. Having collected some energy in their hands, they created a rather powerful stream of fire from both sides at once, which simply left no chance for the monsters. Han and the other Awakened couldn't stop admiring how well Kim and Jordan worked together. Their firepower was simply magnificent. So the other Awakened ones used this moment to get into formation and start the battle from the very beginning. The being that was leading the battle ordered the monsters to concentrate in the place where there were most weaklings. Jordan really decided that he would never allow the monsters to get close to his people, much less harm them. So he also went into battle without much thought. But the monsters simply passed them by and continued their raid, and after a few seconds it became clear that their main goal was to wound the Awakened. It seemed that in a few seconds there would be no trace left of all the wounded and other Awakened. But they clearly forgot that there was still Kim on the battlefield, who as always intervened in the battle in time and destroyed several monsters at once. The creature that was leading the monsters finally realized that this guy was the main problem, so he ordered his charges to start with him. Absolutely all the monsters at that very moment gathered together and began to attack Kim. But the guy was not going to retreat, and he continued to confidently stand in his place and crush one monster after another. The guy was able to repel such a strong attack only with the help of the Kraken's protection, which he stole. But he understood perfectly well that it would be quite dangerous for him if he continued to attack like this, because at some point, his defense might not work. Han immediately ran up to him, wanting to know how Kim was feeling and why these monsters suddenly exploded. According to Kim, everything was quite simple here. It was the boss's special ability. Kim also knew that this boss was called the Troll Druid, and this boss controls monsters in animal form, and he also has intelligence and magical power that he can use many different abilities. And to tell the truth, Kim believed that all the warriors were not in the best position, and apparently that was why they would have to fight with the constantly arriving monsters, guarding the wounded and members of the Domp, in order to then hand them over to the authorities. After thinking for a bit, Kim decided that he would be the one to try to deal with the boss, because if he were to destroy him, the monsters would disperse, so he asked Jordan to just hold out until the guy completed his task. In response to this proposal, Jordan told the guy that this was not the best time to show himself, because if Kim was telling the truth, then this boss would simply throw all his strength at him. And as it seemed to him, no matter how strong Kim was, he still wouldn't be able to deal with them all so easily. Kim didn't really understand what all the fuss was about, because if he wasn't mistaken, Jordan himself had recently called him a hero. Although in fact Kim has hated this word for a long time, because this title is so burdensome for him that it takes his breath away. But still, when Jordan and the others called him that, something inside him played, and the guy was even a little glad that he was called that. So this time he's really going to be the hero who saves them all. Jordan realized that there was simply no point in trying to dissuade the guy, so he asked Kim to deal with it as quickly as possible, because they definitely wouldn't last long. In his mind, the man thought that he was incredibly ashamed. He too considered himself an American hero, but now his opinion had clearly changed. After all, now a real hero appeared before him who is truly capable of saving America or even the entire planet. And while Jordan was thinking about this, Kim ran only forward, and along the way he called his favorite dragon, which at the moment would be very useful to him. A few seconds after that, Kim received the blessing of the divine dragon. As a result, the speed of movement was increased, and also, the guy received a small increase in physical strength, with which he could confidently begin to fight the boss. But the boss of this dungeon also understood that the fight was only just beginning. Therefore, I decided to mobilize all my forces and finally destroy this guy along with his friends. He decided to send one group of monsters to the group of people who remain, and he sent the second group of people to Kim Soo-hyun so that they would do everything to destroy this problem. But the guy was not going to give up just like that and continued to fight, destroying all the monsters that tried to harm him in any way. The world was very happy to return to its owner again and stretch its legs a bit by destroying a couple dozen monsters. Although Kim was already noticeably tired from fighting so many creatures, the only good news was that they had already passed halfway, and there weren't many monsters left. He certainly expected that they would focus on him, but apparently he underestimated the boss, because he sent about 200 or even 300 into battle against him, and in order to deal with them all, he would clearly have to spend a lot of effort. So to begin with, Kim decided that it would be a good idea to distract them from himself. Kim was glad that he had stocked up beforehand and thus prepared himself for this battle. He used his doubles to make his life a little easier and destroy these monsters many times faster. The world was incredibly happy that now it had not one owner, but 4, because now it seemed to it that it would be praised 4 times more. Kim's opponent at this moment tried to use his vision to the maximum and still find that very real Kim. But so far he has not been able to complete this task, because all his doubles were quite similar to each other, and it was almost impossible to find the real one. So he decided that the best thing to do in this situation would be to simply destroy them all. And when the druid made exactly this decision, Kim immediately realized that his trick simply did not work as he had planned. But he still had a few ideas that would help him deal with the druid, one of which was the world, which spewed an incredibly powerful stream of fire. Kim did not forget to praise his friend after each successful fulfillment of his request. The druid continued to send monsters that attacked the guy, and Kim understood perfectly well that the druid would not give up so easily. Monsters were running towards him again, which eventually exploded, and this was starting to really annoy Kim. He and Mir were pretty exhausted from that. So Kim decided that he would send the little dragon to rest and continue fighting. After which Kim took a few breaths and suggested that each of these monsters check which of them was the real prey. The peculiarity of dungeons is that as the area increases, so does the difficulty, but the dungeon in Los Angeles is one of the most difficult among the blue dungeons. In the past life, due to the failure of the raid, an outbreak began. Then high-ranking awakened from all over the world gathered together to destroy it. In other words, it could be said that conquering this dungeon alone was approaching 0. A few minutes after these thoughts, Kim passed out and began to see a completely different picture. namely his past life. He guessed what was going on here and why he was seeing this particular picture, because on that day, he also failed to protect the world, and an outbreak occurred, due to which a large number of people died. Even after stopping the outbreak in the Blue Dungeon, he still couldn't protect innocent people. Since that day, he has been tormented by only one question. He could not protect anyone but himself, and considering this, he wanted to know why he was called a hero. At some point, even the impersonal screams and the deaths of people in front of him stopped touching him or affecting him in any way. Inside him, there was only duty left, which was to save this world. Kim Sung-in ultimately failed to become the hero who saved the world, but Kim Soo-hyun is a completely different person, and he will definitely be able to save the world. With these thoughts, Kim stood up after being hit by the druid and used his immortal hero's skill, which allowed him to re-enter the battle. The druid couldn't fully understand what was going on here and how Kim even got up after he had effectively destroyed him. Kim at this point noticed the fact that the druid had told him something about hunting, but now it seemed to him that the hunter had changed. The system notified the guy that his physical strength was rapidly increasing, thanks to which he successfully dealt a fairly strong blow to his opponent, after which Kim declared that the druid's hunt was officially over and he would no longer destroy anyone. Now it's Kim's turn to be destroyed, and the only victim today will be the druid. Although the boss still didn't think so and was still trying to summon as many monsters as possible to protect himself. But to his great regret, no one came and he was left alone, which he could not believe. The reason why no one came was very simple, and it was because all his monsters simply died. The druid did everything until the end to avoid dying here. Even at the very end, he tried to use his magic, which was an order of magnitude stronger than all his previous skills. In response to these words, Kim said that the people who died because of him also did not want to die, and also wanted to live, but he clearly did not think about this. These were the last words the monster heard before Kim dealt him the fatal blow, after which Kim mentally thanked the real Kim Soo-hyun, who gave him a chance to fix everything. Meanwhile, Park Ji-yeon and her assistant stood on the roof and couldn't understand why they knew where the Domp Guild was and still continued to just watch. At that moment, the girl remembered their conversation with Kim, during which they agreed that he would take care of the dungeon, and she would go to the Star Guild. This way, only one of them would face Hwan, so Kim thought that he would let the Reaper Guild attack Star's Guild after he came out of the dungeon. But this proposal obviously angered the girl, because she simply did not understand how he could offer her something like this. Knowing her motives, she asked him to listen carefully to what she would tell him next. She must destroy Hwan, and if he interfered with her, she would never forgive him. Kim understood that she was strong enough, but he tried to prove to her that she could not catch him alone. According to Kim, he is from the first generation of Awaken and has been building up his strength for a long time, and if Hwan appears in the Star Guild, then they will most likely lose. And given all these facts, Kim simply doesn't want her to lose something much more valuable because of some pathetic revenge. Now that the choice was up to the girl, she stood on the edge of the roof and thought that her life was not really that important. But on the other hand, she just couldn't get Kim Soo-hyun's words out of her head. Her awakened ones were already noticeably starting to get nervous about this and were asking her to say at least something. And she was thinking only about how she should do the right thing so that all these guys would survive. But suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by a powerful explosion that was in the neighboring building. Park Ji-yeon was a little scared because someone else might know that the Star Guild is a front for the Domp Guild. On the roof of that very building, the cries of a young man could be heard, begging his boss to have mercy and save him. But Hwan continued to confidently walk towards this guy, letting him know that today, unfortunately for him, everything would not end as well as he wanted. The guy still continued to shout that he would not tell anyone about his identity. In exchange, he only asked to spare his life. Park Ji-yeon immediately decided in her head what she would do as soon as she saw Hwan on the roof of the building. At that moment, he smiled and tried to understand his assistant, because Hwan sincerely did not understand how he could believe him. Moreover, it seemed to him that those who died first for this reason might consider that it was unfair, and according to him, the opinion of these people is very important to him. Therefore, he simply cannot spare him, and as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately dealt a crushing blow to the guy's body, thereby inflicting injuries on him that are incompatible with life. Thus, Hwan remained the only person from the Domp Guild, which he essentially dissolved, and such an organization no longer exists. Suddenly, his monologue was interrupted by a female voice, which confidently shouted his name and then attacked him. It was Park Ji-yeon who attacked the man without a second thought, but she was unable to cause any serious damage because he blocked her attack at the last moment. Hwan didn't bother to sort things out with her, but simply struck back, asking her along the way who she was anyway. Park Ji-yeon said to herself, in a quiet voice, that she had been waiting for this day her whole life, and now it had finally arrived. After which she raised her head and looked Juan straight in the eyes, saying that today she would definitely destroy him. He wasn't too worried when he heard this. Moreover, he took it quite calmly, because he still didn't understand who she was. Kim and Mir sat for some time near the druid's body, because the guy was holding a special treasure in his hands. He could not even suspect that the druid could hide something like that. The only thing he could think of at the moment was that Uncle Dae-ho would be very happy to see such material. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the world, which in 1 second simply ate this diamond. By this time, other raid participants had approached Kim and simply could not believe what they were seeing. The boy tortured the little dragon and scolded him for eating his valuable material. But what amazed them more was that he was able to destroy so many monsters and their boss, all by himself. When Kim saw the guys, he immediately thanked them for their good work, because without him he would hardly have been able to cope. Jordan honestly admitted to him that he didn't even think that the guy would be able to take down the boss on his own, after which Kim again reminded the man that he had called him an American hero, so the guy believed that he should have coped and proven that he was worthy of such a title. Besides, Kim asked them not to forget that all this would end only when they found a way out. But here good news awaited him, because, if we believe Khan's words, they had already found a way out a long time ago. According to them, they were chasing the scattered monsters, and in this way, they were able to determine its location and at the same time the exit. Then Kim suggested that they hurry, because they still needed to hand over the captured DOMP members to the authorities, and according to Jordan, this was the only reason they were protecting them from the monsters, although it would have been much easier to kill them all. Also, it would be nice for Kim to get a share of the medical guild for this raid. Jordan praised Kim for doing the right thing, but Robin was pissed because he basically wouldn't get anything from this raid. Although in reality, Kim didn't want to take everything for himself, but he just doesn't like being manipulated. Jordan also decided to add that he also wanted to give up all the achievements, and to tell the truth, he could say with a clear conscience that the guy had completed this dungeon alone. Suddenly, Kim asked him to listen to one of his requests instead, which was very important to him. This request was that there was still one person left who needed help. Meanwhile, Juan mocked Park Ji-yeon for being too emotional as a destroyer, which is not allowed for her. Besides, he already understood perfectly well that she came here only because of her great hatred for him. And when he struck her again, did he just want to know, or did she know him and his capabilities for sure? Although he still thought mentally that the girl's skills were incredibly annoying to him, because in the darkness, not only did she deal stronger blows, but she also accelerated. But of course the power increases, which makes this battle unbearable for him. The only thing he could latch onto was that the girl had absolutely no control over her emotion, and that was very good for him. He decided that it would be nice to tease her a little, but first he asked her to calm down a little, although he immediately understood that she was a little offended by him, and in that case, he would like to at least know who the girl was and what exactly she wanted from him. And as soon as she stopped for a few seconds, he immediately began to mock her and say that he was far from sure, but maybe he would be able to remember from her reaction who he destroyed there. He began to change his face and thus tried to understand who he had destroyed there. This made Park Ji-yeon even more angry. Now she wanted to destroy him even more, so without thinking for long, she struck the first blow at him, while saying that he would regret that he decided to mock her like this. Juan was not going to stop there. On the contrary, he began to show even more different faces of the people he had once destroyed, but so far he had not managed to find that very face, and at one point he finally guessed the very face he was making that very day. As soon as Park Ji-yeon saw him, she immediately became angry to the peak point. She wanted more than anything to destroy the guy and take revenge on him for everything he did. She immediately jumped up and started running towards him to destroy him, but for Juan at that moment there was only one problem, namely that he used this face too often, so it was hard for him to remember who he destroyed, that the girl was so angry with him. But what is more important is that, according to him, the girl did not even notice the fact that her man's time was running out, and was doing so quite quickly. Park Ji-yeon was distracted for a second, which is why she missed a pretty strong blow from her opponent, who did everything to bring the girl to even greater emotion. But the girl was not an easy opponent, so she was able to block his attack at the last moment. Although Juan didn't care at all, because he kept talking about how when he looked at the girl closer, he seemed to remember something. He changed his face, and when Park Ji-yeon looked at him, she immediately shed a tear. Huang used the image of Gu Heng, whom the girl loved so much, and Huang simply destroyed him mercilessly. Looking at the girl, he realized that judging by her reaction, he had hit the nail on the head, and this was the same guy because of whom the girl had come here. Juan decided to take a look at himself, and when he saw this face, he told the girl that he remembered this face very well, because this guy had really pissed him off back then. But he didn't stop there and began to gradually remember that there were 3 more raid participants, whom he also successfully destroyed after the girl passed out. Park Ji-yeon just couldn't contain her emotion, and her tears literally flowed out of her eyes like a stream, and she literally couldn't do anything about it. Juan understood that a little more, and she would literally explode, so he began to change faces and turn into the girl's friends and ask her for help. He showed absolutely everyone and said the last phrases of the guys before he successfully destroyed them. Park Ji-yeon was incredibly offended for her loved ones, and she was even more angry when this bastard dared to insult them. She literally begged him to stop doing this, because her heart was breaking when she saw all this. But he had no intention of stopping. On the contrary, he only added fuel to the fire and showed how Gu Hen suffered before Huang inserted his sword into him. He found all of this incredibly funny because he himself simply did not understand how they could be so disgusting, after which he finally calmed down and told her that she had to see all this again. Juan wanted to literally break the girl morally by showing this scene, and he really liked seeing the frozen face of the girl, who does not understand what to do next. Anyway, he believed that she knew too much about him, so he would have to destroy her, as he did with her friends, although most likely Kim Soo-hyun also knew, and Juan understood this perfectly well. So he decided to offer Park Ji-yeon a deal in which they would destroy Kim Soo-hyun together, and then create a new great guild that would rule the whole world. And his main argument at that moment was that if the girl joined his guild, then she would be able to constantly see the face of her beloved, and she would also save her life. It seemed to him that this was simply an ideal offer. Perhaps Juan was too absorbed in his acting that he failed to notice one very important detail. This detail was that Park Ji-yeon was also something of an actress who played her role quite well. She continued to listen to him attentively, while keeping in mind the thought that he only needed to come a little closer, and then she would finally do what she had wanted for so long. And while Juan was enjoying himself and thinking that he was a wonderful person, he finally approached the necessary distance that would allow Park Ji-yeon to finally strike. Park Ji-yeon's plan was simply perfect, and all thanks to the fact that she has good control over her emotion, even in moments when it seemed like her blood would freeze in her veins. That's why she had this chance to use her trump card, which has never let her down in her life, but unfortunately she also didn't take something into account. Moments, memories, the past, everything that connected her with Gu Heng surfaced at this very moment. It made her hesitate, because of which she made a fatal mistake that allowed Juan to use his skills and strike back at the girl. Meanwhile, the guys from the Reaper Guild stood silently below, and one of them thought that they should have gone there with Park Ji-yeon, but her deputy assured everyone that she was quite capable of handling it alone. He decided that they should be evacuating at this point, and as soon as he started to tell the plan they would work on, he was distracted, and it was Jordan who did this, turning to the man and saying that Kim Soo-hyun had asked him to come here so that they could work together and help them with the evacuation. Deputy Park Ji-yeon certainly didn't expect this, but he still decided to ask Jordan where Kim Soo-hyun himself was. Without thinking twice, Jordan said that the guy was in a hurry to get somewhere, so they arrived here without him, although Jordan understood where the guy was in such a hurry. At that moment, Park Ji-yeon was listening to Juan's words, who was telling her that she was the first one who was able to fight with him for so long, so he even felt a little sorry for destroying her so easily. But as soon as he finally decided to strike, at the last moment, Kim Soo-hyun intervened in the fight, who successfully pulled the girl out from under the blow, thereby saving her life, after which he quietly told her that she had kept her promise, so she really had nothing to worry about. But his words were interrupted by Juan, who was very glad to see Kim, especially when he came here in person, because he wanted to ask Kim so many questions. Kim was glad to hear this because in fact he also had several questions for a crazy person like him. And the first thing Kim wanted to know from him was whether he enjoyed acting on behalf of other people, deceiving, and if that wasn't enough, he took the form of people he valued, insulting and ridiculing them. He destroyed people left and right. Juan looked calmly at the guy and continued to smile, which made Kim even angrier. So he repeated this question several more times, only with an angrier intonation, after which the man finally decided to give his answer, and he said that over time his reaction to such things became less and less. The previous stimulation, as he believed, was simply not enough for him. But still, he couldn't help but say that this was the best possible thing, and he would never be able to stop. Kim found it quite funny to hear this, so he decided to give him a little incentive so that Juan wouldn't be so sad. Before the man could come to his senses, Kim used all his speed and literally teleported to Juan and then delivered a precise blow to his body, after which Kim told him that he was going to give him an incentive that would be much more interesting than his shitty game. But all these words and attacks made Juan even more angry, which became the beginning of him deciding to use his strongest skill, which gradually began to turn him from a man into a real monster. And after just a few seconds, Juan turned from a man into a huge dragon who was ready to destroy everything in his path. And his first target was supposed to be Kim, whom Juan was going to tear into small pieces. Kim remained quite calm at this moment, and he thought that the dragon skill that turns a person into a dragon was a power that was considered one of the most powerful in the awakened world. But Kim also believed that Juan was driven by his arrogance and certainly did not deserve the power he had received. So today will be the day when Kim will take her away from him and finally destroy this evil once and for all. Kim certainly wasn't going to finish it with one blow, so as soon as he had the opportunity, he summoned his phoenix and immediately went on the offensive, so as not to let his enemy recover from such a blow at all. Juan continued to laugh, and he found it funny that Kim decided to play with fire in front of him. Kim was extremely focused and just waiting for his chance, and Juan at that moment was going to show the guy what a truly hot flame was. He released a huge stream of flame at him, but Kim managed to react and took out the world from his inventory. Kim asked his baby to show this monster the real dragon flame. The flame of the world was more than enough to block Juan's strike. He simply couldn't believe it, because this dragon was so small, but even this fact didn't stop him from compensating for such a huge flame. After which Mir looked at the one he had just fought with and immediately hid behind Kim's back, because he was quite scared from just one look at this monster. But in fact, he had already fulfilled his main role, after which Kim successfully released him back into the inventory. Before this, he also received the dragon's blessing, which gave him an increase in his strength almost double. Kim felt the power flowing through his entire body, and Juan was just starting to attack him, so there was no better time to finally finish off this monster. Juan screamed at the top of his lungs that Kim had relaxed too much, and that he would punish him right now. But the guy assured him that he was clearly imagining things, because he would only punish him now. Juan just couldn't believe it, because he was currently in his dragon form, but he still lost to Kim Soo-hyun? He began to understand that perhaps that feeling of danger was the most natural fear. But he didn't want to believe it until the end, so he did everything in order to simply get rid of this feeling, because he still believed that in his dragon form, he was the strongest in this world. Kim, in response to his words, could only tell the dragon that he had not actually done anything, even though he knew his identity, simply because he could have gotten lost in the testing tower. But if you think about it, in fact, Kim could have destroyed him at absolutely any moment, and as proof of his words, Kim began to strike the dragon's body with such force that even his incredibly strong armor could not withstand it. The battle was so fierce that even Jordan and his men couldn't believe what was going on here. After a few minutes, the building began to gradually collapse, and Kim just stood silently and looked at Juan's body. At that moment, the man spoke to Kim in a quiet voice, or rather asked him why Kim was treating him like that. Did he really have a reason to hate him? Kim thought for a bit, and in the same quiet but confident voice told the man that he simply didn't like him, after which he looked around and noticed the fact that all the preparations were finally completed. By these words he meant Park Ji-yeon, who had recovered a little from that fight and was ready to put an end to this matter. Juan didn't fully understand what Kim was talking about, so the guy decided to fill him in, saying that even though he caught him, he still had to keep his promise. Then, he simply walked away from Juan's body and wished good luck to Park Ji-yeon, and he also noted that he would not lift a finger anymore. Everything was now in the girl's hands, but he still decided to remind the girl that if she lost this fight, the guy would let Juan escape. And he really didn't have any other option, because if he decided to run away now, then Kim would punish him for it without a second thought. Juan began to smile and tell Kim that the guy would definitely regret this choice. He really thought that this was the end, but now he was given another chance to put on his mask, which will help him survive. At least he was sure of it, and as soon as he gathered his strength, he immediately ran into battle with the girl. At this moment, all he could think about was that this stupid girl wouldn't be able to attack him with that face, which was why he was so confident of his victory. But how wrong he was, and as soon as he came closer to her, she immediately, without any hesitation, struck him. After which she told him that he couldn't even imagine how long she had been waiting for this day, and that she only had to doubt her decision once. Now she was more than sure of what she needed to do. But Juan was not going to give up just like that. he still believed that his strength was enough to finish her off once and for all. And in fact, one could believe his words, because he managed to deliver quite accurate blows to her, which began to worry Kim. But even so, she responded to him with her own rather serious attack. Kim, watching all this, noted for himself the fact that he knew that Hwan's abilities were better. So he and Mir decided to add a little strength to Park Ji-yeon, and they did it with the help of Mir's skill. Kim clearly didn't expect this and therefore froze a little in place. And this was actually his biggest mistake, because Park Ji-yeon increased her speed thanks to this skill, which gave her the opportunity to use her blade and injure Hwang. He began to understand what had just happened. Apparently, he would have to accept his loss. At this point, Kim decided to clarify that he had actually done nothing of the sort. But what worried Kim most was that Hwan hardly had time to stare at him like that. Hwan immediately decided to adopt a tactic based on which he would keep a distance between himself and Park Ji-yeon, but the girl was too fast for him, especially after she received a slight upgrade from Mira. Park Ji-yeon struck one blow after another in different places, and in response, Hwan could only run away even more. And the girl decided in her head that she would do everything possible to avenge her loved one, and she does this so that they would not die for nothing. After a few movements, it became clear that Hwan could only block the girl's blows, but even this he did not do very well. He tried to block Park Ji-yeon's blows with his skills, but again, he didn't have much strength, especially after the girl's blows. Hwan screamed and asked her to stop. He tried to negotiate with her until the very end, because more than anything in this life he did not want to die. But it turned out that his last words were about asking for mercy. How ironic, because Park Ji-yeon didn't even blink an eye before delivering the final blow to him. Finally, Park Ji-yeon can breathe out and relax a little. Kim was so happy for her, so he carefully approached her and presented her with that very pendant, adding that she was a great girl. The emotions inside the girl were simply bursting, and finally they came out successfully. She could scream and not think about anything else. And Kim was so glad that finally all this was over. Now he also had no business, and he would be able to rest for at least some time. But he completely forgot about his level of fatigue, because of which, after a few minutes, he lost consciousness. After that, the incident was resolved rather quickly. It turned out that the largest guild in America, the Star Guild, was a criminal group. They called themselves DOMP and mercilessly destroyed the Awakened. The truth was revealed by Jordan and the Reaper Guild, and the captured DOMP Guild members in the Blue Dungeon, including Chloe, were handed over to the American authority. In addition, information was received that the guild and organizations cooperating with DOMP are still active, in connection with which an additional investigation was launched. However, due to the fact that the scale of DOMP's activities turned out to be larger than expected, the authorities are experiencing difficulties in obtaining information. The revelation that Han Hakjun was a criminal left the public even more shocked. Kim spent all this time in a dream, restoring his strength, and one day, guests came to his room, among whom was Han, who was tormented for a long time by the question that Kim Soo-hyun seemed to know about this in advance. Lee couldn't argue with Han, but on the other hand, it didn't bother him at all, even though he asked Kim to tell him if something happened, but he again took everything on himself. The atmosphere in the room clearly became heavier, and Khan immediately decided to fix all this, and he couldn't think of anything better than to take a marker and start drawing on Kim's face. At first, everyone was not thrilled with the idea, but then Lee decided to join him, and the two of them were writing different words on Kim's face. They enjoyed the process and thought that no one could stop them, but they were apparently very wrong. It was Song who hit the guy on the head for behaving so badly. After some time, they went to eat and left Kim alone, and at that moment Park Ji-yeon came to him, who specially waited until all the guys had left. The first thing she wanted to do was thank Kim for sending the list of the remaining DOMP organizations so she could get her full revenge, although she had no idea how he knew this information. Park Ji-yeon wanted to talk to him so much and ask him so many questions, but today she came here just to thank Kim for what he did for her. And when she finally did it, she was glad to say goodbye to Kim, but not forever, because she was sure that they would see each other again in the future.